Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kevin Audiobook TV. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter. Complete Martial Arts at Treacherous Chapter 101. I'm Really Ugly. The Xingwu Continent. Wang Teng's expression changed a little. Ever since he became a martial warrior, he knew that he would have to go to the Xingwu Continent sooner or later. "I'll consider this carefully," he replied to Fu Tiandao. "Okay, I do hope that you will stay in Donghai, whether it's for business or personal reasons. Donghai needs more powerful martial warriors," Fu Tiandao continued. Wang Teng nodded. He didn't give his answer immediately. Fu Tiandao didn't continue when he saw Wang Teng's reaction. He stood up and said, "After your application, there will be more than a month before your school starts. I will help you to look for a small martial warrior team in the Martial Arts Academy. You can join them later and head to the Xingwu Continent." "That's fast." Wang Teng was astounded. "There's no time to waste on the path of martial arts. If you're a step faster, you will be many steps ahead of everyone else. Don't you want to widen this distance?" Fu Tiandao smiled and asked. It was obvious that Fu Tiandao's words spoke right to Wang Teng's heart. He had already flung many people behind him. This was the best time to widen the distance between him and the rest. Also, as a cheater, it would be highly embarrassing if he was surpassed by someone else. "Is the Xingwu Continent dangerous?" Wang Shengguo couldn't help but ask at the side. Instant he became a martial warrior, the danger will always follow him. He will never be able to get rid of it unless he becomes invincible. At that time, there will be no dangers anymore. Fu Tiandao looked at Wang Shengguo. He didn't console him. Instead, he told him the truth rather than giving him false hopes. He also asked him in a meaningful tone, "Will there be no danger if he doesn't become a martial warrior?" Wang Shengguo immediately recalled his recent experience. If Wang Teng wasn't a martial warrior, his situation would have been worse. The Wang family might be suffering a huge crisis now. Danger was always relative. They were never safe with his experience. He naturally understood this logic. He could only sigh secretly. "All right, you don't have to send me off. Wait for my news." The few of them came to the entrance of the house. Fu Tiandao waved his hand and drove his car away. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei suddenly turned silent when they saw Fu Tiandao leaving. It was a good thing that their son became a martial warrior. However, they were still worried about the dangers he would face. They felt like parents sending their child overseas. They were elated that their child had managed to get into a university, but when they sent him off, they kept reminding and nagging. They even wiped their tears secretly. This was probably the innate ability of a parent. "Dad, Mom, don't look as though your son has just died. I'm still alive," Wang Teng said in a helpless tone. "Why are you talking about such unlucky things?" Li Shumei said. Wang Shengguo let out a long sigh. He said emotionally, "You have grown up. You're not only powerful, but you're also more mature now. You are able to remain calm and confident in front of the 3 Martial Arts Academy's principals. You can support the family in a crisis, and your assets are more than mine too. As your father, I know that there's nothing I have to worry about. I only hope that you will always place your life as the priority no matter what you do." "I understand, Dad." Wang Teng turned quiet too. Then he winked at Wang Shengguo and said, "Anyway, Dad, why do you sound a little envious? Are you jealous of my billion-yuan assets? Shall I give you some?" "Go away." Wang Shengguo raised his leg and kicked Wang Teng. This stupid child. What did he mean by being jealous? Your dad is already so old. I have my ego. Wang Teng laughed and dodged the kick. "I'm going out." He ran out of the door. Fu Tiandao's words gave Wang Teng some pressure. He needed to improve everything he could improve before he went to the Xingwu Continent. Jixin Martial House. A red banner was hung above the main entrance. "Welcome, Wang Teng, the top scholar of Donghai's martial arts exam, to our Jixin Martial House." Wang Teng got out of the car and stood at the main entrance. He stared at the glaring line of words in a daze. Suddenly, he felt incredibly embarrassed. Fu Tiandao was really fast. He went off half an hour before him, but the banner was already hanging over the main entrance. Could he have prepared it beforehand? Wang Teng hurriedly lowered his head and pretended that he didn't see anything. He crawled into his car and drove into the Martial Arts Academy. His car was a frequent sight at the academy. Furthermore, the banner was hanging there. Even the guards knew who he was and let him in directly. When the car drove in, the guards stood behind it and discussed among themselves. Is that the top scholar of the martial arts exam? It's him? It's him. Yes, it's him. I heard that our principal went to look for him personally before he managed to snatch him back from the hands of Bailey and Marshall House and Lading Marshall House. This treatment, wow. Wang Teng didn't know that the guards were talking about him. After he parked his car, he arrived at the third floor of the Martial Disciple Training Building. He could already enter the Martial Warrior Building, but he wanted to visit the Martial Disciple Building one last time, the third floor. The moment Wang Teng came up, many gazes landed on him. Then the entire room turned quiet for some time before low voices of discussions were heard. Wang Teng, the top scholar of the martial arts exam. I didn't expect a boss to be hiding among us. Zhang Xiaoyang and Peng Hai knew Wang Teng, so they rushed over and started talking to express their astonishment. They were all professional martial arts disciples, but they were still struggling at the advanced stage. They didn't know when they would become martial warriors. Yet Wang Teng had already become the top scholar in the martial arts exam. He was able to choose any of the top universities in the country and would get to enjoy huge amounts of resources in the future. It would just be a matter of time before he became a martial warrior. His future was bright, but theirs were uncertain. Just thinking about this gave them complicated emotions. To be green with envy was not enough to express how they were feeling. Wang Teng chatted with the people he was familiar with for some time. Then they went to practice on their own. At first, they thought that everyone was at the same level. After seeing Wang Teng soaring high in the sky, they didn't want to lag behind too much. Hence, they worked even harder in their training. Also, Wang Teng was still toiling hard even after becoming the top scholar. What reason did they have to relax? Pant! Wang Teng let out a loud breath and then pretended to practice. In reality, he was picking up attribute bubbles. Strength 3, Speed 2, Enlightenment 0.2. Time went away in a flash. Soon it was evening. Wang Teng's enlightenment had finally hit a 100. The enlightenment column changed slowly. Enlightenment, spiritual realm, 0/100. Wang Teng suddenly felt something strange happening in his mind. He felt that his understanding of the various scriptures and battle techniques had improved a lot. He continued looking at his attributes panel. The proficiency of his scriptures and battle techniques suddenly increased by 2 to 3 points in an instant. Scripture, Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 35-100. Earth Lois Skill, Earth Element Shield, Foundation 29-100. Battle Techniques, Basic Battle Techniques, Presence Enlightenment for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork, Stick, Basic Arrow Skill, Foundation, Gun Kung Fu, Foundation 3/10, Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 59-100, Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 31-100. Only his Gun Kung Fu increased by 1 point. It rose from 2 to 3 points. Spiritual Realm, a new realm. Wang Teng was deep in thought. He tried picking up enlightenment attribute bubbles again, but he realized that they had no effects on his spiritual realm enlightenment. Wang Teng left the martial arts academy after achieving his goal. As expected after reaching 100, there were changes to his enlightenment. He wondered what would be the effects if he used his spiritual realm enlightenment to read or understand a new scripture or battle technique. He was a little excited. He was looking forward to his spirit attribute, which was about to touch 100 too. He wanted to reach it as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it now. Wang Teng went back to the Fuhua Villa district. When he reached the entrance, he saw another conspicuous red banner hanging above the gates. Congratulations to our district's resident, Wang Teng, for becoming the top scholar of the martial arts exam. He covered his face uncontrollably.
Why was this thing present everywhere?
Wang Teng didn't know that the news of him becoming the top scholar of the martial arts exam had already spread to every corner of Donghai. Not everyone in the city knew it, however. The families with children in school already viewed him as the child next door and used him to educate their children. Wang Teng probably never expected that one day he would become the child next door. Just as he was prepared to leave in his car, he saw a small figure at the sentry post talking to the guards there. The figure was very strange. Their entire body was covered with clothes and they were wearing a baseball cap. The mask covered their entire face, and all that was left to be seen was a pair of bright and black eyes. They had their hands in the pockets. Looking at the hot weather today, anyone who saw the figure would find it strange. He could faintly hear their conversation. Are you saying that you're here to look for someone? But looking at your sneaky appearance, we can't let you in. The guard frowned and said, I'm looking for Wang Teng. The strange person's voice was extremely recognizable. It was soft and airy. At night, it would sound like a ghost. The top scholar of the martial arts exam, right? Many people are looking for him now. Are we supposed to let everyone in? The guard replied nonchalantly. I know him, said the figure. Everyone who came to find him said the same thing. We don't know who's speaking the truth. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb our work. The guard finally started chasing the person away. Wang Teng drove the car over and lowered the car window. He tried his luck. Chuxia, brother-in-law, the figure said softly. There was a hint of surprise in her tone. She seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief, but it wasn't obvious. Young Master Wang? The guard saw Wang Teng, too. This strange person actually knew Wang Teng, and the person even called him brother-in-law. The guards exchanged glances with one another. One of them said hurriedly, We didn't know. Before he could finish, Wang Teng waved his hand and replied, It's all right. This is your responsibility. The guards felt relieved instantly. They smiled and said, Congratulations on becoming the top scholar for the martial arts exam. Thank you. Wang Teng thanked them and then asked Lin Chuxia, Why did you run out alone? Forget it. Get in the car first. Lin Chuxia sat in the car. The guards let them in immediately. Wang Teng asked as he drove his car into the villa district, Tell me, why did you come? Lin Chuxia furrowed her thin eyebrows and said, I felt that the air around me was getting sticky and uncomfortable again, so I want to find you, I feel more comfortable now. Wang Teng chucked in his heart. Just now, he had already picked up all the attribute bubbles floating around Lin Chuxia. Demon Lotus Poison, Body 10, Poison Force 7. Lin Chuxia looked at Wang Teng with her bright eyes. Wang Teng didn't explain anything. Instead, he asked, Does your sister know that you came to find me? She doesn't, Lin Chuxia said indifferently. Wang Teng instantly felt his head hurt. He took out his phone and dialed Lin Chuhan's number. He passed his phone to her. Here, inform your sister. If not, your mom and sister will be worried. Lin Chuhan was doing some tutoring work to earn more money so that she could return money to Wang Teng as soon as possible. She didn't expect to receive a call from Mother Lin telling her that Lin Chuxia had disappeared. She was so worried that she didn't know what to do. This had happened a few times in the past, but that was when Lin Chuxia was young and didn't understand the situation. As time went by, she slowly accepted fate and stayed at home obediently. So many years had passed, but Lin Chuxia started playing the disappearing act again. Why? There were no signs at all. It was so unpredictable. At this moment, Lin Chuhan's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and picked up the call. However, it wasn't Wang Teng's voice she heard. Hello. Lin Chuhan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she flared up in anger and shouted word by word, Lin Chuhan, do you know how worried Mom and I were? I know. Lin Chuhan felt stuffy in her chest. She almost vomited a mouth of blood. Pant. Never mind, I will not argue with you. Hurry up and come back. Mom is so worried, Lin Chuhan said helplessly. I finally managed to come out. I don't want to go back so early, Lin Chuxia said stubbornly. Don't you understand your own body? Wang Teng signaled Lin Chuxia to pass him the phone when he noticed that they were about to start quarreling. Then he said to Lin Chuhan, Since she's not willing to go back, let her stay with me. I'm fine anyway. How can I trouble you? That stupid brat kept asking me why you didn't come to visit her for a long time. I didn't expect her to run out to find you. I'm so angry. How about this? I'll rush over immediately and bring her back, Lin Chuhan said angrily. I'm preparing to bring her home for a meal. If you want to come, I don't mind. We can gather and have some fun together. Wang Teng winked at Lin Chuxia as he said in a casual tone. Lin Chuhan was speechless. She replied after a long time, You are ganging up to anger me? I'm not going to care about you anymore. She hung up directly, settled. Wang Teng smiled. He said to Lin Chuxia, Let's go and grab something to eat at my house. I will bring you somewhere fun tonight. Do I have to eat at your house? Lin Chuxia felt a little frightened now. Wang Teng parked his car. You're not even afraid of running away from home? Why are you scared of this? We've already arrived. Let's get down. He got out of the car first. Lin Chuxia hesitated for some time before she finally got out of the car. She followed behind him timidly as they walked into the villa. Mom, I have a guest, Wang Teng shouted at the kitchen. Li Shumei ran out immediately. Her gaze landed on Lin Chuxia. This is my table buddy's younger sister. I met her on the way, so she's coming to get some free food, Wang Teng said lightheartedly. Your table buddy's younger sister? Li Shumei's brain spun one round before she understood. Have a seat, have a seat. Why are you wearing so thick in such hot weather? Li Shumei looked at Wang Teng and replied hesitantly, My face is very ugly. Why are young people like you always thinking that you're ugly? I feel that being yourself is the best. Li Xiumei said nonchalantly. Auntie, I'm really ugly. Lin Chuxia tried her best to make herself sound more sincere. It's all right. This is our house. There's no one else around. Hurry up and take off your mask. It's really hot, Li Xiumei said. Lin Chuxia turned around and looked at Wang Teng again. He gave her a look of encouragement. Lin Chuxia gritted her teeth and finally lowered her mask that was covering half of her face. Li Xiumei stopped breathing for a moment. She was shocked. She wanted to rub Lin Chuxia's head to console her. Don't. Lin Chuxia dodged hurriedly. Mom, Chuxia's physique is a little special. Normal people can't touch her. Her face is like this because of her unique physique. However, I have found a cure for it, Wang Teng explained. Special physique? I don't understand this kind of thing, but it's good that you have found a solution. Li Xiumei was enlightened. Have a seat first and eat some fruits. I'll finish the dishes and we can start eating immediately. That night, Lin Chuxia had dinner at Wang Teng's house. When Wang Shengguo returned from his company, he was shocked to find an additional person at home. His reaction was the same as Li Xiumei when he saw Lin Chuxia, but he didn't display any signs of disgust. Instead, he took pity on the young lady. The two adults were so enthusiastic towards Lin Chuxia that she almost couldn't handle them. After dinner, Wang Teng brought Lin Chuxia out and walked around aimlessly. They had fun playing. He wanted to let Lin Chuxia get some fresh air. Lin Chuhan called him a few times, but Wang Teng didn't pick up. When it was almost midnight, Wang Teng brought Lin Chuxia to the Western Suburb Mental Hospital. Lin Chuxia felt a little excited. She found it fun to sneak around like this. Chapter 102, Do You Want My Treasure? Time, 12:12 a.m. Location, a secluded corner of the Western Suburb Mental Hospital. Characters, Wang Teng, Lin Chuxia. It was pitch black around them. The two black shadows squatted in a hidden corner and whispered between themselves. Brother-in-law. I told you to stop calling me brother-in-law. You can just say my name, Brother Teng. Why does it sound so weird? What are you doing? I'm adding some ingredients to the wine to increase the effect. I have a friend inside who loves to drink strong alcohol, Wang Teng said in a serious tone. Are you sure? Lin Chuxia was doubtful. Why will I lie to you? All right, let's go. Wang Teng stood up and brought Lin Chuxia to the entrance of the building. He tilted his body and hid in the darkness. Meow like a cat, he said to Lin Chuxia. Lin Chuxia was stunned. Wang Teng urged her again before she meowed twice unwillingly. Wang Teng's hair stood up when he heard her voice. This young lady's voice is so chilly, he thought to himself, silently. At the same time, footsteps were heard inside the building, getting closer and closer. Wang Teng repeated what he did in the past, and karate chopped the staff who was attracted by the noise. Lin Chuxia widened her eyes in shock. The staff this time was different from the one before. The staff in front of her was a tall and fat middle-aged woman. The nurse attire seemed extremely tight on her, and she looked strong and buff. I don't think we can wear her clothes. Wang Teng touched his chin and murmured to himself. Forget it. I'll take a look at their changing room later. Then Wang Teng dragged the tall female nurse to a corner outside and hid her. He brought Lin Chuhan to the changing room while evading the cameras. They found two staff uniforms and changed into them. Then they wore their masks and walked up the stairs. Lin Chuxia found everything interesting and new. She sized up her surroundings with her bright and big eyes. The happiness inside her gaze was apparent. She hadn't come out to play ever since she was young, much less experiencing such exciting things, even though they seemed to be doing something bad. Wang Teng led her all the way up to the third floor. He found the room that the curly-haired man was in and peeked through the window. The light was on. The man with curly hair was staring into space at the side of his bed. Crack. Wang Teng took out his keys and opened the door. The other party raised his head and asked, Who are you? Don't you recognize me? Wang Teng took off his mask and revealed his face. Why do I have to know you? The man with curly hair looked at him curiously, as though he didn't recognize Wang Teng. Lin Chuxia looked at the two of them curiously. Wang Teng was slightly stunned. Why was he arguing with a mental patient? He shook his head hurriedly and raised the thing in his hand. He said, It doesn't matter if you recognize me or not. I brought good alcohol and cigarettes. Do you want them? The man's eyes lit up. He sprung up from his bed and replied, Yes, yes, yes. Give it to me quickly. Catch Wang Teng's gaze shifted slightly and he threw the wine to the other party. The man with curly hair caught the bottle. His actions were extremely smooth. He caught the alcohol bottle, twisted the cap, and opened it in one motion. Gulp, gulp. He raised his head and gulped the alcohol down his throat. Ha ha, refreshing. I haven't drunk alcohol in a long time, the man with curly hair exclaimed. Then he asked, Where's the cigarette? Didn't you say that you brought a cigarette? Oh, take it. Wang Teng took a box of squashed cigarettes from his pocket and a 1 RMB lighter. He threw them at the man. The man with curly hair caught the items and lit up a cigarette excitedly. He started smoking. Wang Teng took the chance to pick up the scattered attribute bubbles on the ground. Spirit, Vol. 0.5. Spirit, 0.2. Spirit, 0.2. Gun Kung Fu, 1. Huh? Gun Kung Fu. 1 point of Gun Kung Fu. Wang Teng was stunned. The attributes in front were all spirit attributes. This was within his expectations, so he didn't find it shocking. But he didn't expect a Gun Kung Fu attribute to pop out without any warning. How did it drop? He was puzzled, but he was thrilled at the same time. This man was indeed the god of guns. Gun Kung Fu, Foundation 4/10. His Gun Kung Fu jumped from 3 to 4 points. Wang Teng felt that his Gun Kung Fu had become more skilled. I wonder what's the power of this Gun Kung Fu if I execute it now? Wang Teng thought to himself, is this man some hidden master? Lin Chuxia moved to Wang Teng's side and whispered after she sized up the man with curly hair. How do you know? Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and asked her back softly. I saw him catching the bottle just now. A normal person won't be able to do that, Lin Chuhan replied. It's said that he's the god of guns, Wang Teng said in a mysterious tone. He didn't hide the information from her. Really? Lin Chuxia's eyes were wide open. She felt a little excited in her heart. It was as though she had discovered some huge secret, of course. Why would I lie? Wang Teng continued. However, he never displayed his skills before, so I don't know if it's true. Although he had gotten Gun Kung Fu attributes from this man and could almost confirm that he was the god of guns, he couldn't use this as an explanation. Why are the two of you whispering secretly? The man's voice suddenly came from the side. Oh, we were talking about your hairstyle. We think that it's very handsome, Wang Teng spouted nonsense. At the same time, he winked at Lin Chuxia and asked, Right, of course it's really handsome. Lin Chuxia nodded her head furiously in cooperation. The man with curly hair also nodded in satisfaction. You have good taste? He thought for a moment before walking to the side of the table. He took out a USB and walked over, then he passed it to Lin Chuxia. This is for you. What you want is inside. The USB looked familiar. His words were familiar, too. Are you a distributor? Wang Teng stared at the scene in front of him absent-mindedly. Suddenly he felt ridiculous. Was it all right for him to practice Gun Kung Fu? As for you, the man returned to the table and took out a pen and a piece of paper. He started drawing illegibly on it. An abstract and simple line drawing appeared on the paper. Do you want my treasure? If you want, search for it using this map. I hid everything here. The man with curly hair waved the piece of paper in his hand. His tone was passionate and enthusiastic, as though he was holding a talk in front of thousands of people. Wang Teng, do you think I will believe you? You don't want it? The man with curly hair asked awkwardly when he noticed that Wang Teng wasn't giving any reaction. Ha ha. Wang Teng smiled forcefully. Never mind looking at your expression. You must be shy. I'll give it to you reluctantly. It's getting late. Hurry up and leave. The man with curly hair stuffed the piece of white paper in Wang Teng's pocket before he could refuse. He chased the two people out of the room and closed the door with a bang. Wang Teng was speechless. Pff, pff. Lin Chuxia burst out laughing when she saw his frustrated but helpless expression. Chapter 103, Spiritual Power. Wang Teng glared at Lin Chuxia, who was laughing. Then he took out the piece of paper that was crumpled into a ball from his pocket. After he spread the paper out, he noticed that the drawing on it really looked illegible. Just as he was about to throw it away, Lin Chuxia made a soft sound. What is it? Did you see something? Wang Teng couldn't help but ask. It really looks like a map? Lin Chuxia frowned as she looked at the drawing on the paper. Wang Teng hurriedly looked at the drawing again. After some time, he asked Lin Chuhan awkwardly, why can't I see anything? Lin Chuxia rolled her eyes. She turned the paper around and said, You're holding it wrongly.
Wang Teng.
He laughed awkwardly and looked at the paper again. His expression turned serious. It really looks like a map now, but where is this place? I have no idea. Let's put it aside. We can research online, Lin Chuxia suggested. Wang Teng nodded. He folded the piece of paper and placed it in his pocket carefully. His attitude was completely different from before. Lin Chuxia found it a little hilarious as she looked at him. Are we going back now? We're not in a hurry. Wang Teng sniggered. He signaled Lin Chuxia to lean close to the door and listen to the situation inside the room carefully. What did you put in his alcohol? Lin Chuxia suddenly thought of something and asked. A little laxative, Wang Teng smiled and replied, That fellow fooled me in the past, so I'm paying him back, narrow-minded. Lin Chuxia was speechless. Also, how is that just a little laxative? Wang Teng chuckled. The duo had to wait for a while before the man with curly hair finished the entire bottle of alcohol. Suddenly, his stomach started churning. His expression changed immediately. What is happening? My stomach. The reaction was extreme. He rushed to the bathroom hurriedly. Fortunately, this room was quite high class, so there was a private bathroom. After some time, the man with curly hair walked out of the bathroom. He seemed a little weak. However, very soon, he clutched his stomach and dashed into the bathroom again. When he came out the second time, his legs were trembling. After that, he visited the bathroom a few more times. When he finally came out, he held the wall with a pale face. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Wang Teng controlled his laughter and waved his hand to ask Lin Chuxia to leave. Lin Chuxia couldn't hold back her smile. She had a new understanding of Wang Teng's sense of humor. I didn't know that you're someone like this. That fellow harmed me so badly last time. He gave you a USB too, right? You will know after you go back and take a look, Wang Teng replied. He was confident that this USB was the same as the one he gave him. At that time, Lin Chuxia would definitely get a shock. What on earth is it? Lin Chuxia asked curiously. I can't tell you. You will only know after you go back and take a look. Wang Teng spoke in a mysterious tone. Lin Chuxia rolled her eyes. She stopped asking, but she was already on her guard. A few minutes later, the two of them came out from the mental hospital. Wang Teng brought Lin Chuxia around the mental hospital one more time and finally managed to push his spirit to 100. Spirit, spiritual realm 0/100. His spirit attribute underwent some changes. Spiritual realm. It was the same as his enlightenment attribute. They were both in the spiritual realm. It was an entirely new realm. Wang Teng drove his car and sent Lin Chuxia home. Lin Chuhan had called him many times, but he didn't answer. However, he did send a message to her. He told her when he would be sending Lin Chuxia home, although Lin Chuhan was worried she couldn't do anything. She wasn't worried that Wang Teng would do something to Lin Chuxia. After all, he was a rich second generation who had seen all kinds of beauties before. Why would he lay his eyes on Lin Chuxia? If she wasn't part of her family, she would be frightened by Lin Chuxia's face, too. She was worried that Lin Chuxia would learn bad things after Wang Teng brought her out to play in the middle of the night. It was already very late. Lin Chuhan waited at home. Suddenly, the honking of a car was heard outside. She ran out hurriedly. As expected, she saw Wang Teng and Lin Chuxia standing beside the car. Lin Chuhan walked over angrily and pinched Lin Chuxia's ears. You're getting bold. How dare you run away from home? I didn't run away. I just went out for a walk. Lin Chuxia tilted her head uncontrollably because her ear was pinched, but the expression on her face was calm. I'll take care of you later. Lin Chuhan snorted and then glared at Wang Teng. You know her condition? Why are you bringing her around in the middle of the night? What if something happened? She should go out and walk more. She shouldn't stay locked up at home all the time. Also, with me around, what can happen? Wang Teng said nonchalantly. I'm worried because you're around, said Lin Chuhan. Oh, Wang Teng. Lin Chuxia laughed secretly at his plight. I got scolded by your sister because I brought you out to play. Yet you're still laughing at me. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. I can offend the two of you. I'm leaving. He climbed into his car as he spoke and turned the steering wheel. Then he waved at the two sisters and drove his car away. Sister, why are you so fierce? You will scare him away, joked Lin Chuxia. So what if I scare him away? What does that have to do with me? Lin Chuhan said stubbornly, Don't try to play dumb. I must teach you a lesson properly tonight. Let's see if you dare to run out again in the future. Tell me, where did you go? Lin Chuhan turned angry from embarrassment. She stretched out her hand and wanted to grab Lin Chuxia's ears. I'm not telling you. Lin Chuxia dodged quickly and ran up the stairs. Wang Teng didn't know about the battle between the two sisters. When he reached home, he locked himself in his room and took a deep breath. He scanned his bedroom. Let's try using something light. Wang Teng's gaze landed on a cup on the study table. He focused on the cup. An invisible power instantly flowed out of his mind. It penetrated his forehead and connected with the cup. The water in the cup seemed to be controlled by something. It started floating slightly. Then the water rose from the cup without anything holding it. The invisible force controlling the water couldn't be seen by the naked eye. However, Wang Teng could sense it clearly. He was able to control it with his mind. It was like his third hand. Also, this hand couldn't be seen and couldn't be touched. Wang Teng moved his thoughts and the water started changing shape under the control of the invisible force. This is amazing. Is this a derivative after my spirit reached the spiritual realm? Psychokinesis? Spiritual power? What is it? Wang Teng was confused. He even found it a little beyond comprehension. However, a bright smile appeared at the corner of his lips. His heart started pounding faster, and he felt excited and exhilarated. He had been anticipating the changes that would take place after his spirit attribute reached 100. He didn't expect it to be such a huge surprise. Chapter 104, Riding on the Sword. If I use this invisible force as a form of offensive attack, Wang Teng started pondering as he controlled the ball of water in the air. Suddenly, he had an idea. He stared at the water intently. The invisible force kept shrinking as the water started congregating. It was getting smaller and smaller in size. Finally, when the water was reduced to 1/3 of its original size, it couldn't shrink anymore. Wang Teng changed his thoughts and compressed the water into the size of a thorn. Its tip was extremely sharp. Go. The invisible force became a push force. The thorn made of water shot out at high speed. It pierced forcefully into the wall. Wang Teng walked over to take a look. A hole had appeared on the wall. Almost half of the water thorn was submerged in the wall. The water wasn't controlled by the invisible force anymore, so it scattered and flowed down. Besides water stains, no traces were left on the wall. Wang Teng stared dumbfounded at the hole in the wall. He really wanted to laugh out loud, but fortunately he managed to control himself in time. If not, he would have definitely woken his parents up. Even so, the excitement in his eyes could be seen clearly. His eyes were glittering, powerful, extremely powerful. This was just a normal stream of water, but under the control of the invisible force, it was able to display such strength. What if I change it to force? I can compress force and then shoot it out at high speed. How powerful would that be? I can even use special weapons. The power would be unimaginable. Wang Teng took a few deep breaths. He wanted to test the potential strength of his invisible force, but his house wasn't a suitable place. That hit just now was enough to leave a hole in the wall. If he used force, he would probably tear his house down. This was something only an idiot would do. He wasn't an idiot, but I can test its maximum limit. He prepared his mind and glanced around his room. All the chairs, tables, cupboards, and even the bed started floating in the air. In that instant, all the heavy objects that he could get hold of in the room were flying in mid-air under the control of his invisible force. They floated as though there was no gravity. This is simple. I can't see the maximum limit. Wang Teng shook his head. He controlled all the items and placed them back at their original spot. A few seconds later, the room looked the same again. It was as if nothing had happened. He thought for a moment and jumped down the window with his weapon carrier casket on his back. He left his house and came to a small and empty forest in his district. He looked around him. There was no one. The security guards rarely came here. Wang Teng activated the runes on the weapon carrier casket and took out his battle sword. He threw it into the air, and his invisible force surged out. Under the control of his invisible force, the battle sword started flying around Wang Teng's figure. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The battle sword started flying faster and faster. The sound of it breaking the air could be heard very soon. Only the lingering shadows of the sword could be seen. He controlled his battle sword and flung it towards a huge tree. The tree trunk, which was huge enough for a person to hug it, got pierced by the battle sword directly. Impressive. It's cleaner and sharper than an attack from a martial warrior. The penetrating power is astonishing. Wang Teng analyzed the situation in his heart. Then he stretched out his hand, and the battle sword flew back slowly. Just as he was about to keep it, he had a new idea. The battle sword turned and landed beside his feet. Wang Teng stood on it. Under the control of the invisible force, the battle sword rose up while shaking. It flew in the air slowly. Is this considered riding on the sword? Wang Teng couldn't help but smile. After flying for 2 rounds and slowly getting used to it, he wanted to pick up the speed. Suddenly, a stinging pain was felt in his head. The battle sword started falling uncontrollably. Wang Teng fell from the sky. Fortunately, he reacted in time and twisted his body while bearing the pain in his head. He landed on the ground. That was dangerous. He heaved a sigh of relief. He rubbed his head and muttered to himself, "Is that the limit? But I didn't expect myself to last this long. This is surprising." Wang Teng kept his fallen battle sword into his weapon carrier casket as he thought about this. Then he carried it and went home. I want to try controlling force with the invisible force, but I went a little overboard. I can only wait for the next time. He gave a forced smile riding on a sword. This was a scene that would only appear in fantasy novels and dramas, yet he was able to experience it. It felt quite good. A silent night. The following day, Wang Teng went down for breakfast with 2 eye bags under his eyes. Today was University Application Day. Wang Shengguo ate his breakfast and reminded Wang Teng, I think you know what school you want to get into. Your mom and I won't interfere in your decision. Whether you choose to apply to the first university or stay in Donghai, we will support you. I understand, Dad. Wang Teng nodded. Then he continued, I also want to see what good news the different universities will bring to me today. You will have to consider that personally. You can handle the 3 principals from the top 3 martial arts academies, so those admission teachers shouldn't give you any problem. Wang Shengguo smiled and replied, I have the initiative. There won't be any huge problems. Wang Teng finished his breakfast and went out. He drove his car to Donghai No. 1 High School. A banner was hung above the gates of Donghai No. 1 High School. Congratulations to Wang Teng from Class 8 for gloriously becoming the top scholar of the Donghai martial arts exam. The standard of this banner was much higher than the banners outside the martial arts academy and his district. Look, gloriously becoming. Become your head. Why are there big red banners everywhere? Wang Teng didn't know what to make of it anymore. He came to the Class 8 classroom. Classroom was extremely noisy. When Wang Teng walked in, it turned silent in an instant. The boss is here. Let me bow to you. Boss, you're amazing. They were talking about Wang Teng a moment ago, and now the man was here. All the students were excited. They gathered around Wang Teng, whether or not they were familiar with him in the past, and greeted him enthusiastically. The top scholar. A top scholar actually appeared from their class. Also, he was the top scholar in the martial arts exam. Just thinking about it made them feel honored. In the martial arts era, the title of the top student of the martial arts exam weighed more than the top student of the normal university entrance exam. In the future, they might have an influential figure who came from their class. Wang Teng couldn't handle this enthusiasm. Wang Teng. At this moment, their head teacher Fan Weiming's voice was heard outside the door.
Teacher, are you looking for me?
Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief and ran out of the room hurriedly. The admission officers from a few top universities want to talk to you. Follow me, Fan Weiming said. Okay, let's leave now. Wang Teng nodded hurriedly. Ha ha ha, you must have been frightened by your classmates. Fan Weiming laughed. They're so scary. Wang Teng gave a bitter smile. Who asked you to score so well? You are the top scholar for the martial arts exam. I didn't expect a top scholar for the martial arts exam to appear in my class. This is something I won't even dare to dream of in the past, Fan Weiming lamented. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Asked Wang Teng, Fan Weiming. Naughty. As the two of them chatted, they arrived at the principal's office. The admission officers that were making small talk with the principal stood up one by one and looked at Wang Teng with bright smiles.
Chapter 105. 5 top universities. The principal's office wasn't big. It even seemed a little simple and plain. There was a sofa and a coffee table opposite the office desk. Principal Yu was personally making tea. The admission officers from the different schools sat down along with Wang Teng. It's my honor that you've all come personally. I'm overwhelmed, said Wang Teng. Talented people always have some special privileges.
You are one of them, a fat middle-aged man complimented Wang Teng without holding back. He smiled and continued. Let me introduce myself. I'm the admission teacher from Donghai Military Academy. You can call me Mr. Qian. Another teacher at the side noticed that Mr. Qian took the initiative. So he said hurriedly, Wang Teng, I'm the admission teacher from Donghai University. You can call me Mr. Li, the first university. You can call me Mr. Huang. The teacher from the first university was a man around 30 years old. He was a little distant, with a hint of arrogance in his voice. I come from the Capital Military Academy. My surname is Zhou. I'm from Jinlin University. You can call me Ms. Jia. Ms. Jia was the only female among all the teachers. She wasn't stunning. She looked ordinary, but she had an elegant and mature aura. Her voice was soft and gentle, as though a warm breeze just blew past your face. Only the teachers from these 5 universities came today, but these 5 universities were the best in the entire country. The other universities felt that they were unable to beat them, so they chose not to come. As long as Wang Teng wasn't stupid, he wouldn't give up the top universities and choose their second-rated universities. At this moment, Mr. Huang from the first university opened his mouth calmly. Wang Teng, you should have heard of the first university before, right? We have the most abundant teaching resources in the entire country. Our teachers are all at least 4-star soldier-level martial warriors. Most of our school leaders are 6-star soldier-level martial warriors too. We can give you ample guidance whether you have questions with your daily cultivation or difficulties when breaking through your level. Next, let's talk about resources. You won't be able to imagine the resources you can enjoy at our school: scriptures, battle techniques, Dan pills, energy stones, etc. We can provide the best of everything. I'm not looking down on other schools, but they are weaker than us in this area. Also, we have many outstanding alumni. Some are businessmen, while others have entered the political world. Some went to the military too. As long as you come to the First University, these seniors will be your invisible network. Everyone needs to rely on themselves, but with them standing behind you, it will save you a lot of trouble. Our principal is an 11-star general stage martial warrior. He's a respectable and powerful person in the education world. He's renowned worldwide. Before I came, he told me that I must bring you to him. He really wants to meet you. Come to the First University. If you don't, you will definitely regret it.
When they heard the entire speech, the teachers from the other 4 schools had a change of expression. Even the elder sitting at the top of the education world in the north had taken notice of Wang Teng. Wang Teng, the teachers and resources that Jinlin University has, is on par with the First University. We have many outstanding alumni too. In fact, we are not worse than them. Our principal is similarly an 11-star general stage martial warrior, and he has a huge say in the South.
Donghai is also in the south. Jinlin University is more suitable for you, the admission teacher from Jinlin University said quickly. However, her words were less powerful as compared to the First University. Even the principal of the First University was aware of Wang Teng. It meant that he had high hopes for him. Once Wang Teng entered the First University, he would be their key student. Wang Teng. Let's not talk about anything else. Our Donghai is an important business city. Donghai University's resources are on par with any other university. Our teachers are competent too. We have 5-star, 6-star, and 7-star soldier-level martial warriors. We have as many of them as you want. Mr. Li from Donghai University sounded like a wealthy man. Then he chuckled and continued. As for our principal, he is an 11-star general stage martial warrior. He has talked about you many times in front of me. If he didn't have something to attend to, he would probably have come here personally and snatched you over. He will never allow you to run away. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. Oh my God, 3 11-star general stage martial warriors appeared in an instant. The pressure on him was enormous. At this moment, only the teachers from the 2 military academies hadn't spoken. They couldn't help but glance at each other, tit for tat. Mr. Ken from Donghai Military Academy continued to smile as he said calmly, "Actually, the quality and quantity of resources and teachers of our schools are all similar. There's not much difference. Even if there is, its effects won't be significant. Wang Teng, I've seen videos of your actual combat assessment. You are very strong. Come to the military academy. This is where you can develop your ability. We are forming a troop in the Xingwu Continent. As long as you perform well in the academy, you will be given a military rank and will be able to go to the Xingwu Continent to fight and command your own troops. The greatest worth of martial warriors can only be displayed on the battlefield. The Xingwu Continent is undoubtedly a vast battlefield. From a certain perspective, martial warriors are soldiers. Our martial warriors are always fighting. A soldier that doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier, and only a military academy can satisfy this requirement. Also, the higher authorities have discussed and agreed that once you enter our Donghai Military Academy, you will immediately be given the rank of a sergeant. The 3 admission teachers from Jinlin, Donghai, and even the First University had a change in their expressions. You're shameless. You're actually using the military rank to attract Wang Teng." You can do it too," Mr. Chin smiled and replied innocently. "That's right, you can do it too if you can." Mr. Zhou from the Capital Military Academy nodded. Then he said to Wang Teng, "Our Capital Military Academy offers the same conditions. However, as compared to Donghai Military Academy, we have another advantage." He paused and glanced at Mr. Chin proudly before saying, "One of our outstanding alumni, General Lei Yao, is in charge of the Crimson Tiger Troop in Xingwu Continent. The Crimson Tiger Troop has been around for 10 years and is a mature army. If you're good, we can ensure that you will join them and have a steady progression in the future. You will make a name for yourself." Mr. Zhou spoke firmly and enthusiastically. His words were highly persuasive. The other teachers turned silent. They had high hopes for Wang Teng, so they came personally to try their best and get him into their schools. However, the importance the schools placed in Wang Teng got higher each time one of them spoke, and the conditions they gave were getting more and more enticing. Wang Teng, a few alumni from our Donghai Military Academy are forming the Black Falcon Troop too. They have just been formed, so there are many difficulties along the way, but it also means that there will be more opportunities for you. On the other hand, Crimson Tiger is already matured.
The generals inside are at their prime age. Even if you're able to achieve a high rank in the future, there's a limit to it, said Mr. Chen. Can you give Wang Teng a general position in your Black Falcon troop? I think that you're just painting an illusion for Wang Teng, Mr. Zhou said with disdain. Chapter 106. Many years later, before Wang Teng made his decision, the teachers from the 5 universities started quarreling among themselves. Principal Yu smiled as he watched from the side. He felt extremely delighted. He had been a principal for many years. Talents did appear in his school before, but this was the first time the top universities in the country had come to snatch a student. Fan Wang squatted at a corner. He was astounded. These admission teachers came from all the top universities in the country, yet they were quarreling over a student. Was Wang Teng's potential so huge? Cough, cough. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He said, "Teachers, stop quarreling. I have some questions to ask." "Go ahead." The 5 teachers replied almost simultaneously. Wang Teng felt a little scared as 5 pairs of eyes stared at him. He asked cautiously, "Mr. Chin, Mr. Zhou, I heard that military academies have strong restrictions regarding a student's freedom." The 2 teachers exchanged glances with each other and nodded. "We are grooming talents for the military, so we are stricter. You need to follow our schedules and our rules. Once you break them, you will be punished." However, they didn't hide this point. They couldn't hide it forever anyway, but there was a turning point. However, freedom is relative. It's just like the financial freedom we always talk about with money. You can have financial freedom. Similarly, with power, you can have freedom too. In the martial arts era, you will get a certain amount of freedom no matter where you go, as long as you have the ability. Rules are always used to restrain the weak. If you're strong enough, you will be able to break the rules of the military academies. The past talented students were all like this. It all depends if you have the ability or not. "Teacher, you're just spurring me on." Wang Teng smiled bitterly. A sly smile appeared on Mr. Chin's face. However, he didn't reply to Wang Teng. Wang Teng looked at the other 3 teachers from non-military academies. He said sincerely, "Thank you for having high hopes for me. However, I think that I've already made my decision." The 3 teachers smiled forcefully. "You're not going to reconsider?" Wang Teng shook his head. The 3 teachers stopped speaking. Everyone had their own path. They had to make their own decisions and choose how they wanted to walk. Wang Teng stood up and said to the teachers from Capital Military Academy and Donghai Military Academy, "Teachers, I will go and fill in my application now." Then he walked out of the principal's office. At first, Mr. Chin and Mr. Zhou were elated, but when they saw Wang Teng keeping them in suspense, they were caught between laughter and tears. They felt extremely agitated. It was as though a cat was tickling their hearts. They didn't know which school Wang Teng would choose. Principal Yu looked at Fan Wang. Fan Wang quickly followed Wang Teng out of the office. Wang Teng was the treasurer of Donghai No. 1 High School now. Although he could choose the school he wanted personally, it was still better to have someone supervising his application process in case some mistakes or accidents happened. Wang Teng filled in his application form under the supervision of Fan Wang. Then he went back to class. "Wang Teng, which university did you apply for?" Lin Chuhan couldn't help but whisper to Wang Teng when she saw him sitting down beside her. "Oh, are you not angry at me anymore?" Wang Teng teased her. "Are you going to tell me?" Lin Chuhan glared at him. All right, I'll tell you. I applied for Donghai Military Academy," Wang Teng said helplessly. "You shouldn't provoke a woman." Donghai Military Academy. Lin Chuhan was shocked. She didn't expect Wang Teng to apply for a military academy. Yang Jian, who was in front of them, turned around. "Wang Teng, you applied for a military academy? I thought that you would go to the first university." Whether it's the first university or Donghai Military Academy, their quality of resources and teachers are around the same. "Entering the military academy is the path most suitable for me," Wang Teng replied. "Sigh, why do I think that you're boasting when I hear this?" Yang Jian sighed. "Get out!" Wang Teng laughed and scolded him. Then he asked, "Which university did you apply for?" "Donghai Normal University," Yang Jian replied. "I don't want to go overseas. With my results, this is the only university I can choose." Wang Teng nodded. He noticed that Lin Chuhan's application form was still empty, so he asked, "Lin Chuhan, what about you? Which university do you plan to apply for?" Lin Chuhan frowned and hesitated before she said, "I want to apply for Donghai University." "Donghai University." Wang Teng looked at her and asked, "I remember that the cutoff point for Donghai University's actual combat assessment is 85. Didn't you get 80? Also, you need to be an advanced stage martial disciple. Did you read the criteria properly? There's the lowest intake requirement at the end." Lin Chuhan said. As long as all your general papers are above 135 and your actual combat assessment is above 80, they might admit you on a case-by-case basis, even if you're an intermediate stage martial disciple. However, it's still a little dangerous. That's why I plan to put Donghai Technology University as my second choice. Even if I can't get into Donghai University, I will be able to get into the Technology University without any issues. Won't you regret it? Actually, with your results, if you took the normal university entrance exam, you could have entered Donghai University easily, Wang Teng said. What's there to regret? You know my family's condition. What's the use of saying all these? Lin Chuhan replied. All right, it's good that you're applying for Donghai's universities. At least we're all in Donghai, Wang Teng said. Yes. Lin Chuhan nodded. However, there was a hint of sorrow in her heart. Departures were always sad. Young Master Wang, after you graduate from the military academy and become a boss, you mustn't forget your old classmates. Yang Jian smiled and said, All right, Boss Wang Teng will take care of you. Wang Teng smiled outside the classroom. The head teachers of all the Year 3 classes were gathered there. They were casually talking about this year's university entrance exam results. Without a doubt, Class 8 was the biggest winner in this university entrance exam. The top scholar of the martial arts exam came from their class, and 5 other students had managed to get into the martial arts course of other universities. Mind you, based on their prediction, they felt that only the 5 advanced stage martial disciples in Donghai know. One high school had chances of getting into the martial arts course. Now, the number of students from Class 8 who got into the martial arts course had already exceeded their prediction. No gifted martial disciples had appeared in the other classes, but on average there were 2 to 3 students from each class who managed to get into the course. The classes where the advanced stage martial disciples were in were higher on the list. However, one of the head teachers was frustrated.
Li Rongcheng didn't pass this year. He will be repeating his year, he said. Li Rongcheng? Isn't he an advanced stage martial disciple? How did he fail? The other teachers were shocked. Who knows, I heard, that an accident happened during the actual combat assessment, but no one told me the details. Li Rongcheng's head teacher shook his head. What a pity, the other teachers expressed their sympathy. Fan Weiming managed to gain some admiration from the other teachers. He returned to his class extremely proudly. He stood on the podium and looked at the students below him. Suddenly, he felt a little emotional. He was sending another batch off again. 3 years was like a cycle. These children were finally flying to their different worlds. He could only accompany them up to here. He would not be participating in their future endeavors. He might only hear news about them many years later. Chapter 107, Enrollment and Meeting. In the morning, everyone finished filling in the application form. They just needed to wait for the notification now. Fortunately, in this era, the results would come out really quickly. They would be able to know if they got accepted 3 days later. It wasn't like his past life where they had to wait for more than 10 days before getting their results. It was so agitating. They would be parting soon after their graduation. Hence, the students discussed for a moment and decided to go out and have some fun. A gathering. How could there be no gatherings during graduation? Many male students were waiting for this chance to confess to the female student they liked for a long time. Everyone decided on a time. They planned to go to the karaoke place after dinner tonight. Of course, the head teacher and the other teachers were called too, at night. At a hotel near the school, everyone chipped in. There were more than 50 people from the class. Including the teachers, they took up 6 entire tables. There were beers and even baijiu on the table. The university entrance exam was over, and the turning point of their lives was right in front of them. Tonight, everyone could finally indulge for once. Drink? They must drink. Everyone, male or female, poured themselves some alcohol. Those that couldn't drink didn't want to make a fool of themselves in front of their classmates either. It was as if you matured only if you drank alcohol. Wang Teng was sandwiched between his classmates and teachers. Suddenly, he felt a little absent-minded, as though he wasn't part of this celebration. He was like the black and white figure in a colorful painting or a stain on a white canvas. What's the matter? A familiar voice pulled him back to reality. He turned and saw Lin Chuhan's beautiful face. Smiling slightly, Wang Teng replied, Nothing. Come, let's have a drink. He raised the wine glass in his hand and looked at her. Clang! Lin Chuhan lifted her glass and touched his lightly. She took a sip of the alcohol and whispered, Hope you will have a bright future ahead. You too. Wang Teng finished his drink in one gulp. My past life, my current life, which is real and which is fake. Maybe that's not important anymore. I should just treasure what I have now. As the top scorer in his class and a black horse as well, Wang Teng naturally became the person everyone wanted to offer a toast to. That was what they said. Actually, though, they planned to make him drunk.
Their results were nothing compared to his, so they could only gain some face back in this manner. Drink! If he didn't drink, he wasn't giving them face. Wang Teng decided to let go this time. Since everyone was happy, he ought to have fun drinking too. Unfortunately, all of them ended up getting dizzy and drunk, even though they were the ones who wanted to make Wang Teng drunk. They even went to the bathroom multiple times. Little brats, do you think you have the ability to make a martial warrior drunk? Wang Teng sniggered secretly. Once his classmates beat a retreat as though they had seen a ghost, Wang Teng offered a toast to all his teachers. After this meal, the teachers wouldn't join them anymore. The students were all in high spirits, so they went to the KTV together and opened a private room. They sang their lungs out. 10 Years, a Chinese song. King of KTV, a Chinese song. Wang Teng was filled with emotions as he listened to the familiar old songs. In the past, he was always busy practicing martial arts, picking up attributes, so he didn't have the time to enjoy the different entertainments. Lu Qian, I like you. A loud voice suddenly sounded in the room. Everyone turned quiet. Wang Teng was shocked too. Damn it, I was just getting emotional. Why did you suddenly do this? I know that you like her, but why do you have to shout so loudly? Are you afraid that other people won't know about your feelings? But I'm quite envious, the lady that got confessed to blushed in embarrassment. However, she was looking at the young man happily. Oh, everyone kicked up a fuss when they saw the two people's expressions. Lu Qian, I like you too. Someone followed and shouted, Get out! The young man who had confessed earlier laughed and scolded in a joking manner. Lu Qian, I've liked you for a long time. This love song, a Chinese song, is my gift for you. The music sounded thereafter. The young man started singing. His voice was filled with deep love and emotions. Everyone turned silent as they listened to his song. Some were envious, while others were emotional. Some admired his courage and were envious that he had someone he could confess to. They lamented at how fast time passed and how some relationships were gone forever. The student left very late at night. They went crazy, they were noisy, and they cried. This was a night destined to be remembered. Many years later, when they recalled this night, some people might not be able to forget it, while others would just smile and move on. Who knew what the future held? Wang Teng sent Lin Chuhan home. He parked his car at the side. The road leading to Lin Chuhan's house was a little narrow, so his car couldn't go in. They had to walk for some distance. Why don't you accompany me for a walk? Asked Lin Chuhan. Lin Chuhan and Wang Teng walked into the small alley. Their surroundings were quiet, and only their footsteps accompanied them. The road lamps gave off an orange light, casting a long shadow behind them. The shadows started to merge gradually. The road wasn't very long. After some time, they finished walking. Wang Teng sent Lin Chuhan to the entrance of her house. I'm going back now, he said. Okay. Lin Chuhan nodded her head gently. Wang Teng remained silent for a moment. Eventually, he didn't say anything. He just turned around and left. After taking a few steps, Lin Chuhan's voice was heard again. Hey, if I get into Donghai University, will you come and see me? Wang Teng turned around and glanced at Lin Chuhan. Her face was covered by the shadows of the house behind her. He couldn't see her expression. I'll visit you if I'm free. He waved his hand and left in huge strides. 3 days later, Wang Teng received the enrollment letter from Donghai Military Academy. Indeed, they replied really quickly. Although it was certain that Wang Teng would be accepted, Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei only felt relieved once they had the admission letter in their hands. The two adults looked at the letter for a long time. They couldn't hide the smile on their faces. Tisk, a military academy, my son is so outstanding, Wang Shengguo clicked his tongue and said happily. He's my son too, Li Shumei said proudly. Yes, he's our son. Quick, let's give a call to our fathers to inform them, Li Shumei said hurriedly. Wang Shengguo slapped his forehead and picked up his phone, which was on the table. He gave his father a call and told him the good news. The two grandfathers laughed happily. They kept praising Wang Teng. Their grandson was amazing. Surprisingly, the two grandfathers had the same thought. They said that they wanted to organize a graduation banquet for Wang Teng when he was free. However, Wang Teng felt that these two old kids just wanted to flaunt in front of their friends. Still, considering that he had to head to Xingwu Continent soon and needed to make preparations for the trip, he decided to hold the banquet just before his university started. The two grandfathers agreed with him naturally. They spoke a few more words and hung up. Then Wang Teng received Lin Chuhan's message. She got in. Donghai University. She finally got into Donghai University, and it was even the martial arts course. Wang Teng felt happy for her. Donghai Technology University was at least 2 levels lower than Donghai University. Entering Donghai University would affect Lin Chuhan's future greatly. At night, Fu Tiandao called and asked Wang Teng to come to the Martial Arts Academy, Jixin Martial House. This time, Wang Teng went directly to the Martial Warrior building. He saw Fu Tiandao, who had been waiting here since a long time ago, as well as 5 other new faces. From afar, he could feel a powerful and fierce aura surging towards him. Chapter 108. Tiger Warrior Team. There were no other martial warriors in the training lobby of the Martial Warrior building. Only Fu Tiandao and the 5 people were present. The 5 figures stood lazily beside Fu Tiandao. Even so, their presence could not be ignored. Wang Teng was slightly astonished when he felt the aura these people were releasing. Principal. He walked over and greeted him. Hi. Fu Tiandao nodded and smiled. You came pretty quickly. Come, let me introduce them to you. They are the Tiger Warrior Martial Warrior Team. This is an outstanding team I picked out from more than 10 teams. They are experienced in field operations and actual combat. Also, all the team members are 3-star soldier-level martial warriors. Their team leader is a 3-star peak-level martial warrior. He's only a step away from breaking into the 4-star level. If you follow them to Xingwu Continent, your safety can be guaranteed. After he finished speaking, he said to the muscular young man among the 5 people, Lin Zhan, this is the top scholar of the martial arts exam this year, the person I've been telling you about, Wang Teng. He will be following you in the future. The muscular young man nodded and stepped forward. He raised his hand and said, Hello, I'm the leader of the Tiger Warrior Team, Lin Zhan. Wang Teng looked at the 2 meters tall and bulky figure. He could discern that the person was releasing his aura purposely. He smiled gently in response. Hello, I'm Wang Teng. Please take care of me in the future. He stretched his hand out and held Lin Zhan's hand. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds. The 2 people were confronting each other secretly. Although they had smiles on their faces, they were actually cursing in their hearts. This brat is very strong? Lin Zhan was surprised. He didn't use his full force, but he was close to becoming a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. Yet, Wang Teng was able to withstand his pressure for so long. Looking at his expression, he doesn't seem to be having any troubles, and he isn't pretending either. Looks like he's really a capable person, Lin Zhan thought to himself. Ha 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 ha, as expected of the top scholar in the martial arts exam. Lin Zhan laughed heartily and released his hand. He knew when to stop. He didn't exert any more force. He still wanted his dignity as a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. You're speaking too highly of me. Wang Teng smiled. He wasn't annoyed or furious by the other party's tricks. He came out of nowhere and the principal had stuffed him into their team. It was impossible for them not to have any unhappiness. Thus, he didn't blame the other party for testing him. If he was too weak, the Tiger Warrior team might regret their decision on the spot. Lin Zhan, I didn't lie to you, right? Asked Fu Tiandao. Principal, what are you saying? I've always trusted you. Lin Zhan sniggered. At this moment, the other 4 members of the Tiger Warrior team looked at each other. They could see a hint of astonishment in one another's eyes. All of you can introduce yourselves too, Lin Zhan said to them. I'm Yang Fei, an Earth Element martial warrior. A humble-looking young man opened his mouth first and said, Yan Jinming, Fire Element martial warrior. Hello, I'm Yan Jinyu, a Wood Element martial warrior. The 2 people who spoke next were a pair of siblings. The man was fair and quite handsome. Wang Teng touched his chin. He's just a little less handsome than me. As for the lady, since they were siblings, she wouldn't be any worse. She looked dainty and pretty. She was even a little shy and seemed a little confused. Wang Teng was surprised. She didn't look like an experienced martial warrior. However, Wang Teng knew that he shouldn't see things from the surface. When the other party wasn't shy, he briefly felt the aura she displayed. It was real. As for the last person, it was a young lady with a mature temperament. Liu Yan, I'm a Fire Element martial warrior too. The lady smiled and revealed her sparkly white teeth. She seemed bright and cheerful, someone who would put a smile on others' faces with her energetic personality. She patted Wang Teng's shoulder and told him, Little brother Wang, follow me in the future. I will protect you. Don't worry, there will be benefits too. She even winked at him after she spoke. Enough, Liu Yan. Don't tease the young man anymore. Lin Zhan shook his head helplessly. You know my name already. I'm a Metal Element, martial warrior. Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Zhan's attribute. Not bad, not bad. This was exactly the element he lacked out of the 5 main elements. This leader Lin might help him get some metal attributes. Lin Zhan suddenly felt as though he got eyed by a star beast. He frowned. But when he observed carefully, he didn't see anything. Strange. What happened just now? He glanced at Wang Teng. He hadn't noticed the glimmer in Wang Teng's eyes just now, so he didn't know whether he was the one who gave him that feeling or not. It seems like it's just my illusion. Maybe I haven't recovered because I just came back from Xingwu Continent. Lin Zhan shook his head. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. The more he looked at Lin Zhan, the more he felt that this was a fat and huge sheep. He was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior, almost. He must get close to him quickly. He could lay his hands on him easier if he got more familiar with him. Oh, he mustn't let go of the other 4 martial warriors either. They would share happiness and difficulties together. We will definitely be good teammates in the future. While these thoughts raced in his mind, he didn't forget to introduce himself. I'm an Ice Element martial warrior, 1-star soldier level. Ice Element martial warrior. The 5 people from the Tiger Warrior team were amazed. Before this, they only knew that Wang Teng was the top scholar of the martial arts exam and had become a martial warrior at a young age. At that time, they were already surprised enough. They didn't expect him to be a mutated element martial warrior. This was a talent. They couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, "Okay, today I just wanted to introduce everyone. Since you've met each other, I'll let you deal with the matters after this," said Fu Tiandao. He reminded them again after he said that sentence. "Lin Zhan, I'll hand Wang Teng over to you. Lead him properly." "Don't worry, Principal." Lin Zhan nodded. "Wang Teng, I put you in the Tiger Warrior team because I hope that you can follow them and learn how to fight with star beasts and gain relevant experience. This is a chance for you to go to Xingwu Continent to practice before anyone else. However, you have to work hard. You must treat this opportunity seriously. You can't always rely on the other members of the team to help you. When you come back 1 month later, if Lin Zhan and the other team members give bad feedback and say that you didn't meet their criteria, I can only remove you from the team." Fu Tiandao said to Wang Teng. "I understand." Wang Teng nodded. "That's great." Fu Tiandao didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and left. After Fu Tiandao left, Lin Zhan said, "We just came back from Xingwu Continent and need to rest for 2 days. We will leave for Xingwu Continent again 2 days later." "Okay," Wang Teng had no objections. "Have you bought your weapons and equipment?" Lin Zhan nodded. "I have my weapons but no equipment." "What equipment do I need?" asked Wang Teng. Lin Zhan shook his head secretly. As expected, he was still a newbie. He explained to him patiently, "You will need a set of battle uniforms. A good battle uniform will fit your body perfectly. It must be comfortable to wear and shouldn't affect your movements when fighting. Its defensibility needs to be good too. You have to choose your uniform carefully. Then, you will also need a bag. A communication watch is a must. Can I use this watch as a communication watch?" Wang Teng showed him the watch that Fu Tiandao gave him the other day. Chapter 109, Bye, Bye, Bye. "Black, this is the special internal wristwatch of the Martial Arts Academy." Lin Zhan had a look of astonishment when he saw Wang Teng's watch. He even seemed a little envious. "What? A special internal wristwatch? Let me take a look. Let me take a look." The other 4 members of the team were also shocked. They surrounded Wang Teng and kept staring at the watch on his wrist continuously. "Oh my God, it's actually the special internal wristwatch," Liu Yan gasped in admiration. "Little brother Wang, I'm really envious of the way the Academy treats you." "Is this very rare?" Wang Teng asked in surprise. "Of course it's expensive and you might not be able to get it even if you have the money. One needs to be a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior before he can use this item. It's like a status symbol," said Lin Zhan. No wonder he was jealous. After all, only a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior was able to use this, and he had barely touched the entrance of the 4-star soldier level. "Why did the principal give this to me? Did you see it wrong? What if they just look alike?" Lin Zhan felt that this might be a possibility too. "Take it down and let me look at it carefully." Wang Teng took off his wristwatch and gave it to him. Lin Zhan carefully examined the watch. Then he passed it back to Wang Teng and sighed. "It's real. Look at the back. There's a symbol there. That can't be fake." "Oh, right. I remember that the Academy might give this special internal wristwatch to some potential martial warriors in the Academy whom they had high hopes for. Leader, why are you so clear about this?" the fair Yan Jinming suddenly asked. I heard other people mention it before." Lin Zhan glared at Yan Jinming. Was he supposed to tell them that he secretly went to research about it because he was jealous? Oh, Yan Jinming dragged out his words. Oh, the other members followed his example. "Feek, are you looking for a beating? Looks like I need to find time to train all of you properly." Lin Zhan was flustered and exasperated. "Our leader is angry. Our leader is angry, Lin Zhan." Why did he have a bunch of stupid team members? He suddenly felt tired. Wang Teng couldn't help but smile. Lin Zan coughed awkwardly and continued, "Since you already have a wristwatch, you don't have to buy another one. The main thing will be the weapons. What weapons do you have now? What grade are they?" "Sword and boxing gloves. The sword is 1-star elite class while the boxing gloves are 1-star high class," Wang Teng replied. Lin Zan frowned. "2 weapons, 1-star elite class and 1-star high class. You can use them, but they might not be good enough. If you meet a 2-star star beast, they will break very easily. I suggest that you buy 2-star weapons or above. That way, when you meet 2-star star beasts or more powerful ones, you will be able to help and cooperate with the team members to kill the beasts, even if you're not the main force. This is good for you too. After all, you can only grow faster if you meet stronger star beasts. I will go and take a look at 2-star and above weapons later." Wang Teng nodded. He couldn't help but think of the owners of the boxing gloves and the battle sword. They were probably very poor. Look at Leader Lin. He seemed so relaxed when talking about 2-star weapons. They were nothing to him. This was the difference. Also, you need a shield. In a battle, any accidents can be deadly. You must have all your defense weapons ready at all times, said Lin Zan. He patiently explained all the items Wang Teng needed to prepare. Wang Teng listened to him in all seriousness. Then everyone left. They agreed to meet again 2 days later. Wang Teng went back home and immediately started his preparations. He connected his wristwatch to his computer and logged into the internal web of Jixin Martial House. When he received his notification letter 2 days ago, he had already tested the internal web of Jixin Martial House. Now he was pretty familiar with it. There were a few tabs on the internal web. They included Scripture Chamber, Battle Techniques Hall, Weapons Stall, Spiritual Den Workshop, and many more. You could buy all sorts of resources from the internal web, secret scriptures, force battle techniques, all kinds of weapons, rare spiritual den, and whatnot. There were even guns, modern transportation devices, and the battle uniforms that Lin Zan had mentioned. All of them were sold on the web. As long as you had the money, you could buy anything. And Wang Teng had plenty of money when Jixin Martial House gave him the SSS grade contract. They had promised to allocate him 1 billion RMB of cultivation funds. Although this 1 billion would be in batches, he still had 100 million now. It was enough for him to spend. This large sum could only be used in the internal web of Jixin Martial House. Thus, Wang Teng had no pressure when he spent the money. After all, this cultivation fund wasn't real cash. Its worth could only be realized if he spent it. He started a shopping spree. Battle uniforms had different grades too. Wang Teng bought a set of 5-star battle uniforms that included a pair of battle boots. It cost 5 million. Then he looked at the weapons. Wang Teng pondered for a moment. Since his ability was always rising, he might not be able to use a 2-star weapon for long. Thus he decided on a 3-star weapon. However, 3-star weapons were honestly not cheap. One 3-star Fiery Flame series battle sword actually cost 15 million. So expensive. He complained, but he still bought it. These boxing gloves, forget it. I won't buy them for now. Oh, right. I can buy a bow. A bow should be more useful when fighting with a star beast. Wang Teng contemplated and decided to buy a 3-star heavy bow. The strength requirement for this bow was high, but it also meant that it was more powerful. Also weapons that used spiritual power. He couldn't help but frown. During the past few days, he had especially researched this invisible force. He found related content in the Martial Warriors forum on the internal web. The invisible force was indeed spiritual power. However, most people were born with spiritual power. It was a talent. You couldn't acquire it through hard work and effort. Some people had a powerful spirit, but they might not be able to change it to spiritual power. Spirit and spiritual power were two different concepts. People with powerful spirits could learn weapon making, rune carving, and even dan concocting. If you talked about offensive attacks, they could at most form a wave of pressure with their spirits. They would use it to exert pressure on their opponents. Normally, the stronger you were, the more powerful your spirit was. This was why powerful warriors had such oppressive auras. It was hard to withstand their force of presence. Spiritual power was different. It could be used as a controlling method. One could use it to control weapons for attacking and could even turn their spiritual power into an attack. They were able to launch spiritual attacks on their opponents. The latter used some secret skills to form special attacking methods. It all sounded mysterious and powerful. A spiritual attack was enough to turn a person into a vegetable. If it was more serious, it could destroy a soul immediately. It was strange and sinister, and it was hard to guard against such attacks. However, these secret scriptures were extremely rare and precious. Wang Teng had searched the internal web for it before. He found them, but there were only a few. All of them cost a few billion. He couldn't afford them at all. Thus, he could only use one type of attacking method, manipulating weapons from afar. The weapons suitable for this should be small, light, and extremely sharp. For instance, flying daggers, flying needles, etc. Chapter 110, Shooting Star Spiral. Flying needle, which one should I choose? Wang Teng was in a dilemma as he looked through the weapons shop one by one. Suddenly, his eyes paused on a name. He saw a familiar name. Master Lu, partner of Jixin Marshall House. Master Lu. What the hell? Master Lu was a partner of Jixin Marshall House. Were his connections so amazing? I wonder if it's the same shop. Wang Teng muttered to himself. He clicked on the shop name on the web and went to look for the customer service window. He then sent a message. Wang Teng, are you there? Master Lu, I'm here, dear. Thu 3. Thu, is there anything I can help you with? This familiar tone and these familiar emoticons and expressions. It was confirmed. This was the Master Lu he knew, Wang Teng. I'm an old customer. I bought a weapon carrier casket and rune bullets from your shop before. Do you remember me? Master Lu, oh, it's you, dear. What a coincidence. Wang Teng, you are a partner of Jixin Martial House? Master Lu, yes, dear. Our shop is the partner of the top 3 martial arts academies. I haven't congratulated you for entering Jixin Martial House, dear. Wang Teng didn't directly praise his amazing connections. Wang Teng, you have a wide range of avenues for your business. Master Lu, haha, thank you for your compliment. We are an old brand. You don't have to worry about our credibility and quality. Wang Teng felt that this Master Lu really looked like an old hand. Even a big organization like Jixin Martial House acknowledged his shop. That meant that it was indeed a credible brand. Wang Teng, do you have flying daggers or flying needles or any weapons similar to them? Since he had met someone familiar, naturally, Wang Teng was too lazy to look at other shops. He had bought twice from Master Lu. This shop's quality could be trusted. Master Lu immediately sent a few links to him. Master Lu, dear, you can take a look at these first. These should be the things you're looking for. If you're satisfied with them, you can place an order. Wang Teng opened the links one by one. The first link was a type of flying dagger with 6 daggers in one set. They were all of different sizes. The price tag was 1.5 million, but it was just a 1-star high-class weapon. The second link was a set of flying needles. The thickness of the needles was suitable, and there were 18 needles in total. Every single one was the length of an adult's forefinger. They were hard and ductile. The price was 2 million. It was a 1-star high-class weapon too, but it cost 500,000 RMB more than the flying dagger. Wang Teng was actually quite satisfied with these 2 weapons. There were more links at the back, so he continued looking. Following few weapons were either flying darts or flying thorns. Their designs were terrible, and they weren't up to Wang Teng's aesthetic standards at all. He slowly lost his interest. However, there was still one last link. Since Master Lu had sent it to him, he should take a look at it. When the link opened, he saw a strange-looking weapon. It was shaped like a spiral cone. At one glance, it looked very ordinary, with nothing special about it. Shooting Star Spiral. Wang Teng mouthed the name of this last weapon. He couldn't help but feel a little curious. Then he scrolled to the description at the back. What is this? A page breakdown drawing appeared in front of him. This weapon could actually be broken down. It could turn into a long and thin flying dagger, a rhombus leaf design, and flying needles. There were 9 assemblies altogether. This is interesting. There were instructions at the side. Wang Teng looked at it carefully. Instructions mentioned that you could assemble the parts together and use them all as one weapon. While attacking your enemy, you could control the weapon with your spiritual power and let it disintegrate in a split second. It would form 9 different attacks. You would be able to catch your enemy off guard. It was obvious that this weapon was tailored for spiritual power masters. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He felt that this weapon was very suitable for him. This was a must-have for sinister people. He looked at the price, 5 million. This weapon had reached the standard of 1-star elite class, but its price was 1.5 million more than the battle sword he got on Mount Baoan. That battle sword was 1-star elite class too. Wang Teng found it a pity that this weapon's class was a little low. He found it very weird that the links sent by the other party were all 1-star weapons. Did he think that he couldn't afford anything more expensive? Wang Teng sent him a message. Wang Teng, why are there only 1-star weapons? Master Lu, oh, you see, these weapons are only used by spiritual power masters normally, and they like to customize their weapons. Hence, our shop only has 1-star weapons to let them use while they're waiting for their order. Custom made. So this is how it works? Wang Teng had a sudden thought. He took out the dark ice stone and the star bone. He snapped a photo of them and sent it to Master Lu. Wang Teng, do you recognize these two items? He wasn't worried that the other party would have evil intentions at the sight of money. If that were the case, his shop wouldn't be able to exist for so long. Also, Master Lu was the official partner of Jixin Marshall House. With Jixin Marshall House as the guarantor, there wouldn't be any problems. When the other party saw the two items, he sent a list of surprised emoticons within a few seconds. Then Master Lu, "Dear, are you willing to sell these items?" Wang Teng replied angrily, "No, Master Lu. Ah, dear, why don't you consider it again? I'm sure that you'll be satisfied with the price bow." "No, Wang Teng, go away." The other party sent a depressed emoticon and then asked, "Are you planning to use the dark ice stone and the star bone to make weapons?" Wang Teng, "Yes." Master Lu, looking at their sizes, "It's impossible to forge large weapons with them. Even if we use other materials as the main ingredient, the weapon forged will be affected by the main material's limitations. Its class won't be too high. It will be a waste unless you're able to find a material with a similar grade as the dark ice stone." Master Lu, "But that is hard." From your words, I think that you want to forge small weapons like flying daggers, right, Master Lu? In that case, these items are very suitable. You might even have some leftovers, which you can use to forge another set of flying needles. Master Lu, you will be able to use these two treasures to their maximum potential. You won't have to waste them. Wang Teng nodded. This Master Lu was indeed a professional. His analysis was clear and logical. Master Lu, oh right, what talent does your starbone have? Wang Teng hesitated for a moment before he explained its talent briefly to the other party. Master Lu, it's actually spiritual shadow. This is a rare talent. That means that it's even more suitable to be forged into a concealed weapon. Wang Teng, I want something like a shooting star spiral, Master Lu. Wang Teng frowned. Why is it not possible? Master Lu, your taste is as tricky as always. That shooting star spiral was created by my grandfather before he passed away. I don't know how to make it. Wang Teng was speechless. Wang Teng, your grandfather again?
Why is your grandfather so impressive when you're so useless? Others always say that the younger generation is better than the older generation, but for you, the older generation is the impressive one. Master Lu, I don't want this to happen either. How about this? Give me some time, and I'll study the blueprint left behind by my grandfather. I'll see if I can make it. I'll inform you again. Wang Teng. All right, I guess this is the only way. Please don't disappoint me.
Master Lu Wang Teng. I'll place an order first. You can send the existing shooting star spiral to me. Master Lu, no way, dear. I still need it for research. Wang Teng, are you planning to dismantle it? Master Lu, ha 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 ha, you can trust me more. I can piece it back. The other party seemed a little guilty as it sent a laughing emoticon over Chapter 111, Moving Mountain Blade Skill. Wang Teng felt helpless. He could only buy a set of one-star high-class flying daggers from Master Lu first. He spent 1.5 million so easily. Then he bought a backpack and all kinds of necessities, such as treatment medications and antidotes for poison. He spent around 3 million on these items. Following Leader Lin's introduction, he didn't forget to buy a 2-star shield that cost 6 million. He also bought the battle sword he saw at first and the heavy-style bow. Within a short time, he was only left with 58 million out of his 100 million cultivation fund. If Wang Shangwu knew that Wang Teng was spending money so lavishly, he would probably have a headache for a long time. What a wastrel. Wang Teng looked at his balance and felt frustrated for a moment. What should I do if I can't finish spending the money? This is very urgent. I need an answer immediately. Oh, right, there are still scriptures and battle techniques. Wang Teng suddenly remembered. He only had the scriptures and battle techniques for the fire element, ice element, and earth element. He didn't have anything for his wood, water, and poison elements, especially the poison attribute. This was a rare element. He looked through the scripture chamber of Jixin Marshall House and didn't manage to find any scriptures related to the poison element. Wang Teng shook his head. He had to give up. Just as he was going to look at the wood and water element scriptures, he had a sudden thought. He tried to utilize his wood and water elements, but he realized that these two elements just stayed in his body. They didn't listen to his command, as expected. I can't use these elements if I don't get the corresponding physique talent. Even if I buy secret scriptures for wood and water elements now, I can't cultivate them. Wang Teng gave a bitter smile and stopped what he planned to do. I still lack an earth element attacking battle technique. He had his earth lowest skill, but it consisted of a defensive shield. All he lacked was an earth element attacking battle technique. Wang Teng entered the battle techniques hall. All kinds of battle techniques were laid out in front of the buyer, split into different grades. Scriptures and battle techniques were divided into 4 different ranks: sky, earth, dark, yellow. Each rank was then split into the low, middle, high, and elite classes. The Red Flame Scripture and the Deep Ice Scripture were both yellow rank high-class scriptures. As for the Earth lowest skill, it was a yellow rank elite class technique. The Fire Kirin Sword and the Phantom Ice Fist were yellow rank high-class force battle techniques. These scriptures and battle techniques were available on the website too. They weren't cheap. Earth lowest skill and Deep Ice Scripture cost 80 million. Red Flame Scripture cost 70 million. Fire Kirin Sword was 30 million. Phantom Ice Fist was tagged at 20 million. Wang Teng was shocked and surprised when he saw the prices. Oh my God, I am already a billionaire. He didn't expect these force skill scriptures and battle techniques to be so expensive. No wonder martial warriors were all wealthy people. No wonder it was so difficult to become a martial warrior. Normal people wouldn't be able to afford these prices even if they sold all their assets. The barrier of entry was too high. Those powerful, wealthy families could fork out the money without any pressure. A normal person, on the other hand, would feel hopeless just thinking about the large sum. The martial arts exam was a path to success. What they said was right. Wang Teng pondered to himself. If a student managed to get into the martial arts course, the school would provide them with skill scriptures. Even if it wasn't free, it wouldn't be too expensive. If not, how were the students able to become martial warriors? Wang Teng shook his head. If he didn't have his bug, the system, he might be worrying over his scriptures and battle techniques too. This was really difficult. He gathered his thoughts and started scrolling through the Earth Force battle techniques. Mountain Shattering Strength. Yellow rank, low class, 5 million, Rock Breaking Punch. Yellow rank, middle class, 10 million, Mountain Rock Smash. Yellow rank, elite class, 200 million. Moving Mountain Blade Skill, dark level, low class, 500 million. When they reached the dark level, the prices of the force battle techniques surged exponentially. After glancing at his remaining money, Wang Teng decided to buy the dark level, low class moving mountain blade skill. He was going to the Xingwu Continent soon. He didn't know what dangers were over there, so it was better to grasp a powerful battle technique. This dark level, low class moving mountain blade skill was definitely more powerful than the yellow rank Fire Kirin Sword skill and Phantom Ice Fist. Since he was practicing a blade skill, he would need a blade. He had 80 million left. Wang Teng decided to buy a 2-star high-class battle blade. Wang Teng had officially spent all the cultivation funds he was given for this period. As for cultivation resources like energy stones and Dan pills, he didn't buy them because they weren't as good as attribute bubbles. He needed to spend money on things that he didn't have. To other people, increasing their ability was the most important thing. Hence, they would probably buy all kinds of cultivation resources first. But to Wang Teng, weapons and battle techniques were what he lacked. Also, whether it was Dan pills or energy stones, they contained a certain amount of impurities. If he absorbed the force in them, the impurities would be assimilated into his body too. As time went by, the impurities would accumulate in his body. It would affect his martial warrior's realm. Thus, he mustn't use too many of them. He knew the details of the items. As a cheater with a system, Wang Teng scorned the thought of using these cheap goods. He didn't touch the Ice Element Energy Stone and the Ice Element Dan Principle U gave him. He planned to use them in other areas or sell them away to earn some small cash. The next day, the items that Wang Teng bought arrived. The delivery person was a man wearing a black suit and black sunglasses. It made him look a little mysterious. Under his command, the staff carried the boxes down the car one by one. "Are you Mr. Wang Teng? Please use your account number to open the boxes and check the items inside," the man in black said. Wang Teng nodded. He used his wristwatch to scan an area at the side of the boxes. The boxes opened automatically. He counted the items. They were all delivered. "Mr. Wang Teng, if there's no problem, please sign here." The man in black passed the invoice over. When he saw the items in the boxes from the corner of his eyes, he was secretly dumbstruck. How wealthy. After Wang Teng signed and acknowledged the delivery, the man left with his staff. Wang Teng carried the boxes up the stairs and tidied them up. He placed them at the side and then plugged a USB into his computer, moving Mountain Blade. A row of words entered his vision. Time passed quickly. Soon it was time to gather and meet the other members of the Tiger Warrior team. Wang Teng had an enriching 2 days. He prepared everything he should prepare, and he had already started practicing the Moving Mountain Blade skill. He looked at his attributes panel. Moving Mountain Blade skill, Foundation 5100. It was just at the foundation stage, and his proficiency was very low. Wang Teng did have 35 blank attributes left, but he wasn't in a hurry to use them. In the morning, Wang Teng ate breakfast with his family. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei wanted to speak but had no idea what to say. Understandably, they were both concerned. However, they didn't dare to show it. "Dad, I have a right to purchase form for the deer garden. If you have time, you can take a look and buy a bigger house there. Try to move there as soon as possible," Wang Teng said. "Okay, leave it to me. Don't worry about it." Wang Shengguo nodded. "I'll be leaving." Wang Teng finished his breakfast, wiped his mouth, and got up. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei sent him to the door. They hesitated for a moment. In the end, all their worries and emotions congregated into a single sentence: "Take care and come back safely." Chapter 112, Entering Xingwu Continent and Space Talent. Jixin Marshall House. Wang Teng met the other 5 people from the Tiger Warrior team. Wang Teng was wearing his battle uniform and battle boots. He had a backpack on his back and the weapon carrier casket on his shoulder. All his weapons were placed inside his weapon carrier casket. Even his heavy bow was able to fit inside. He had to admit that the design of the weapon carrier casket was amazing. Although it wasn't big, it utilized all the space inside to its maximum potential. All he needed to carry in his hand was the shield. As for the flying daggers, he placed them in his clothes. That way he would be able to launch a deadly attack with just a move of his thoughts as compared to Lin Zhan and the other members. His equipment was considered relatively simple. Other 5 members had many bags on them, some even sporting luggage bags. When Wang Teng asked them about it, he learned that they were filled with ammunition. He moved his eyes around and saw the heavy rune machine gun Liu Yan was carrying on her back. Who said that only men were allowed to use guns? Guns and beauties, they were a match made in heaven. Liu Yan wore a tight-fitting battle uniform showcasing her figure. Along with the rough-looking heavy machine gun, she exuded a wild and fierce kind of charm. Wang Teng shifted his gaze and looked at the 2 large-sized battle axes in Lin Zhan's hands. He could only exclaim in his heart, "That's a real man." Yang Fei was using a mace, while Yan Jinming and Yan Jinyu used a blade and a sword, respectively. When they stood together, they gave off a capable and mature aura. "All right, since everyone is here, let's set off." With a wave of Lin Zhan's hand, everyone grabbed their luggage. They boarded the car and headed in a direction. Half an hour later, the car drove into a military camp. This military camp was erected after the dimensional rift leading to Xingwu Continent appeared. It's heavily guarded, and there are many martial warriors hidden in the surroundings to prevent any accidents from happening, Lin Zhan explained. Their car was stopped at a checkpoint. 5 members took out their martial warrior credentials and passed them to the guard. Wang Teng saw their actions and followed their example, taking out his martial warrior credential too. The guard was holding a scanning device. He scanned the martial warrior credentials one by one before scanning everyone's faces. After confirming that there were no errors, he let them in. Lin Zhan explained as he drove into the military camp. "You won't be able to enter this place if you don't have your martial warrior credential on you." Along the way, they could see a huge number of patrols in the camp. They parked the car in the parking lot and locked it. Then they came to a plaza. There weren't many people here. The most conspicuous thing was the gigantic door frame made of steel right in the middle of the plaza. It was at least 30 meters tall, around 20 meters wide, and was shaped like a circular arc. In the middle of the door frame was a pitch-black, deep, and long whirlpool. Once you glanced at the whirlpool, your gaze would be attracted by it unconsciously. Honestly, anyone who saw the dimensional rift for the first time would get a shock. Wang Teng was no exception. At this moment, he was standing in front of the enormous doorframe, unable to speak for a long time. "What do you think? Are you blown away?" Lin Zhan smiled and asked. The other 4 members looked at Wang Teng with smiles on their faces. In the past, they had a similar expression when they saw the dimensional rifts for the first time. Wang Teng nodded. "Let's go. When you reach Xingwu Continent, you will be even more flabbergasted." Lin Zhan smiled and continued. He was the first to walk towards the door. There were many large machines placed at the side of the gigantic door. Wang Teng didn't know whether they were used to stabilize the dimensional rift or to monitor something. There were also staff operating the machines, keeping a vigilant eye on things. These staff members ignored Wang Teng and the team members. Wang Teng glanced at them and then followed his team members. He walked forward. Lin Zhan and the rest passed through the dimensional rift without stopping. Wang Teng took a deep breath and then followed them closely. He stepped through the door. It felt like an instant, yet at the same time, it felt like a long time had passed. His world was spinning and his vision had turned pitch black suddenly. He felt solid ground under his feet. Wang Teng opened his eyes. Lin Zhan and the rest of them were standing not far away. They had already recovered from the teleportation. When they saw Wang Teng recovering so quickly, they were surprised. When they passed through the dimensional rift the first time, they had retched for a long time, and their heads hurt terribly. They had to rest for half a day before they could move normally. This fellow is not ordinary? They exchanged glances with one another. This thought appeared in their minds in unplanned unison. Wang Teng had no idea what they were thinking. At this moment, his gaze was attracted by the attribute bubbles beside those people. There was a bubble below his feet, too. Where did these bubbles come from? Wang Teng was puzzled. Space 0.1. Space attribute. They were space attributes. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He never imagined that these bubbles would actually be space attributes. Could they be from the dimensional rift? While pondering, he didn't forget to pick up the bubbles. Ever since getting spiritual power, he had tried many experiments. Now he was able to use his spiritual power to pull the attribute bubbles towards him. He didn't have to walk around and pick them up anymore. If not, other people would always look at him as if he were an idiot when he ran around everywhere. In the past, he could barely stand the glances thrown at him. However, for the sake of picking up attributes, he became an idiot again and again. Finally, he was freed from that torture. He didn't have to be an idiot anymore. He pulled all the bubbles beside his team members toward him and collected them. Space 0. 8. His space attribute increased by 0.8 points. Wang Teng's gaze landed on his attributes panel. He finally saw a change in his talent row. Space 0.8 1000. It's a talent attribute. Wang Teng's heart was filled with ecstasy. This was a gift from heaven. The moment he entered Xingwu Continent, he was given such a huge surprise. It looked like Xingwu Continent was very friendly towards him. Although he didn't know the exact use of this space talent, he had some idea of what it entailed. In those game novels, they always boasted about how fantastic space talent was. Hence, this space talent wouldn't be too shabby. Just as Wang Teng was thinking about this, Lin Zhan opened his mouth with a smile. Welcome to the Xingwu Continent? Wang Teng regained his senses. Xingwu Continent. Oh, right, he had come to the Xingwu Continent. He scanned his surroundings. This seemed to be a giant hall. There was a huge circular arched door frame behind him that looked similar to the one on the other end of the dimensional rift. The whirlpool in the depth of the door was spinning slowly. Let's go out and take a look, Lin Zhan said, and walked out. The other followed him closely. When they walked through the door and reached outside, Wang Teng realized that they were in a tall tower just now. At the moment, they were standing at the bottom of the tower. This is the Force Tower. It's situated in the middle of the city. The entire city's energy is supplied by this tower, said Lin Zhan. Wang Teng raised his head and noticed that the tower was a few hundred meters tall. Its entire structure was made of steel, and it pierced into the clouds like a steep and dangerous peak. There were countless occult runes carved on the building. At the bottom of the tower was a plaza. Unknown black rocks paved its floor, and they were carved with runes too, exuding a mysterious aura. Wang Teng felt a vast and powerful pressure pushing him down from the sky. He was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is the product of the Xingwu Continent's civilization. Do you find it a little unbelievable? Asked Lin Zhan. This Xingwu Continent is indeed a little different from my imagination. Wang Teng breathed out loud as he replied. Chapter 113. I saw a back view. Xingwu Continent was the name of the main continent in this other world. A vast city was magnificently situated in the south of the Xingwu Continent. At this moment, in the center of the city, in an enormous palace, a young man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall. There was an ancient-style tortoiseshell laid in front of him. It was the size of his palm. He knocked the tortoiseshell slowly and gently. It gave off a clear and loud knocking sound. Stars were shimmering in his eyes as if there was a universe hidden in them. Suddenly the stars spun and the vacant space around him started retreating. The next second, the young man abruptly closed his eyes as 2 lines of blood left a long trail on his cheeks. His black hair turned snow white in a split second. It was as if all his vitality had been sucked away. What's wrong with you? A stern and slightly agitated voice rang out in the dark. The young man waved his hand. After some time he mocked, I'm someone at the brink of death. What can happen to me? You. The man in the dark took a deep breath. His voice turned back to being stern and indifferent. He then asked, What did you see? Tell me truthfully. I see a back view. A back view, that's all? A back view, a sword that can kill immortals and devils, a blade that can cut the Milky Way, a fist that can destroy the sun. Bullshit. You just don't want to believe it. Our world, that person might be our last hope. How can he do it alone?
Let me give you a piece of sincere advice. Can you let me go?
The
person in the dark turned silent. I'm about to die. I can't do anything anymore, the young man scoffed. You're still my younger brother. If you go outside, you won't be able to survive with your weak body. I can't let you go out to die. I'm already no different from a dead person. It doesn't matter if you let me leave or not. Why can't you allow me to have one last look at the world before I die?
It's about to. Enough, the man in the dark shouted in a low voice. Then he sighed and said, Forget it. You can leave. You can come back anytime you want to. This place will always be your home. That person, don't have any interactions with him. The young man dropped this sentence and kept the tortoiseshell on the ground. He had nothing else he needed to pack. He staggered his way out of the hall. He wouldn't be coming back.
Let's go, Lin Zan said as they stood at the bottom of the tall tower. There were long staircases in all 4 directions of the tall tower. They climbed down the stairs and walked for a distance. They soon passed through a door. The next instant, a whole new world entered Wang Teng's vision. The prosperous street with an exotic aura welcomed him to a new adventure. This was a giant city made of steel. The entire city seemed to be in the Middle Ages, but there weren't any steam products.
The buildings in the city had a foreign style, but hints of Earth architecture could also be found. The integration of 2 different styles had resulted in a unique design. The people on the streets were all dressed distinctively, and their dressing was completely different from humans on Earth. However, you were able to see some people in battle uniforms occasionally. Why does that lady? Wang Teng was stunned when he saw the ears of a lady that walked past. This is a young lady from the rabbit tribe of the orc race. Old brother Wang, it looks like we are the same kind. You noticed her at one glance. Yan Jinming placed his arm on Wang Teng's shoulder and sniggered. Brother, don't lead Wang Teng astray. Yan Jinyue was displeased. That won't happen. I'm discussing life philosophy with him, replied Yan Jinming. Wang Teng was speechless for a few moments. He then asked, There are other races in the Xingwu Continent? That's right. This place is very different from Earth. When you visit the Jixin Martial House branch in this city, you will be able to learn some basic knowledge of the Xingwu Continent. Lin Zhan drove a car out of the parking lot after he finished speaking. Then he brought everyone to the Jixin Martial House branch in this city. In the car, the other 5 team members could tell that Wang Teng had many questions in his mind. They started explaining to him without stopping. For instance, the races in the Xingwu Continent. The language here, there were many races in the Xingwu Continent, not only the orc. There were the dwarf race, the giant race, the merman race, and many others with so many races. There were naturally many languages. It was quite complicated. Of course, there was a commonly used language in the continent too. It was the human language. Wang Teng stuck his tongue out in astonishment. Orc, dwarf, giant. These only exist in novels, right? There were so many races in the Xingwu Continent. You must be shocked. When I first came here, I suspected that we had transmigrated into a novel, said Liu Yan. What if we can't speak to the people here properly? Wang Teng asked. Don't worry about that. There's a way to solve it. Liu Yan kept him in suspense. I have another question. Since we have peaceful ties with the Xingwu Continent, why can we enter the Xingwu Continent but the people here can't come to Earth? This question had been bothering him for a long time. That's because the people here can't pass through the dimensional rifts. A powerful person from the Xingwu Continent once tried to force his way through, but he didn't succeed. Instead, he received a strong backlash and almost lost his life. Lin Zhan jumped in on the conversation. What is that so? Wang Teng got even more puzzled. This answer is not something we have the right to know. Lin Zhan gave a bitter smile. So, this is the reason why these 2 worlds can be at peace? Wang Teng asked again. He was like a curious child with endless questions about the world. It's not that simple. There are other reasons too, Lin Zhan replied. He then thought of something and his expression turned a little ugly. He didn't explain further. The waters of the Xingwu Continent run deep. Wang Teng sighed secretly and stopped probing. He just gazed at the scenery outside the car. Entire Xingwu Continent civilization seemed to be still in the Iron Age. Whether it was the environment, the buildings, or the atmosphere, it wasn't as advanced as Earth. However, because of the presence of force and runes, man-made structures that seemed ahead of the times could be seen occasionally. For instance, the steel cars speeding along the roads, the force airship flying towards the horizon in the air, and the steel figurines moving freely along the streets with a cracking sound. The exotic feel and the modern feel were both very strong. Oh my God, that must be a beauty from the Foxman race. Her figure is so good. She looked so sexy before the car stopped. Wang Teng recognized the branch of Jixin Martial House. That unexpected building? Everyone got out of the car and walked into the martial arts academy. Lin Zhan directly led Wang Teng to the main building. The main building of the Martial Arts Academy was different from the one on Earth. Here, it looked more like a distribution center. There were many martial warriors from Jixin Martial House gathered here. They were resting, playing, accepting missions, and some were even selling their spoils of war. Arrival of Lin Zhan and his team attracted the attention of the people in the hall. They were all martial warriors from Jixin Martial House, so they always saw each other and were naturally familiar. Someone opened his mouth. "Hey, Lin Zhan, did you bring a newbie? This newbie looks a little young. Did he become a martial warrior at such a young age? Could he be a young master from some wealthy family?" Voices came from all directions, with a hint of disdain and mocking in their tones. They didn't care about Wang Teng's feelings at all. Don't listen to them. They are all like this. They don't have any evil intentions. Lin Zhan spoke to Wang Teng. Then he shouted at those people, "Come on, what do you know? This is the top scholar of the martial arts exam in Donghai this year. Our principal personally told me to bring him along." Chapter 114, Dark Mist Forest. Wow, the top scholar of Donghai's martial arts exam. Are you serious? The top scholar of the martial arts exam this year is so impressive. He's already a martial warrior. Looks like he's a genius. Even if he's a genius, he's still a newbie. Do you know what kind of place Xingwu Continent is? Death can happen any time. It's not easy to guide a newbie here. Lin Zhan's words caused everyone to immerse in a discussion. Many people were shocked. All right, I'm not chatting with you anymore. Lin Zhan ignored them and led Wang Teng to the middle of the hall. The hall was very spacious. After passing through many activity areas, they finally reached the center. There was a circular platform in the middle with a stone placed on it. Complex runes were carved on the surface of the stone. An elder was sitting at the side and dozing off. "Uncle Hay," Lin Zhan called him respectfully. The elder called Uncle Hay opened his eyes and glanced at Lin Zhan. "Oh, it's you! Why are you here?" "I brought a new person." Lin Zhan moved his body to allow Wang Teng to come forward. Another new person. Uncle Hay looked at Wang Teng. He couldn't help but exclaim curiously, "This fellow is a little hard to read." Lin Zhan and the other members were stunned. Uncle Hay guarded this legacy stone all year round. He had seen his fair share of newbies, but he had never given them any comments. This time he actually made an exception for Wang Teng. And he commented that Wang Teng was hard to read. Wang Teng didn't know what the other team members were thinking. When he heard Uncle Hay's words, his heart skipped a beat. "Why are this old man's eyes so sharp? Uncle Hay." He followed Lin Zhan's example and called the elder respectfully. Uncle Hay nodded. He didn't probe further and said calmly, "Place your hands on this legacy stone." Legacy stone. Wang Teng looked at the other team members. When he saw them nodding, he walked forward and placed his hands on the stone. He didn't see Uncle Hay doing anything, but the runes on the legacy stone suddenly shone brightly. Just now, that was spiritual power. Wang Teng thought to himself. The next second, he felt a series of information entering his mind. What is this? Although he could guess what the legacy stone was for from its name, he was still flabbergasted when he truly experienced its power. Within a few seconds, Wang Teng felt that he had learned a new language. Language can be passed down? He opened his mouth and realized that he was speaking in an entirely foreign language. His pronunciation was a little strange, too. He had a Chinese accent. Then he heard Lin Zhan speaking in the same foreign language. Not bad. When the pioneers came to this world, they realized the existence of this kind of legacy stone. They were able to let people learn the basics of a language within a short time. We know how difficult it is to learn a new language, especially in the Xingwu Continent, which has a completely different culture from ours. This makes learning even more difficult. Many people went through hardships, but they were unable to fully grasp the languages of the Xingwu Continent. Later on, the powerful factions had no choice but to buy this stone from the Xingwu Continent at a high price to pass down the common language of Xingwu Continent to newcomers. Wang Teng didn't expect this to happen, he asked. Does this mean that other knowledge can be passed down through this method too? It's not that simple. It's really difficult to operate the legacy stone. If you want to pass down slightly complicated knowledge, you will need a considerable amount of manpower, wealth, and time. You will also need a profound rune master before you can attempt to carry out the operation. The basic knowledge is easy to learn, so putting it in the legacy stone is useless. It's not worth the effort. There are many races in the Xingwu Continent, and their languages are extremely complicated. That was why this common language legacy stone was born. Her procedure matured gradually over hundreds and thousands of years. Until now, the most common and widely used legacy stones in the Xingwu Continent is this kind of common language legacy stones. Lin Zhan explained everything at length. Wang Teng nodded to show his understanding. If an item that could affect your memory could be created so easily, no one would need to use their brains to study anymore. Everything could be passed down through the legacy stone. No one had to tire their brains out, and it would be easy to cultivate laziness. There was a high chance that civilization would come to a standstill. There would be no progress. It was frightening just thinking about the consequences. After completing the language passing down, Uncle He closed his eyes and took a short break. Lin Zhan and the others knew that they should take their leave. "Give me a cup of spiritual grape wheat beer." There were many entertainment facilities in the hall. Lin Zhan didn't seem to be in a hurry to go out. He brought his team to a bar and shouted at the bartender standing behind the counter. The spiritual grape wheat beer was a specialty of the Xingwu Continent. It didn't have a high alcohol content, and the taste was excellent. Many martial warriors loved it. Lin Zhan took a small booklet from below the bar counter and threw it to Wang Teng. "The things that you want to know are all inside. You can take a look." Lu Yan and the other team members gathered around the side of the bar counter and ordered some drinks or fruit cocktails that were low in alcohol content. They waited at the side and chatted casually with their friends. Wang Teng nodded. He opened the small booklet and started reading. The booklet was a compilation of all the common knowledge one should know about the Xingwu Continent. It wasn't very detailed, but it was extensive. Time passed quickly. Lin Zhan only called the other team members and got ready to leave after Wang Teng finished reading the booklet. The time in the Xingwu Continent was around the same as the Earth. It was around 3 p.m. now. Lin Zhan drove a heavy armor vehicle out of the parking lot of the Martial Arts Academy and called everyone to get in. The wheels of this vehicle were as tall as a human. The car was covered in heavy armor all around, and it looked like a giant steel beast. Heavy armor vehicle drove out of Yong City. Yong City was this important city that was connected to Donghai's dimensional rift. When the dimensional rift appeared, the people from Earth had started building this city. It managed to reach this scale after many years of development. In the Xingwu Continent, many technological products from Earth were rendered useless. Only Force products could be used. For instance, the Force tower in the middle of the city and the Force heavy armor vehicle they were in. This seemed to be the limitation of this world. Wang Teng had learned all these pieces of information from the small booklet. He was slowly starting to accept the things in the Xingwu Continent. The front and back seats of the heavy armor vehicle were connected. Although Wang Teng sat at the back, he was able to see the dashboard in the front. This kind of Force vehicle relied on the runes to absorb the Force in the air and changed it to its energy supply. This was quite environmentally friendly. They went out of the city and drove for more than 10 miles. Then they left the main road and entered the wilderness. Their surroundings were desolate with low bushes and tussocks visible. Occasionally they would alert 1 or 2 wild beasts. The wilderness was endless, and natural ravines existed everywhere. There was no path, but this wasn't a problem for the huge tires of this heavy armor vehicle. "Our destination this time is the dark mist forest," Lin Zhan shouted against the howl of the wind. Wang Teng immediately knew what he was talking about. There was an introduction in the booklet. The dark mist forest was an area that humans were currently exploring, and it was enormous. There were many restricted zones inside with large and powerful star beasts entrenched there. Many strong martial warriors had lost their lives in this place. Even until today, humans had not explored the forest entirely. 2 hours later, when the sun was about to set, a vast forest entered everyone's vision. Lin Zhan drove the vehicle to the edge of the forest. Then he stepped on the brakes, drifting the huge car sideways. The tires plowed the ground and formed a mark in the shape of an arc. Chapter 115, Sneak Attack. A camp was built by humans outside the dark mist forest. It was like a transfer station. Lin Zhan parked the car at the camping ground. Then, everyone carried their luggage bags and headed towards the dark mist forest. The dark mist forest is very dangerous at night. Nonetheless, you will have to experience it sooner or later. Since we're already here, we might as well go into the dark mist forest now. Lin Zhan was leading the pack. He had to turn his head to speak to Wang Teng. Wang Teng was walking in the middle. This was their deliberate arrangement. Yang Fei and Yan Jinming were at the back, while Yan Jinyue and Lu Yan were flanking Wang Teng. Wang Teng smiled bitterly in his heart. "I'm being taken care of like a chick." This was the first time he was entering the forest, and it was at night too. Lin Zhan and the other members were well experienced, no doubt, but they didn't dare to let down their guards. As the sun set, the light gradually disappeared. The forest turned completely dark. "Wear your infrared night vision glasses. Everyone be careful," Lin Zhan shouted. Wang Teng took out a pair of black-rimmed infrared night vision glasses from his bag. This was one of the necessary items that Lin Zhan had mentioned before. This kind of battle-style infrared goggles was light and convenient to carry around. It even had runes to enhance its functions. Its firmness, flexibility, and fitting were all perfect. It wouldn't affect one's fighting ability. Wang Teng had spiritual sight, but there was no need for him to stand out. Also, spiritual sight consumed a lot of his spiritual power. It was better to use these battle-style infrared glasses. First, he would save his spiritual sight for emergency needs. Wait, just as everyone was about to head deeper into the forest, Lin Zhan raised his hand and stopped them in a low voice. The team members walking behind him immediately raised their vigilance. Looking at their stance, they seemed to be prepared to attack or defend at a moment's notice. Wang Teng followed the others and squatted down. He held his battle sword tightly in his hand and scanned his surroundings. "It's a gale wolf." Lin Zhan squatted below a tree and called the rest of his team members over. After everyone gathered together, they focused on an object on the ground. It was a pile of shit. A few handsome men and pretty ladies squatted together in the middle of the night to look at a pile of shit. This scene was so interesting. Wang Teng wanted to complain, but when he saw Lin Zhan and the other team members' solemn expressions, he decided against it. They didn't seem to be fooling around. This shape, this color, and this smell. Yan Jinming pinched his nose and nodded as he continued. "This is indeed a gale wolf." "Wang Teng, observe and learn," Lu Yan reminded him. Wang Teng nodded. He memorized the characteristics they mentioned just now in his heart. "Everyone, be careful. These feces seem very fresh, so it must have left just a moment ago. Gale wolves move in a pack. If we meet them, it will be a little troublesome," said Lin Zhan. The group continued walking. As they headed deeper, they noticed more and more traces of gale wolves. Based on Lin Zhan's guess, there were at least 7 to 8 gale wolves hunting together in this area. The claws and teeth of gale wolves are good materials for forging weapons. If we meet them, let's try to take them down. Lu Yan carried her machine gun and said nonchalantly, "Don't act rashly. We have Wang Teng in our team now. We need time to learn to work with one another." Lin Zhan was more cautious. "Leader, what level are the gale wolves?" asked Wang Teng. "They are at most 1-star high level. If it is a wolf king, it might be 2-star, Lin Zhan said. "If we really meet them, you don't have to take special care of me. I think I can handle a 1-star star beast," said Wang Teng. He didn't want to be a burden to them. "Are you sure?" Lin Zhan was surprised. Wang Teng, the star beasts in the Xingwu Continent, live among other star beasts from birth. They are very experienced in fights, and they are fiercer and harder to handle than the star beasts on Earth. You don't have to push yourself too hard. Liu Yan frowned and said, "Liu Yan is right. The star beasts in the Xingwu Continent are hard to handle, especially wind-element mutated star beasts like the gale wolves. They are really fast, and it's troublesome to fight with one, much less a whole pack. These animals know how to cooperate. Even we need to spend some time and effort to get rid of them." Another team member, Yang Fei, chimed in. Wang Teng gave a bitter smile. It seemed that everyone thought that he was puffing himself up at his own cost. He just nodded and replied, "All right, I won't push myself." The team continued moving forward while keeping aware of the traces of the gale wolves. Suddenly, Yan Jinming slashed his blade in the air. A 3-meter-long black snake was cut in half. The 2 pieces dropped down from the tree. "Are you all right?" Lin Zhan turned around and asked. "I'm fine. It's just a poisonous snake, not a star beast," Yan Jinming said indifferently. Lin Zhan nodded. Just as he was about to continue walking, he saw something from the corner of his eyes. His expression changed abruptly as he yelled, "6 o'clock, waist claw attack." At the same time, he stomped on the ground and dodged to his right. The battle axe in his hand formed a semicircle in the air as he swung it up and smashed it behind him. Yan Jinming's expression changed slightly when he heard the warning. He quickly twisted his body. Slash! A green flash of light grazed his waist, almost chopping it into 2. The flash of light went past and cut through the enormous trees in front. The 2 large trees growing next to each other were chopped into half, and they fell to the ground with a loud collision howl. The next moment, the howls of wolves broke the tranquility of the night. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Many figures were shuttling back and forth through the bushes. Sound of their bodies rubbing against the leaves made the team members remain on full alert. Next, green lights started appearing in the forest. 7 to 8 shadows dashed out in a split second and pounced on the members of the Tiger Warrior team. "Kill them!" The humble-looking Yang Fei roared in anger. His eyes widened and he charged out first. The battle mace in his hand was dancing around him like a piece of stick. Boom! The battle mace smashed a gale wolf and sent it flying a long distance. It died instantaneously. Yan Jinyu held a battle sword in her hand. Her speed of attacking was really fast. After blocking a wolf's claw, she thrust her green blade out, stabbing it into the eyes of the wolf. The tip of the sword gave off a cold and sharp glint. Blood splattered everywhere. The Gale wolf had died. Yan Jinming chopped the head of the Gale wolf that had sneaked an attack on him just now with a single strike. Then he welcomed the second Gale wolf without losing his composure. Lu Yan leaped onto a huge tree. The heavy machine gun was still behind her back, and she was now holding a rune pistol in her hands. Single shots. A Gale wolf below the tree evaded the incoming bullets at an astonishing speed. The bullets had red flames at the end, marking a path in the air. Lu Yan had to use 3 bullets to get rid of the Gale wolf. Then, everyone's gaze landed on Wang Teng. Their formation was destroyed, so everyone solved their trouble at the fastest speed before turning their heads and looking for Wang Teng. It was natural that they were more concerned about a newbie. Only the people who had encountered the Xingwu Continent's star beasts would know how dangerous they were. But when everyone finally found Wang Teng, they saw him flying at a speed no slower than the Gale wolf. He brushed past the Gale wolf, swinging his sword at the same time and forming an icy blue light in the air. The stomach of the Gale wolf was cut open easily, fast, accurate, ruthless. There was no hesitation at all. Boom! On the other side, Lin Zan smashed the 2-star Gale Wolf King into a pile of minced meat with his axe. Then he twirled the other axe in his hand and chopped the bodies of the 2 1-star Gale wolves charging towards him. He also ended his battle quickly. Then he kept his battle axes into the casings behind his back and walked forward without looking back at the Gale wolves he killed. Instead, he looked at the Gale wolf lying under Wang Teng's feet with its stomach cut open. He was slightly shocked. In the end, he smiled and said, "It looks like we managed to get a treasure in our team." Chapter 116, Steps of Gale. Wang Teng panted slightly as he looked at the Gale wolf beside his feet. That attack just now looked easy, but he had unleashed all his power in that burst of movement. Fortunately, his speed wasn't slower than the Gale wolf. His basic footwork was at the presence enlightenment stage, and his overall battle power was close to the peak of a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. Combination of these two allowed him to kill the Gale wolf renowned for its speed. Also, the Gale wolf that Wang Teng killed hadn't reached 1-star high level. Judging from its ability, it was only at 1-star middle level. In front of Lin Zan's compliment, Wang Teng appeared indifferent. He didn't belittle himself, nor did he feel too proud. "Not bad, little brother Wang. Your ability and battle skills are not weak at all." Lu Yan jumped down from the tree and patted Wang Teng's shoulder in surprise. "It looks like we have misjudged you. As the top scholar of the martial arts exam and a martial warrior at such a young age, you're definitely not weak." Yan Jinming smiled and said everyone couldn't help but remember their first time meeting a star beast. They weren't as relaxed as Wang Teng. In fact, they were a little disheveled. They couldn't be compared to Wang Teng at all. They thought about what Wang Teng said a few moments ago. He had told them that they didn't need to babysit him at first. They thought he didn't want to accept their help because of his ego. But now they were obviously thinking too much. Damn it, we're newbies all so powerful nowadays. All right, let's tidy up and leave quickly. The smell of blood will lure other star beasts over, Lin Zan commanded. The team members didn't refute him. They immediately took care of the corpses of the Gale wolves, mainly their claws and their teeth. Then, they checked if there were any star cores. As for the other parts of their bodies, like the skin and the meat, they were indeed worth some money, but it wasn't much. There were too many of them, which would take up too much space. No one would waste the effort to keep them. Wang Teng followed their actions and cut off the sharp claws of the Gale wolves and their teeth. At the same time, he secretly activated his spiritual power and sucked all the attribute bubbles around him. Wind Force, 1. Wind Force, 1. Blank attribute, 4. Wind Force. There were 11 points of Wind Force in total. Wang Teng was elated. He had another force element now, and it was even the mutated Wind Force. He had personally experienced the speed of the Gale wolves. They were able to travel so quickly thanks to this Wind Force. Now that he had it too, his speed would definitely increase in the future. Looking at all the martial arts in the world, only speed could never be defeated. Swoosh, 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 does it sound frightening to you? The only regret was that he had the force but not the compatible talent. Hence he couldn't use the force for now. That felt a little awkward. Wang Teng shook his head and continued collecting the bubbles. Earth Force 1, Fire Force 1, Fire Force 1, blank attribute 2, Water Force 1. Besides Water Force, the other attributes were all dropped by his teammates. He collected 2 points of Earth Force, 2 points of Fire Force, and 3 points of Water Force. Unfortunately, there wasn't any Metal Force. It seemed like Lin Zhan had solely relied on his physical strength to kill that 2-star Gale Wolf King, and the two one-star Gale Wolves during the battle just now. He didn't employ any force at all. This was a powerful person. Wang Teng shook his head. He placed the claws and teeth of the Gale Wolf in the interlayer of his backpack to isolate the stench of blood. As for the Star Core, there was no sign of it. He wondered if other people had found any. Very soon he picked up the last bubble steps of Gale 1. Wang Teng was stunned. "What is this?" His gaze immediately landed on the attributes panel. He scanned down and finally paused at the battle techniques row. Steps of Gale Foundation 100. It's a battle technique. Wang Teng was excited and surprised at the same time. He didn't expect the Gale Wolf to drop a battle technique. Steps of Gale. Was it a form of footwork? If it was really footwork, this would be a pleasant surprise. He had seen the prices of footwork techniques on the internal Jixin Marshall House web. They were more costly than the offensive battle techniques, and the price would increase exponentially as its class got higher. Wang Teng wanted to buy some footwork skills. With his current wealth, if he wanted a good footwork battle technique, he would need to spend a significant portion of his cultivation fund. That meant that he wouldn't be able to buy other things. This is good stuff. This Steps of Gale might not appear often, but since he had collected it, he could use his blank attributes to raise its level in the future. Wang Teng started counting the number of blank attributes he got just now. There were 16, including the ones he saved during his actual combat assessment. He had a total of 51 blank attributes. At this moment, the rest of the team members had finished clearing up the scene too. There were 9 Gale Wolves, but not a single Star Core. Even the Gale Wolf kind didn't have one. Wang Teng was stunned. It looked like he had been extremely lucky when he managed to get a Star Core from the volcano salamander. Lin Zhan gathered everyone before they continued their exploration. The night was gloomy. In the dark mist forest, the roars of beasts never went quiet. Roar, howl, screech. You could even hear the shrill cries of birds. Wang Teng noticed that as time went by, a mist started to form around them gradually. The forest became even more dangerous. This was how the dark mist forest got its name. "It's getting misty, leader." Lu Yan frowned. "Find a place to rest. We will call it a day." Lin Zhan stopped and said no one had any objections. Wang Teng was the same. A newbie didn't have the right to express his opinion. He was a newbie among the newbies. The next morning, everyone woke up on a tree. All the members had chosen a branch and rested on it. They took turns to keep watch at night to prevent star beasts from attacking them. "You're awake, yawn? It's such a torture to watch all of you sleeping." Yan Jinming jumped down from the highest tree branch and yawned. His tone was quite envious. He was the last person that kept watch at night. "I will be the last one next time." Yang Fei smiled. "Eat something. We will head to the Wind Valley to hunt Singlehorn Danglong," Lin Zhan said. "Singlehorn Danglong. Leader, don't you think that it's a little too early for us to hunt a Singlehorn Danglong?" Yan Jinming hesitated and asked. "At first, I planned to hunt the Singlehorn Danglong after Wang Teng had gotten used to the environment here. I thought that he would need a few days, but after seeing his performance last night, I feel that I can push my plan forward," Lin Zhan said. "Leader, although Wang Teng's performance yesterday is not bad, that is still a 3-star star beast, and it's a gifted creature at that. It's one of the hardest 3-star star beasts to hunt. Even if we work together, we might not be able to take it out. What's more, we have Wang Teng with us. If we are not careful, we might lose our lives." Lu Yan frowned and said, "That's right, leader. I feel that Lu Yan's words make sense. The Singlehorn Danglong is too dangerous." Yang Fei also supported her opinion. Yan Jinyue looked back and forth between her team members and chose to keep quiet. She decided to continue being invisible. In the team, this was always her position. "Wang Teng, what do you think?" Lin Zhan smiled and asked him. "I don't have any thoughts." Wang Teng was speechless. Yuan Fang didn't give his opinion either. How can I give mine? When he saw Lin Zhan's awkward expression, he continued, "I don't mind taking a look at the Singlehorn Danglong you mentioned. However, since it's a 3-star star beast, I won't be of much use. I will at most provide cover for you at the side." He knew his limitations. This was a 3-star star beast that was close to 4 stars. Even if he was a bug, he didn't have such a powerful ability. "I can't do it." Chapter 117, Heart of Martial Arts. The vast dark mist forest was divided into 5 huge sections by the explorers. Starting from the outside, it was partitioned into the outer circle, middle circle, and inner circle. There were also the Forbidden Death Zone and the Forbidden Mysterious Zone. The outer circle typically consisted of 1-star to 3-star star beasts. Star beasts had a hierarchy too. Higher level star beasts wouldn't want to lower their status. so they rarely came to the outer circle. The middle circle consisted of 4-star to 6-star star beasts. As for the inner circle, that was where 7-star to 9-star star beasts lived. Similarly, the star beasts from the inner circle wouldn't run out to the middle circle. The environment in the Forbidden Death Zone was extraordinarily harsh and perilous. There were many Lord-level frightening star beasts hidden in that area. Lord-level star beasts were equivalent to general stage martial warriors. They could be considered the overlords among the star beasts. Not talking about martial warriors below the general stage, even if general stage martial warriors entered the Forbidden Death Zone alone, they would have a slim chance of surviving. As for the Forbidden Mysterious Zone, even general stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to escape after they entered. Well, at least until today, no one had heard of a general stage martial warrior who was able to return safely after venturing into that zone. Wang Teng and his teammates were at the outer circle. With the Tiger Warrior team's ability, they were considered one of the most powerful teams in the outer circle. Normal 1-star or 2-star star beasts wouldn't pose any threat to them. That was why they were able to kill the 9 Gale Wolves so easily last night. After all, the difference in level was evident. Had it been a normal martial warrior team, there was a high possibility that they might have died in that encounter. Lin Zhan and his teammates said that they would need some time and effort to deal with the Gale Wolves. However, after Wang Teng saw their combat prowess yesterday, he felt like sniggering. Pretentious. The group finally decided to head to Wind Valley. The team had discovered a 3-star single-horn denglong in the Wind Valley during their previous trip to the Dark Mist Forest. However, they had used up all their resources back then and had made no adequate preparations. They weren't confident of killing it. That was why they had dragged it until now. If it wasn't for the star beast, they would have rested for half a month before they returned to the Xingwu Continent. They rarely rushed back after only 3 days. Based on Lin Zhan's introduction, the single-horn denglong was extremely intelligent. There was a high chance that it had given birth to a starbone. If they could kill it, they would make a huge profit. Since they had acknowledged Wang Teng's ability, they didn't have to worry about taking care of him. That meant that they could focus on dealing with the single-horn denglong. Things might change if they dragged too long, though. They had already lost 4 days. If they continued wasting any more time, the single-horn denglong might be found by other teams. Wang Teng, can you take care of the 1-star Earth armor pig? Lin Zhan stopped in his tracks and pointed with his chin at a huge star beast eating in front of them. Then, he leaned casually against the trunk of a tree and took out his water bottle from his bag. He started taking sips of water without a care in the world. The other team members stopped when they saw his actions. Some sat on the ground while others leaped up a tree. They took out their dried goods and water and started eating. Their gazes at Wang Teng seemed as though they were waiting for a good show. The large Earth armor pig had noticed them, too. It raised its head and glared at them with its big and round red eyes. Its body was covered with thick and sturdy scales, just like an armored vehicle. It gave people an oppressive feeling. Star Beast had a common trait. They were big. You could even say that they were gigantic. The Gale Wolves they met yesterday were not small either. They were almost 1.5 meters up to their shoulders. One bite and they could snap a person into 2. But as compared to this Earth armor pig, the wolves were like nothing. Wang Teng instantly felt speechless when he saw his teammates sitting around without any worry. He lifted his battle sword and walked forward. Huff Puff, the Earth armor pig, was panting heavily and looked extremely irritated. It stepped on the ground with its hind legs, digging up the soil with its movement. It seemed ready to attack at any moment. At first, the Earth armor pig was 200 meters away from them. As Wang Teng got nearer, the Earth armor pig suddenly kicked up a cloud of dust when their distance was less than 100 meters. Squeal, squeal. The pig grunted as it dashed towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's pupils were fixed on the pig. This Earth armor pig was not only huge and fierce, but it was also agile and fast. When it stepped on the ground, it gave off loud stomping sounds. "Do you think Wang Teng can kill the Earth armor pig?" Yan Jinyu asked. "He displayed his skills yesterday night, so it shouldn't be a problem, rather than worrying whether he could kill the Earth armor pig or not. Why don't we guess how long he will take to take care of this star beast? Are you interested in having a bet?" Lin Zhan smiled and asked, "What are we betting?" Liu Yan licked her sexy red lips and asked. Her interest was piqued without a doubt. "How about 10 energy stones?" Lin Zhan suggested. "All right," Liu Yan agreed right away. She thought for a moment and said, "My guess is 5 minutes. Wang Teng is very fast, but I'm not sure about his strength and guard ability. My guess is 10 minutes, Yan Jinming said. "In that case, I'll guess 20 minutes, Yang Fei said. I think I think it will be 9 minutes. Even the little transparent lady Yan Jinyu joined the bet excitedly. I guess within 1 minute, Lin Zhan said with a smile. Seriously, leader, even if you have high hopes for him, 1 minute is a little exaggerated. Yan Jinyu was shocked. Hee, let's wait and see. All of you will be giving me your energy stones later. Lin Zhan smiled slyly. Fortunately, Wang Teng didn't know what his unscrupulous teammates were doing. If he knew, he might vomit blood in anger. At this moment, he had already started fighting with the Earth Armor Pig. Boom! The Earth Armor Pig charged over at high speed and wanted to smash into Wang Teng. The frightening impact formed a powerful shockwave and surged towards Wang Teng's body with a loud crash. Wang Teng executed his footwork and evaded the attacks like an agile monkey. At the same time, he aimed his battle sword at the Earth Armor Pig's neck and slashed it down. In the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, it was mentioned that whether you were fighting with a mutated beast or a star beast, you needed to find and target their weakness. Usually the weaknesses of star beasts were the abdomen, the eyes, and the neck. While dodging, Wang Teng swung his battle sword at the animal's neck when he went past it. Earth Armor Pig's body was huge, so it couldn't turn quickly. It wasn't able to prevent the sword from hitting its body. However, the result wasn't satisfying. Clang! Wang Teng heard the sound, and his expression changed slightly. He looked at the spot he chopped just now. There was only a white line. The scales of the Earth Armor Pig covered its entire body. It was exceptionally tough, making it very hard to break this layer of defense. Since Wang Teng had failed his attack, it gave the Earth Armor Pig time to react. It swung its head and charged at Wang Teng with its two thick and dagger-like tusks. If the tusks struck him, they would definitely pierce his body. Wang Teng raised the shield in his left hand to block the attack. He used the force of the backlash to move away from the star beast and then made use of his speed to circle it. He then started searching for the Earth Armor Pig's weakness. After the Earth Armor Pig got played by Wang Teng, it got more and more irritated. It kept panting and growled in a hoarse voice. Actually, the attacks of an Earth Armor Pig were very simple. Its only distinguishing trait was its defensive ability. If the other star beasts weren't able to break their defense, the Earth Armor Pig was invincible. However, Wang Teng was able to suppress the Earth Armor Pig with his speed. The Earth Armor Pig went right and left, but it couldn't hurt Wang Teng. After some time, Wang Teng finally found its weakness, heart of martial arts. This was the legendary 1,000 Years of Pain. Howl! The long sword shot out and pierced the butt. Chapter 118, Single-Horn Denglong. The heart of martial arts, even a god wouldn't be able to handle it, much less an Earth Armor Pig. When the longsword stabbed into its body, force gushed out and directly froze its internal organs. The pig was killed in a single move. Lin Zhan looked at the time and burst out laughing. "Less than a minute. Come, take out your energy stones." Yang Fei and Yan Jinming's expressions turned strange. They sighed secretly and accepted their defeat. While shaking their heads, they took out 10 energy stones and gave them to Lin Zhan. Liu Yan and Yan Jinyu clicked their tongues unhappily. They were beaten by Wang Teng's shamelessness. How was he able to use this move? Where did his dignity go? This move might be a little shameless, but it's actually the most effective and energy-saving. Lin Zhan smiled and stretched his hand out. "Give me the energy stones." "Leader, you're jackals of the same lair." The two ladies rolled their eyes. They took out their energy stones helplessly and gave them to him. What a huge loss. Wang Teng walked over and saw this scene. He was speechless. Here I am fighting with my life, but all of you are just using me as your gambling material. Cough, cough, the forest is so boring. This is to liven up the mood, Lin Zhan replied shamelessly. Wang Teng, why didn't you use force to attack just now? Why did you use that move? Yan Jinyu couldn't help but ask. Most importantly, she wanted to listen to Wang Teng's thoughts. How sadistic was he to be able to think of that move? Save when you can. I'm just a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. I have a limited amount of force. If I can finish this battle using the simplest method, why should I waste my force? Wang Teng replied matter-of-factly. Look, Wang Teng understands it more than you. How can you call yourself seniors? Said Lin Zhan. There are many ways to save force. He doesn't have to use this method. Liu Yan was unwilling to accept defeat. I feel that this method is excellent, and I find it easy to execute. I can try it again in the future. I've decided to call this move the heart of martial arts, 1,000 Years of Pain. Wang Teng shamelessly used the name of a legendary move of a certain manga in his past life. Go away, don't use this method in front of us. It hurts our eyes. The two ladies, Liu Yan and Yan Jinyue, immediately got annoyed. The three men laughed uncontrollably. This Wang Teng was a weirdo. He even gave his move a name after using it. Was he afraid that other people wouldn't know about his move if the name wasn't loud enough? All right, take the tusks and scales of the earth armor pig and we will leave, Lin Zhan said. Yang Fei immediately walked over to take care of the earth armor pig's corpse. Wang Teng aided him at the side. The pig's scales were extremely tough and strong. If you wanted to skin it without proficient skills, it would be challenging. When Yang Fei was taking off the scales, Lin Zhan and the others kept watch of their surroundings. Yang Fei's actions were skilled. Very soon he took off the armor of the earth armor pig and put it in his bag. His backpack immediately became full. He didn't take the whole scale armor of the earth armor pig, though. If he did, he wouldn't be able to stuff it in his bag. Huh? Yang Fei suddenly made a sound. He had an elated expression as he said, "I think there's a star core." He used his knife to cut the abdomen of the earth armor pig. Then he took out a yellowish-brown, uneven round object. "Ha ha, leader, come and take a look. There's a star core." Yang Fei laughed loudly. Lin Zhan and the other team members were shocked when they heard this. They immediately gathered around. "Fuck, Wang Teng, I have nothing to say about your luck," Liu Yan exclaimed in surprise. Wang Teng was stunned too. He had only killed 3 star beasts, and 2 of them gifted him with star cores. Was he really the son of Lady Luck? He felt a little proud of himself. "Keep it. Don't reveal your wealth," Lin Zhan reminded him. Then he said, "See if there's a star bone." Yang Fei threw the star core to Wang Teng and shook his head. "Nope, I've already inspected it. The star core and star bone were both hidden in the star beast's body. They were like light lamps at night. You would be able to detect them immediately once you used your force to scan the insides." This was how they searched for star bones and star cores yesterday night with the corpses of the Gale Wolves. Unfortunately, the Gale Wolves didn't have any star cores, much less star bones. When humans killed more and more star beasts, they started to gain more experience. Normally, only star beasts with star cores would have star bones. If the beast didn't have a star core, it shouldn't be able to give birth to a star bone. That was why Lin Zhan asked Yang Fei if there was a star bone. Wang Teng kept the star core. The gains by the team would be sold after they returned to Earth. The money would be split according to a certain percentage. That was how all teams worked. Of course, the main things that Wang Teng received after killing the star beast were attribute bubbles. Earth Force 4, blank attribute 6. The gains were not bad. The team continued their journey to Wind Valley. Around noon, Wang Teng and his teammates arrived outside a valley. This valley was shaped like a gourd. The mouth of the gourd was the only entrance, as its sides were lined by unscalable cliffs. A burst of strong wind gushed out of the valley. It sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Lin Zhan stood outside the entrance and observed for some time. His expression changed slightly. Someone has been here. Indeed, traces of people can be seen. Yan Jinming squatted down to take a look. He said with a worried expression, "Did we waste our trip?" "Are we still going in?" Liu Yan asked. "If the other party is inside and we meet them coincidentally, we might need to engage in a fierce fight. I wonder how strong they are," Yang Fei said. "Since we are here, we have to take a look. When has the Tiger Warrior team been scared of anyone?" Lin Zhan scoffed with a cold expression. "Wang Teng, be careful," he reminded Wang Teng before stepping into the valley first. Wang Teng and the other teammates followed closely behind him. The paths in the valley were difficult to walk. The biting cold wind blew hard against them, making it even more challenging to balance their bodies. Their faces hurt from the piercing cold. Fortunately, they were all martial warriors, so they could barely handle it. They walked cautiously for some distance, but they didn't see any humans. Could they have left already? Yan Jinming frowned and asked, "Let's go further. Be prepared to fight any time. Last time we saw the single-horned Denglong not far ahead." "I wonder if it's still there," Lin Zhan replied. The team members held their weapons in one hand and the shield in the other. They remained vigilant of their surroundings. Swoosh. Suddenly, a white figure stooped down from the cliff at the side. Its speed was astonishing. The air around it was torn apart, letting out a shrill and sharp screech. "Be careful!" Lin Zhan shouted. Liu Yan's expression changed. She felt that the white figure was targeting her. However, Liu Yan was caught off guard, so she wasn't able to react in time. Wang Teng was standing beside her. His expression abruptly changed, and he pushed her away. At the same time, he swung his battle sword out. Boom! A huge force crashed onto him. Green-colored force collided with him and knocked him off his feet. Wang Teng didn't have time to think. The force in his body exploded as he neutralized the powerful and violent force of impact. The wind energy formed by the green force shot out in all directions like sharp blades. Wang Teng was right in the center. He felt as if there were hundreds of wind daggers slashing his body. The plants around him were reduced to shreds, the wood splinters floated and danced in the air. Bang! Under the bombardment of the enormous force, Wang Teng was slammed heavily into the stone wall. His chest felt stuffy. If he hadn't defended himself in time just now using his force, or if he hadn't worn this battle uniform, he might have been seriously injured. Chapter 119. Explosion. Evil Beast. Lin Jian and the other team members instantly released their force. Then they simultaneously attacked the white figure. However, the white shadow's speed was astonishing. It ran across the cliff as if it were on flat ground. Finally, it stopped on a huge rock high on the cliff and revealed its identity. "Single-horned Dinglong," said Lin Jian through gritted teeth. "Are you all right?" Lu Yan came beside Wang Teng and asked in concern. "I'm fine." Wang Teng shook his head. He stood up and looked at the snow-white star beast standing tall on the rock high up on the cliff. "Thank you for helping me just now," said Lu Yan. "This is not the time for this." "Is that the single-horned Dinglong you were talking about?" Wang Teng asked with a strange expression. The white star beast on the rock looked a little like a huge-sized rabbit. It was furry with long ears. Its eyes were red and its body was white. Only the tip of its ears was black. That was right. It looked like a giant rabbit. However, there was a horn on its head and its claws were sharp like knives. When it opened its mouth, you could see the row of razor-sharp teeth. Its teeth looked healthy and strong. "Yes, that's the single-horned Dinglong. I didn't expect the beast to sneak an attack on us." Lu Yan's expression was a little ugly. "It's injured. Look at the left side of its back. There seem to be traces of blood," Yan Jinyu said. Everyone followed her finger and looked in the direction she was pointing. Indeed, they saw a trace of red spreading out from the single-horned Dinglong's back. It was hard to notice it from the front. It might have been left by the first batch of people. It's malicious and cruel even when it's hurt. "Let's take this opportunity to kill it and wrap up things," Lin Jian said viciously. The moment he finished speaking, he stamped on the ground and his body shot out like a bullet. He climbed up the cliff and slashed out gold-colored force out of his huge axes. "Roar!" the single-horned Dinglong roared at Lin Jian. It sent out a big and powerful gale from its mouth. Gold glow on the axis split the strong gale apart, forming a long and narrow crack in the middle. Lin Jian appeared in front of the single-horned Dinglong in the blink of an eye. He swept his battle axes horizontally in front of him. Swoosh! The single-horned Dinglong's figure disappeared from the rock. Only its lingering shadow was chopped into half by Lin Jian's axes. Moments later, the lingering shadow also dissipated. Next second, the body of the single-horned Dinglong appeared beside Lin Jian. A whirlwind formed on its sharp claw as it attacked Lin Jian. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots also joined the battle below. Liu Yan carried her heavy machine gun and fired continuously while aiming at the single-horned Dinglong. The alloy bullet dragged a fiery red flame along with it as it shot towards the single-horned Dinglong, aiming for its vital point. The single-horned Dinglong had no choice but to dodge. Lin Jian took the chance to pursue and keep the pressure on. The two gigantic battle axes danced around in his hands. The gold glow pierced through the air and engulfed the single-horned Dinglong. At that moment, Yang Fei and the other team members arrived. Yan Jinming, Yan Jinyue, and Yang Fei executed their respective force battle techniques and blocked the single-horned Dinglong's path of retreat. There was nowhere it could hide. Boom. Single-horned Dinglong was forced to take on Lin Jian's gold axe glow. The sharp claws slammed into the axes along with the whirlwind on them. The collision resulted in a frightening explosion. Lin Jian couldn't control himself and took many steps back. The single-horned Dinglong saw an opportunity and wanted to escape the encirclement. On the other side, Wang Teng stood at the high ground and took out the heavy bow from his weapon carrier casket. He knocked a rune arrow on the bow. At this moment, Wang Teng could only turn from a warrior into a marksman hiding in the wild. He took cover behind the bushes and started shooting arrows at his target. This was commonly known as the bitch in the bushes. The force in Wang Teng's body erupted as he stretched the bow to its maximum. He let loose an arrow. Slash! The arrow cut through the air. The ice force at the tip formed an ice-blue shadow of the arrow as it charged towards the single-horned Dinglong. Boom! Single-horned Dinglong let out a loud roar. It turned its body forcefully and actually managed to evade this arrow. However, Yan Jinming and the other two people's attacks had arrived. 3 attacks landed on the single-horned Dinglong's back at the same time. The single-horned Dinglong roared in grief and pain. The sword and blade pierced through the wound that was already present on its body. They tore its back and fresh blood spurted everywhere. Bang, bang! Gunshots were heard once again. The bullets penetrated the single-horned Denglong's body one by one, causing it to look up at the sky and roar. It suddenly went crazy. It opened its huge mouth, and green light started gathering around it from the sky and the earth. The green rays quickly congregated into a ball. The ball of green light was expanding continuously. "Hurry up and stop it!" Lin Zhan's expression changed as he dashed towards the single-horned Denglong. Other team members' expressions were solemn too. They executed force battle techniques to their fullest potential. Fire force, water force, earth force, these three colors of light covered half the sky. The rays of swords poured down like the rain. The glints of sharp blades flew everywhere. It looked like they could slash a mountain if it stood in their way. Boom, boom, boom. The single-horned Denglong didn't dodge, allowing the attacks to land on its body. Green ball of light in its mouth grew bigger and stronger. The pressure was terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy machine gun in Lu Yan's hand kept vibrating. Alloy bullets shot out as though they were free. This beast wants to perish together with us. Lin Zhan shouted, "Move! Let me handle it." He held the huge axes in his hand and swung them out powerfully. An enormous gold axe shadow flew down from the sky. Metal force battle technique, heavy mountain, boom. Gold axe shadow in the air seemed to have turned into a tall and lofty mountain. It bore down from the sky. The single-horned Denglong finally stopped building its green ball of light. The viciousness and determination in its pair of red eyes seemed similar to the emotions of a human. It spurted the ball of green light out. "Move!" Lin Zhan's expression warped. He started flying back at high speed without any hesitation. At the same time, he shouted at his team members. Other team members felt a powerful sense of danger and death. They raised their speed to the fastest, wishing they had an extra pair of legs. "Run!" Wang Teng and Lu Yan were further away. The moment they noticed something wrong, they fled and found a place to hide. Boom! The green ball of light exploded without any warning, kicking off a violent tornado at the center. It started sweeping everything away. Soil flew in the air and covered the entire sky. Protruding rocks and the vines and plants on the ground were all reduced to pieces by the overwhelming force. Blades of wind mingled in the tornado as it engulfed the entire area they were in. The wind blades attacked anything in its path. It struck against the cliff and left lines and lines of deep cuts. Lin Zhan and some of the team members couldn't evade in time. They were all thrown off their feet by the tornado. The shock wave caused by the explosion swept the surroundings. Residual impact took a long time to subside. The dust in the air gradually landed on the ground. The valley resumed its silence. "Leader! Yan Jinming! Little Yu! Yang Fei!" Lu Yan and Wang Teng were a distance away, so they didn't get hurt. After coming out from their hiding spots, they immediately started looking for their teammates. Lu Yan's face was pale, and there was fear in her expression. She had been working with her teammates for many years. Although they weren't blood-related, they were like her family. If anything happened to them, she couldn't imagine what she would do. Cough, cough. Suddenly they heard someone coughing not far away. "It's our leader," Lu Yan exclaimed in surprise. She ran over hurriedly. Lin Zhan climbed out from below a pile of rocks. He wiped the trace of blood off the corner of his lips and cursed, "Damn it, this beast is really ruthless. It actually wanted to perish together." "Leader, are you all right?" Lu Yan and Wang Teng hurriedly held him up. "I'm fine. I'm just a little hurt." Lin Zhan waved his hand nonchalantly. "How are the others?" "We haven't found them," said Lu Yan. "Then hurry up and look for them. We're here." At this moment, Yan Jinming's voice came out from below another pile of rocks. "How are you?" Wang Teng asked. "All right, I'm not dying anytime soon." Chapter 120. "Do you want to experience my hammer fist of love?" Thk. I almost died. Yan Jinming and the other team members cursed furiously. They weren't in a good mood. I didn't expect the single-horned Denglong to fight back in the face of death and attempt to drag us down to hell with it. We almost fell into its trap. Yang Fei said with a bitter smile, "When we meet another 3-star or above star beast, we need to be more careful. A star beast at this level has its own intellect. Yet they still maintain their brutish nature, so they are unruly and ruthless. We can't predict their actions using logic," Lin Zhan said. Sigh. "This is the first time we met such a vicious fellow after so many years of forming the team," Lu Yan commented. "Little Yu, are you all right?" Yan Jinming held on to his younger sister in concern. The few of them had received the brunt of the explosion. Their organs were heavily impacted by the force and were injured. As a lady, Yan Jinyu's defensive ability was weaker, so her injury was more severe than the men. Her face was pale, and blood was seeping out of the corners of her lips. She seemed listless. Her body was about to collapse at any moment. "Give her the medicine quickly," Lu Yan said in a hurry. Yan Jinming regained his composure and took out the healing medication from his backpack. He let Yan Jinyue swallow it. Execute your force to hasten the absorption of the medicine. Yan Jinyue was already weak. She followed her brother's instructions and sat down cross-legged on the ground. She started absorbing the medicine to heal her injuries. Yang Fei and Lin Zhan also took out their medicine and swallowed them. Their injuries weren't as serious as Yan Jinyue's, but it still hurt. Their combat prowess had taken a hit. "Is that single-horn Denglong dead?" Wang Teng asked. "The degree of the explosion is huge, and it was at the center of the explosion. It must be dead." Lin Zhan smiled and replied. Wang Teng nodded. He scanned his surroundings. There were many attribute bubbles dropped around him. He picked them up. Metal Force, 15. Fire Force, 13. Earth Force, 9. Water Force, 8. Wind Force, 25. Blank Attribute, 33. A huge gain. Not to mention the other attributes, he had gained a high number of Fire, Water, and Earth Force attributes. It was enough to raise his ability by another level, and the bonus of 25 Wind Force, as well as the Metal Force that appeared for the first time. There were as many as 15 points. Wang Teng received another Force element. This time, there were many blank attributes too. He got 33 points of blank attributes, bringing his total to 90. Wang Teng was secretly elated. He continued sucking over the other attribute bubbles from afar and collecting them. Intermediate stage wind talent 1. Wang Teng was stunned. An intermediate stage wind talent. Ecstasy surged up his heart, as expected of a 3-star star beast with a high intellect. Even the talent it dropped was at the intermediate stage. Mind you, all the talents he had for his earth element, fire element, and ice element were only at the beginner stage. It was obvious that intermediate stage talents were more powerful than beginner stage talents. Now, he would be able to make use of his wind force. He could also unleash the full potential of his Steps of Gale and not just shelve it in his attribute row and let it rot there. The gains of killing a 3-star star beast were so huge, it was worth it. In comparison, the minor injuries were nothing. Very soon, Lin Zhan and the other teammates digested their healing medication and regained some of their health. Lin Zhan stood up and said, "Let's go over and take a look at the single-horn Denglong. We've wasted some time. We should clean up the scene and leave. The explosion just now will definitely attract the attention of the other star beasts in this region. It might even lure other martial warriors. We need to act quickly." "That's right. Quickly take a look at the star beast. We spent so much effort trying to kill it. If there aren't any gains, it will be a huge loss for us," Yang Fei said. They started searching their surroundings. They didn't know where the body of the single-horn Denglong was sent flying after the explosion. Yan Jinyue was still undergoing the healing process, and Liu Yan took care of her at the side. Young men searched for the body. Wang Teng remembered the location of the talent attribute bubble and walked over to the spot. When he dug up the soil, his expression changed. He shouted at Lin Zhan and his other teammates, "It's here! Oh, you found it!" The others rushed over immediately. "I can't feel its aura. It's probably dead." "Old Yang, this is your show. Open the body and see if there's a star bone," Lin Zhan said with an intense gaze. "No problem. Leave it to me." Yang Fei sniggered and bent down. He pushed away the rocks at the side and pulled the single-horn Denglong out of the debris. Then he took out a dagger and started dealing with the corpse. The single-horn Denglong was dead. Its body was riddled with wounds, and it had lost a lot of blood. "Brother Yang is like the butcher of the team." Wang Teng smiled and teased him. "Ha ha ha. Well, he indeed has the talent. He's suitable for this job." Lin Zhan laughed. Yang Fei smiled. He seemed pretty proud. A few moments later, he cut off the horn and claws of the single-horn Denglong. Then he skinned the entire corpse. What a pity. "This skin is heavily damaged, so the price will be heavily discounted," Yang Fei said with regret. "As compared to the star bone, this is just a small change. Stop wasting time. Look for the star bone first," Lin Zhan urged him. Yang Fei nodded. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the single-horn Denglong's corpse. He felt the corpse for a few seconds before beaming a happy smile. "There's a star core." While speaking, he had already stabbed the dagger into the single-horn Denglong's body. He lifted his dagger, and a green round ball rolled out. This was the wind element star core of the single-horn Denglong. The price of a 3-star star beast star core was much higher than a 1-star star core. Even more, this was a wind element star core. Lin Zhan and the other team members were elated. Even without the star bone, this star core was enough to earn them a considerable amount of money. But the next instant, Yang Fei shouted in surprise, "Star bone! There's really a star bone! Ha ha ha, leader! We're going to be rich. Great! Quick, dig it out!" Lin Zhan gave a bright smile as he opened his eyes wide. Yan Jinming and even Lu Yan and Yan Jinyu, who were a distance away, were ecstatic when they heard this piece of news. A star bone. They had guessed that there might be a star bone in this star beast, but the probability of finding it was really low. All they had was an ounce of hope. However, there was really a star bone. They would definitely put this up for auction. It would fetch an amazing price. On the other hand, Wang Teng was relatively calm. After all, he had a star bone already, and it belonged to him only. When he saw his teammates' exhilarated expressions, he couldn't help but ask them, "Leader, you are a 3-star elite martial warrior team. This is just a star bone. Do you have to be so excited?" "It's just A." Everyone turned around and glared at Wang Teng with hidden bitterness. "You brat, that's easy for you to say. This is the first star bone we have found after so many years, but you seem to be looking down on it. Don't you know the price of a star bone?" "I do. I performed quite well during the martial arts exam. So the leader of the Ministry of Education of Donghai gave me one as my reward. I heard that it's very precious." "That's all. Your reactions are too exaggerated," Wang Teng said calmly as he continued his acting. The other people were speechless. Comparisons are odious. Look at him. He doesn't need to risk his life to hunt and kill star beasts. He was able to get a star bone as his reward. Look at us. Sigh, forget it. There's nothing worth comparing. The other team members felt depressed. The gloomy aura hung over them as they turned their backs to Wang Teng and decided to ignore him in unplanned unison. "Wang Teng, what did I do wrong?" Suddenly Yang Fei exclaimed happily, "I found it. It's the leg bone." He moved the dagger in his hand and slit the flesh of the beast. He then extracted a bone from the corpse of the single-horned Denglong. This piece of bone was white all over except for the center. There was a green color, crystal clear section in the bone. There were thin lines on the green color section of the bone. It looked mysterious and profound. It felt cool and icy to the touch. "Quick, let me touch it." "Oh my God, I have been a martial warrior for so long and have only seen it once from afar. I have never touched a star bone before." Lin Zhan snatched the thigh bone from Yang Fei's hand. He caressed the green color section of the bone gently with an enchanted expression. He really looked like. Imagine a fierce-looking young man rubbing a white piece of bone as if he was caressing the leg of a beautiful lady. Think of that scene. Thisk, it was quite frightening. Yang Fei and Yan Jinming wanted to touch the bone too, but when they saw their leader's expression, they suddenly shuddered and regained their senses. "Cough, leader, you're salivating." Wang Teng couldn't help but remind him kindly. "What?" Lin Zhan was given a fright. He instinctively raised his hand to wipe the corners of his lips. Then he regained his composure and his eyebrows started twitching. He glanced at Wang Teng ominously from the corners of his eyes. "You little brat, you're getting really bold. Do you want to experience the hammer fist of my love?" "Ha ha ha, leader. You looked outstanding today. Your face is pinkish, so you must be extremely lucky and supremely fortunate." That sounded a little weird. "Anyway, leader, you're really lucky today. No wonder the star bone appeared. It must be because the main protagonist's script you have has started to take effect." Wang Teng laughed awkwardly and immediately released his ultimate move, sucking up. As for what the hammer fist of love was, he would leave that to the rest of his teammates. He didn't need this disgusting thing. Lu Yan and Yan Jinyue had just returned after treating their wounds. Yan Jinming, Yang Fei, and the two ladies were shocked when they heard this. They had never seen such a shameless person before. How interesting. Lin Zhan gave a forced smile. Then he turned serious and said, "Since we have taken care of everything, let's leave. We will return to the Martial Arts Academy." Before the team members could feel happy at the mention of returning to the Martial Arts Academy, they heard him saying, "Oh, right. Old Yang, take a look at the other leg and see if there's another star bone." Everyone, why didn't they see their leader's money-grubbing side in the past, even though they complained in their hearts? Yang Fei still executed his leader's order. He slit open the other leg of the single-horned Denglong and took a look.
Nothing.
It was normal that there was nothing. You must be dreaming to think that there would be 2 star bones in a single-star beast. Finally, they could retreat in peace. They didn't waste any more time and walked out of the valley. "Leader, how much can you sell this star bone for?" Wang Teng asked curiously along the way. "Most probably 700 to 800 million. Lin Zhan wasn't certain either. "I saw an auction of a star bone in the past. The buyer bought a 3-star star bone for this price. This star bone should be around the same. What's more, it's a wind element star bone. It is more precious and rarer than a normal element star bone. It's so expensive." Wang Teng was really shocked this time. The star bone director he gave him came from a 1-star star beast. If a 3-star star bone costs 700 to 800 million, that 1-star star bone should cost around 100 million, right? From the looks of it, director, he spent more than he expected. 7 to 800 million is the minimum price. It depends on the buyer. If we meet someone that really wants this piece of starbone, he might buy it for a few billion without batting his eyelids. Lin Zan smiled and continued. He seemed to be in a good mood. It was understandable. How could a person not be happy when he had a few billion in his pocket? Chapter 121, Power of the Shooting Star Spiral at the Entrance of the Valley. Screech! The moment Lin Zan and his team came out, the screech of a bird was heard abruptly from the sky. A huge shadow enveloped them. Everyone's expression changed. They quickly raised their heads. A giant bird was circling the air over their heads. When it flapped its wings, gales were formed. The trees around them swayed right and left from the force. You're really bold. How dare you snatch something I laid my eyes on? A young man's voice came from the back of the bird. He was speaking in the common language of the Xingwu Continent. Only his voice was heard, though. They couldn't see the person. In an instant, the expressions of the members of the Tiger Warrior team turned ugly. Earlier, Lin Zan's mood was at a high, and he had been smiling like a blooming flower. However, now, he was tensed up and looked at the bird above him in frustration. Do you have to be so irritating? Why did you appear now? Why did you come when we finished killing the beast? Are you playing with me? Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat too. This was most likely the person who had injured the single-horned Deng Long. They thought he had left, but unluckily they met him right in the face when they came out of the valley. The Tiger Warrior team had just gone through a rough battle. Even Lin Zhan was hurt. They were only left with half of their combat ability. It would be a little tough to win against this person, who was able to hurt the single-horned Deng Long alone based on his accent. The other party might be a local from the Xingwu Continent. Wang Teng knew from the small booklet of common knowledge that the Xingwu Continent and Earth might appear to be at peace on the surface, but in many areas the competition between these two worlds was huge, especially in the other party's territory. Earth humans were outsiders. Resources the Xingwu Continent provided to martial warriors were already limited. When more people from Earth came, things became even tenser. If they didn't fight, the resources would all be snatched by the other party. This was the situation now. Once the two parties from different worlds met, there was no room for discussions, only one word: fight. The resources would go to the winner. Lin Zhan exchanged glances with his team members. And they understood each other's intentions and decided to fight with the young man. As expected, Lin Zhan mocked. You are too domineering. This single-horned Ding Long wasn't killed by you. Why can't other people kill it? Since I laid my eyes on it, it's mine. Who are you? The young man on the bird replied arrogantly. Stop bullshitting. If you want it, come down and take it, Lin Zhan scoffed. Impudent little black. Kill them, the young man on the bird ordered in a cold voice. Screech. The bird gave a shrill screech. It glared at the people on the ground with its sharp eyes. Then it closed its wings and flapped them forcefully. Breathe. Gales were formed. Wind blades intertwined with each other as they swept towards the people on the ground. Another wind element star beast. Lin Zhan cursed. He hurriedly raised his shield to block the attack. The other people followed. They retreated and blocked their bodies with their shields. Clang, 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 the wind blades knocked on the shields and gave off the sound of metals clashing into one another. Lu Yan, shoot him down. Yang Fei, Yan Jinming, cover up Lu Yan. Wang Teng, you know how to shoot, right? Hurry, shoot the damn out of him. Lin Zhan hurled commands at his teammates. Yang Fei and Yan Jinming immediately moved to Lu Yan's side. They raised their shield and covered her up. Lu Yan placed her shield behind her back and took down her heavy machine gun. She fired into the air through the gap of the two shields. Bang, bang, bang. A huge number of alloy bullets engulfed the bird in the sky like a bullet rain. Rise. The figure gave another order. The bird flapped its wings, forming a strong wind. It rose straight up into the air and instantly flew more than 10 meters higher. Leader, he's too far away, Lu Yan said with an ugly expression. On the other side, Wang Teng took out his heavy bow and jumped onto a tree. He notched an arrow on the bow and used all the strength he had. Ice Force congregated at the tip as he released the arrow. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to score a hit. Damn it, that brat calculated the distance and knew that we couldn't reach him. That's why he's so fearless. Lin Zhan gritted his teeth and said, Ha ha ha, if you are sensible, pass me the item. Otherwise, today will be the day of your death. Arrogant peals of laughter echoed from the sky. Then they were inundated by wind blades. Are you planning to defeat us with these wind blades? Brat, come down and fight with us one-on-one if you dare. Why are you hiding on top? Don't you know that you look like a coward? Lin Zhan shouted back, refusing to admit defeat. You're looking for death. The young man on the bird was obviously infuriated by Lin Zhan's words. He took out a cannon and aimed it at the people below. "Have a taste of my cannon! Boom!" A massive explosion sounded. Roaring flames spurted out of the mouth of the cannon, bringing with it a frightening force as the cannonball shot towards Wang Teng and his teammates. "What the That's the fire god cannon!" Dodge quickly. Lin Zhan's face turned green. He increased his speed explosively and ran away. The other people's expressions changed too. There seemed to be wheels on their legs as they dashed away. It was as though they had seen some terrifying monster. Wang Teng was cursing in his heart. This bastard was really vicious. He even used a heavy weapon like the fire cannon. He had heard of the fire god cannon before. This thing was expensive to make, and its power was frightening. Ordinary people couldn't afford to use it. The person in the air actually brought one along with him. This was out of everyone's expectation. It was too late to say anything now. They needed to escape. Boom. The force cannonball congregated by the fire god cannon smashed into the ground. Flames gushed into the air, and visible impact waves swept through the forest, bringing everything along with it. Lin Zhan, Wang Teng, and the other team members weren't able to run far at all. The powerful blast moved as fast as lightning. It threw them into the air. Wang Teng could hardly look after himself. At this moment, he didn't have the time to care about other people. Earth element shield. He quickly blocked his front. At the same time, force exploded out of his body and congregated into a yellowish-brown shield. At this life-or-death moment, his heartbeat increased, and his mind was all tensed up. His spiritual power moved automatically and merged into his earth element shield. In that instant, the world suddenly became silent. He had lost his hearing temporarily because of the enormous explosion. His battle shield shattered into pieces. Earth element shield persevered for 3 breaths before it crumbled gradually. It shattered. Hot waves gushed towards him. The impact waves landed on Wang Teng's body, and he felt a collision on his head. His vision turned black. In an instant, he couldn't see anything. A long time seemed to have passed. Yet it felt like an instant, too. Wang Teng shook his head and crawled up from the ground. At the start, his mind was still in a daze. He didn't know what had happened. But the next second, his pupils constricted. He had regained his memory. "I'm still alive." He rejoiced for surviving the disaster. Then he hurriedly jumped up. However, the action made him gasp in pain. His entire body was aching. "This is so painful. Damn it, I wonder how my other teammates are." Wang Teng raised his eyes and looked around him. The ground was all burned black, and there was a deep hole in the middle. The trees around it had collapsed. Flames were raging on the branches of the trees. "Huh? There's still someone alive." The bird flew down slowly. A young man stood on the back of the bird and looked down on Wang Teng. The attire he was wearing was the style of the Xingwu Continent. The two worlds had interacted for 30 years, but they still maintained their unique culture and customs. For instance, people on Earth would not especially wear the clothes of the Xingwu Continent. Similarly, the people on the Xingwu Continent would not wear clothes from Earth either. He gave a look of contempt and said calmly, "You're a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. It looks like you're really lucky and managed to keep your life. Your teammates' abilities didn't seem bad. However, they're probably dead now. Tell me, what did you get from the single-horned Denglong? Who has that thing? If you tell me, maybe I can consider sparing your life. You killed them?" Wang Teng remained expressionless, but there was a cold glare in his eyes. Although he had known Lin Zhan and the other team members for a short period only, they had taken great care of him. He had to repay them. Also, this person almost killed him. Anyone that wanted to kill him must die. Why, do you want to take revenge for them? The young man scoffed. He didn't hide his disdain. "I don't mind telling you that I'm a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. If you reply to me honestly, you can live. If not, I will let you die a terrible death." "Uncle, may I know how old you are?" Wang Teng interrupted him. The young man was stunned by this strange question. "Also, uncle, who are you calling uncle?" The young man's veins popped out of his head. He asked with a furious expression, "What do you mean?" "Oh, nothing. I heard that old people are normally naggy. I want to see if you're an old uncle under that young man's face," Wang Teng said. Old man. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The young man's expression turned cold. He held his hand into a claw and exuded force on his hand. He then viciously attacked Wang Teng's neck. Wang Teng looked at him as he flew down. His face was calm. Note meters. At that moment, Wang Teng moved his thoughts. The remaining small amount of spiritual power gushed out of his mind, flying dagger. A cold glint flew out of his battle uniform. It turned into a flash of lightning and shot towards the young man. Spiritual power. The young man's expression changed tremendously. The cold glint's speed was so fast that he couldn't capture it with his eyes. It seemed to be shuttling between spaces. In a blink of an eye, it appeared in front of him. It was too late to dodge. The young man made a hasty decision and changed the direction of his hand. The force in his body surged out as he clawed towards the cold glint. "Disperse!" Wang Teng lifted the edge of his lips as he said this single word. The cold glint exploded below the man's claw. It turned into 6 cold rays and attacked the young man from all directions. Wang Teng remembered the shooting star spiral's theory, so when he attacked the first time, he used the 6 flying daggers together as one. Now he split them up to catch his opponent off his guard. No! Fear finally appeared on the young man's face. His pupils constricted into a needle, the 6 rays of cold lights reflecting in them. He yelled in despair, "Slash!" The 6 cold lights instantly pierced into the young man's head. Some pierced into his eyes, some went through his forehead, some stabbed into his temples. Blood spurted everywhere. The young man died in a gruesome manner. Blood oozed out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. Panic, despair, unwillingness, and even regret, all kinds of emotions solidified on the face that was slowly losing its vitality. Wang Teng looked at the body as it fell backward. It crashed forcefully onto the ground. He said calmly, "I'm sorry. I don't want to die." Chapter 122. What a good person. Once the young man died, the bird that he was sitting on rose into the air and flew away. It flew away. It just flew away and abandoned its owner. This was a heartless, spiritual pet. Wang Teng had a moment of silence for the young man. This man was a failure. Even its spiritual pet abandoned it. How sorrowful. Everything had ended. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. That bird had truly made them suffer. If he could, he wanted to keep it here, but he didn't have the ability to do anything for now. After heaving a sigh of relief, his tensed mind gradually relaxed. The next instant, waves of pain assaulted his mind. It was as though a bat was stirring his brain viciously. A while ago, to resist the attack of the fire god cannon, he had released his spiritual power to form a defensive wall. The consumption was enormous. After that, he had called forth all his energy to defeat the 3-star soldier-level young man. He fought with all his might. That was why his spiritual power was totally drained now. The after effect almost caused Wang Teng to faint from the pain. It took a long time for the pain to subside. It wasn't that painful anymore, but he still felt like dying. Wang Teng kept up his spirits and started looking for his teammates. He searched for a long time before he finally found everyone. They were all grievously injured and unconscious. No matter how Wang Teng called them, they wouldn't wake up. Their spiritual power wasn't as strong as Wang Teng's, so they were unable to handle the shock from the explosion. Yang Fei was in the worst state. One of his legs broke from the explosion. Blood was everywhere, and the pain caused his body to twitch uncontrollably. Wang Teng could only help him stop his blood. He used whatever medication he could use on him. He treated the others the same way. There were many wounds on their bodies. Many areas were burnt black, so he used internal and external medications on them. He hoped that they would pull through. He didn't have the time to look at the attribute bubbles around him carefully. He just picked them up. He dragged his tired body and placed his teammates in a safe place. After searching the corpse of the young man, he burnt him into ashes to remove the traces at this moment in a cave. Wang Teng ate some healing medicine and rested for a few hours. His body and spirit got better gradually. Although he wasn't able to return to his prime, he felt much better than before. Lin Zhan and the other team members had not woken up yet. He sized up the fire god cannon in his hand and found it unbelievable. This fire god cannon was as thick as an adult's thigh and was adorned by simple and unsophisticated patterns on its surface. It looked like the type of cannon that appeared during the steam age on Earth hundreds of years ago. Of course, their powers weren't comparable. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking thing had such extraordinary power? The entire Tiger Warrior team almost died because of its attack. If every martial warrior had one of these, they would be invincible. However, he knew that this was unrealistic. The fire god cannon used the force compression device to compress a huge amount of force into a small ball. Then it released the ball. The force compression device was said to be something left behind by the previous era in the Xingwu Continent. It combined mechanisms, runes, and many other skills of that civilization. In short, it was extremely complicated to create. Also, the materials used in this cannon had to withstand the compressed force. If not, the cannon would explode before the force was released. You would be hitting yourself instead of your enemy. Naturally, this kind of material wasn't cheap. It was hard to find, too. Hence, fire god cannon was extremely hard to create. Ordinary people couldn't afford to use it. What did this all mean? The young man had an impressive background. Forget it, he had already killed him. It was useless to think about all these now. Wang Teng shook his head. Besides the fire god cannon, Wang Teng also found a ring when he was getting rid of the corpse, a ring that couldn't be burnt by the flames of force. Is this a space ring? Wang Teng thought of this possibility and used his spiritual power to explore the ring. He instantly felt his vision changing. He saw space. Oh my God, it's really a space ring. I'm rich now. Wang Teng was elated. A space ring wasn't an everyday item. Even Lin Zan, who was a 3-star martial warrior, didn't have one. It was rare to hear of this item normally. Maybe it was only used on a small scale, as regular martial warriors probably couldn't afford to use them. You could tell how precious this was. Maybe his insight and imagination were limited by his lack of money. Maybe everyone was using such high-class items. Wang Teng shook his head and mocked himself. He happily played with the space ring as he counted the items inside. There were many things there: energy stones, Dan pills, spiritual Dan ores, and more. Wow, this fellow is extremely wealthy. Wang Teng exclaimed in his heart. He moved his thoughts and took out a ball of ore from the space ring. Why did he choose this ore and not other things? He couldn't help it. This ore was glittering in gold and was exceptionally eye-catching. Damn it, it's quite heavy. When the ore landed on his hand, Wang Teng felt his palm sinking down. His strength was quite powerful. He might have been caught off guard, but you could tell that the ore wasn't light. It was the size of a basketball, and it was shimmering with gold light. Wang Teng thought that it was gold at first, but now he denied this thought. Gold wasn't so heavy. This must be a special ore from the Xingwu Continent. Unfortunately, the ores written in the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers were all commonly seen ones. This ore wasn't included in that list. Wang Teng kept the ore and turned his attention to his attributes panel. Enlightenment, spiritual realm, 0/100, spirit, spiritual realm, 0. 300 and talent. Intermediate stage wind talent, 6/500. Beginner stage fire talent, 11/300. Beginner stage ice talent, 13/300. Beginner stage earth talent, 12/300. Spiritual sight, beginner stage 1/4. Demon lotus poison body, 41/10,000. Beginner stage arrow talent, 5/100. Space, 0.8/10,000. Force, 11/500. Fire 2-star, 7100. Ice 1-star, 53/100. Poison 1-star, 51/100. Wart 1-star, 27/100. Metal 1-star, 42/100. Earth 1-star, 3/100. Wood 1-star, 21/100. Water 1-star. Scripture, red flame scripture, foundation 35/100. Deep ice scripture, foundation 25/100. Earth lowest skill, earth element shield, foundation 29/100. Wind soul scripture 100. Battle techniques, basic battle techniques, presence, enlightenment for fist, sword, blade, footwork, stick. Basic arrow skill, foundation gun, kung fu, foundation 4/10. Fire Kirin, sword skill, foundation 59/100. Phantom ice fist, foundation 31/100. Moving mountain blade skill, foundation 5/100. Steps of gale, foundation 100. Green gale claw, 1/500. Basic subjects, full marks. 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, full marks. Overall battle power, 342. Blank attribute, 90. When he killed that young man, he had targeted his head. This might be why there were 3 points of spirit attributes. However, when he added them to this spiritual realm, it only increased by 0.3 points. Without a doubt, the ratio of normal spirit attributes and spiritual realm attributes was 10-1. Next was the force. After adding 23 points to his fire force attribute, he had broken through the doors of 1-star soldier level and reached 2-star soldier level. He was a 2-star soldier level martial warrior. At this moment, Wang Teng was already a 2-star soldier level martial warrior. The second force nucleus on his spine lit up. The fire force poured into the force nucleus and spiraled in it happily. There was only fire force in the second force nucleus. The other forces still remained in the first force nucleus. They had not reached the limit yet, so they were unable to enter the second force nucleus. Because of his advancement, the injury on his body healed fairly quickly. When he felt the power coursing through his veins, Wang Teng smiled. Was this considered getting some good out of a misfortune? But why did my fire force increase so much? Could it be that the fire god cannon dropped some fire force attributes? He was a little surprised, so he was making wild guesses. Also, his earth force had increased by 10, water force by 8, metal force by 12, and wind force by 15 points. The force attribute of these elements rose again. Wang Teng just scanned through these attributes. His gaze finally landed on his talent, scripture, and battle techniques. Intermediate stage, wind talent of 5. He saw intermediate stage wind talent again. This young man was able to become a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior before he turned 30. This meant that his talent was not bad. Wang Teng felt that this was all because of his intermediate stage wind talent. Now, Wang Teng was able to feel more intimate towards the wind force in his surroundings. When he used his wind force, it was much smoother. He had a sudden thought. A wisp of wind force came out of his force nucleus and congregated into a green whirlwind ball in his palm. A gust of wind blew in the cave because of this small ball. Is this the wind force? Let's try its power. He moved his thoughts and controlled the green force, condensing it into a wind blade. Go! Wind blade flew out and left a deep scratch on the stone wall. Not bad. If I can condense it further, it will be more powerful, Wang Teng thought to himself silently. His gaze turned to his scriptures and battle techniques. Wind Soul Scripture, Dark Level High Class Scripture, Green Gale Claw, Dark Level High Class Battle Technique. Wang Teng was delighted. The scripture and battle technique the young man dropped were all Dark Level High Class. Based on the price in the internal Jixin Marshall House web, these would cost at least a few $100 million. This young man, even though he didn't know what his name was, Wang Teng suddenly felt grateful towards him. This was a good man. He came to send the fire god cannon, the space ring, the talents, and even scriptures and battle techniques. Was there a better person than him? That was why killing someone and snatching their possessions was the correct path to becoming wealthy. Wang Teng touched his chin as he pondered to himself. Suddenly, there seemed to be a dark aura surrounding his body. Wang Teng! At this moment, Lin Zhan's weak voice sounded from behind him. In an instant, everything went back to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. Leader, you're awake? Wang Teng hurriedly got up and walked over. He looked at him in concern and asked, Do you feel better? Lin Zhan shook his head. How's everyone? Same as you. However, Yang Fei Wang Teng stopped talking. Lin Zhan immediately started looking for Yang Fei's figure in the cave. When he saw his broken leg, he visibly shook. Old Yang. After some time, Yan Jinming, Liu Yan, and the rest of the teammates woke up one after another. They gathered around Yang Fei. The atmosphere was silent and the air was filled with sorrow. When Yang Fei opened his eyes, this was the scene he saw. The expressions on their faces caused his heart to drop. Then he felt the excruciating pain in his leg. My leg! Yang Fei's eyes were wide open. He was almost howling. This stimulation was too great for him. Old Yang, calm down, Lin Zhan shouted. Chapter 123. I'm a professional. My leg is gone, damn it. My leg is gone. How do you expect me to remain calm, huh? Tell me, how the hell do you expect me to remain calm? Yang Fei was a little out of control as he yelled at Lin Zhan. It's all my fault. If I didn't choose to fight with him head on, this might not have happened, Lin Zhan suddenly said in a depressed tone. Leader, don't blame yourself. No one will give up their spoils of war in that situation. Also, even if we had handed over the items to him, he might not have let us go. This is the world of martial warriors. It has always been like this, Liu Yan consoled him. You chose to walk on this path. Yang Fei, you should have thought of this day. Why are you blaming others? Yan Jinming's words were cruel, but it was the truth. Brother Yan Jinyue couldn't bear to hear his words. Yang Fei was stunned. Then he started wailing. Actually, he knew that Yan Jinming was telling the truth, but he couldn't accept it. Everyone kept quiet. Yang Fei cried for a long time before he stopped gradually. His voice was hoarse as he said, Yan Jinming is right. This is all my choice. I can't blame anyone. Leader, I'm sorry. I lost control of my emotions just now. Lin Zhan moved the corners of his lips. In the end, he just sighed and patted Yang Fei's shoulder. When we go back to Earth, go and find an office job. You won't have to live on the edge every day anymore and worry about when you will die. All right? Yang Fei nodded rapidly. The atmosphere was still heavy. Yan Jinming changed the topic and asked, How did we survive? Ask Wang Teng. He's the one who saved us, Lin Zhan said. The young man thought that all of you had died from the explosion, so he sought his own death and came down from the sky. Noticing that I was just a one-star martial warrior, he let down his guard. I managed to sneak an attack on him. Wang Teng simplified everything. That's it? Everyone was dumbfounded. That's it? Wang Teng nodded. If not, what do you think happened? They were speechless. That was too simple. Powerful character that almost wiped out their entire team was killed by Wang Teng's sneak attack. No matter how many times they thought about it, it sounded unbelievable. Could it be that the guy was just a newbie who managed to force the elite team into a tight corner because he had the frightening weapon, the fire god cannon, and was in the sky? However, that fellow must have a good background. We need to be careful after we go back, Wang Teng said. That's right. He had the fire god cannon, so he might come from some elite family. Lin Zhan nodded. He asked, "Did you clean up the scene?" "I got rid of the corpse and all the traces. I'm a professional." Wang Teng nodded. Everyone's expressions turned weird. Why did he sound as though this wasn't the first time he was doing this? They realized that they seemed to have underestimated this young man. Every time they felt that they understood him, he opened up their minds again. Was this fellow really a high school student who just graduated? After resting for a day and a night, everyone barely recovered since they wouldn't be able to heal completely within a short time. They decided to return to Yong City, especially Yang Fei. It was better to bring him back to Earth to receive the best treatment. He wouldn't be able to get his leg back, though. There was a kind of Dan that was able to regrow bones and flesh, but they were definitely unable to afford it. They could only rely on medical technologies. The few of them carefully left the dark mist forest. They drove the armored vehicle and went back to Yong City at the Jixin Martial House branch. When their martial warrior friends saw them, they were flabbergasted. "Lin Zhan, what happened to you? Why are you all in this state?" They had already decided on their story. Lin Zhan sighed and said, "Don't talk about it. We met a 4-star star beast in the outer circle. We almost couldn't come back." "You're really unlucky." The martial warriors from the Martial Arts Academy surrounded them and looked at them with pity. "Everyone move. Brother Yang is injured. Don't block the way." Someone saw Yang Fei's broken leg, so they hurriedly ordered the others to clear a path. Lin Zhan and his teammates nodded at their friends. They went to the martial arts lobby to make a report before heading to the dimensional rift. The discussions behind them never stopped, even after the other martial warriors saw them leaving. Lin Zhan and his teammates came to the dimensional rift and returned to Earth. They hurriedly sent Yang Fei to the hospital. Yang Fei's family had already received the news and were waiting at the hospital. When Yang Fei's parents and wife saw his miserable condition, they wept uncontrollably. They hugged him and cried their hearts out. At first, they thought that becoming a martial warrior was something to be proud of for their family. All these years, Yang Fei had earned a lot of money, and the life of his family got better and better. He even had a higher identity and status as compared to other normal people. Ever since Yang Fei became a martial warrior, many relatives that never contacted them for a long time came to ask them for help. Their family was incredibly proud no matter where they went. Others were envious when they learned that their family had a martial warrior. However, they never expected this to be the ending. It was difficult to accept it. "All right, stop crying. I just lost a leg with my ability as a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. I will be able to live like a normal person after I put on a prosthetic leg. Also, I can find an office job in the Martial Arts Academy in the future. I will be able to go home more often. All of you should be happy." Yang Fei patted the shoulders of his parents and wife and smiled. Yang Fei's wife was a teacher. She looked prim and proper and was less than 30 years old. When she heard his words, she nodded. "You can accompany your daughter and me more in the future. I won't have to be in a state of anxiety all the time either. It's good that you're alive." Yang Fei's parents wiped their tears and looked at him amiably. "Yang Fei, don't worry. I will personally settle your work for you. You have more than sufficient ability to be a martial warrior instructor. I think that the Martial Arts Academy will give you a satisfactory answer." Lin Zhan patted Yang Fei's shoulder and said, "Thank you, leader." Yang Fei nodded. "Why are you so polite? If you have any troubles in the future, you can call us. We have been teammates for many years. We might not be blood-related, but we're closer than a family," Lin Zhan said. "That's right. If you don't call us, we will beat you up." Liu Yan waved her fist at Yang Fei. Then she said to his wife, "Sister, you need to look after him. This fellow might seem humble, but he's actually really stubborn." "Sister Liu, don't worry," Yang Fei's wife smiled and replied. "Come and visit us often. Our daughter keeps talking about you." "All right, tell your daughter that I will come with a gift next time." Liu Yan smiled and said, after settling Yang Fei. The other team members bade farewell and left. "Go back and get some rest. We will calculate our gains tomorrow and sell them to the Martial Arts Academy. If we sell them internally, we won't be cheated. As for the Starbone, I will see if there's an auction. We will put it up for auction," Lin Zhan said. The other team members had no objections. On the way home, Wang Teng felt complicated. He never expected his first trip to the Xingwu Continent to be so short, but so eventful. He had experienced so many things. He was deeply affected. Chapter 124. They actually have a small secret. On the way home, Wang Teng thought of many things. He had only become a martial warrior for a short time, but he had experienced many upheavals. At the start, he was attacked by 2 martial warriors, allowing him to see the ruthlessness of the martial warrior world. Then he saw the cruelty of the actual combat assessment. After that, it was this trip to the Xingwu Continent. Entire martial warrior world seemed to be covered in layers of Shaw. It was slowly revealing its true face to him layer by layer. He never knew that behind all the glamour of martial warriors it was so bloody and gruesome. When there were gains, there were losses. If you wanted to gain something, you would have to lose something. Wang Teng sighed. His belief got firmer. "Mister, I'm not going to Fu Villa District anymore. Please drive to the university town." He suddenly opened his eyes and spoke to the driver in front. Before leaving, he had told his parents that he would be out for a month. It had only been a few days. If he went back now, he would need to explain to them. If they knew what he experienced in the Xingwu Continent, they might be even more worried. There was no need to let them do another round of psychological construction. He was going to the Xingwu Continent again soon. This time he decided to go alone. The driver glanced at Wang Teng from the rearview mirror. He didn't say anything. This fellow looked wealthy and stupid. Hence, he turned his car around and headed to the university town. At the university town, in front of his rented house, Wang Teng met his landlord. He was bringing his wife out for shopping. This middle-aged man was always half a head shorter in front of his wife. "Old brother Wang, sister Han, are you going out to play?" Wang Teng opened the door of the small courtyard and asked casually. "Hey, brother Wang, I haven't seen you in a while." "Yes, your sister Han wants to buy some clothes?" Wang Dapao smiled and replied, "I've been busy with the university entrance exam recently. I finally had time to come here again today." Wang Teng said, "Oh, so you're taking the university entrance exam this year? How is it? Speaking about it, the top scholar for the martial arts exam this year is called Wang something." Another young man with the surname Wang, as expected. "Our Wang family has a lot of talents," Wang Dapao said proudly. The corners of Wang Teng's lips twitched. "There are many talents in the Wang family, but that doesn't include you, the salted fish uncle, right? Also, I'm standing right in front of you." "What do you mean by Wang something?" Sister Han, who was standing beside him, rolled her eyes at her husband. "The top scholar of the martial arts exam this year is called Wang Teng." "Brother Wang, that must be you." "Huh?" Wang Dapao was stunned. He touched his head and asked, "I do think he's called Wang Teng. Is that really you?" Wang Teng was speechless. "Old brother Wang, you need to drink more goji berry tea. Look at your memory. Bullshit. Your old brother Wang's body is really good. I don't need any goji berry tea," Wang Dapao said guiltily. Sister Han snorted. "Brother Wang, carry on with your stuff. We won't disturb you." After she said that, she pulled Wang Dapao's hand and left. Wang Teng laughed while shaking his head. He entered his rented house and closed the door properly. He went to the room to take a look at the crow egg. It hadn't hatched yet. It was still inside. Wang Teng didn't care about it. He took some clothes to change and entered the bathroom to wash up. When he came back, he took off his battle uniform so that he wouldn't seem too outstanding when he entered the city area. After bathing, he wiped his hair and walked into his bedroom. He took out his phone and turned it on. When heading to the Xingwu Continent, he had turned off his phone. In fact, he didn't even bring his phone along with him. After all, he wouldn't be able to receive signals from the Earth on the Xingwu Continent. The moment he opened his phone, a few messages popped out immediately. Some messages were sent by Bei Wei, Xu Jie, and their group of friends. Lin Chuxia and Lin Chuhan had sent him messages too. Bai Wei and Xu Jie asked him what he was doing and wanted to look for him to meet up. Wang Teng shook his head. He would never go out and play. After all, the Xingwu Continent was more fun. If he wanted to play, he would go to the Xingwu Continent. From Xu Jie's message, he knew that the female devil, Xu Hui, was already back. She was looking for him with all her effort. For some reason, he felt his little bird hurting slightly. He mustn't let her find him. It was too scary. Wang Teng decided not to reply to him. Lin Chuhan had messaged him to inquire about where he brought Lin Chuxia out to play that night. Her excitement never subsided for a few days. "Ask your sister." Wang Teng smiled and typed a reply. "Why are you scolding me?" After some time, Lin Chuhan replied to him. "In Chinese, ask your sister can be used to scold people. I'm asking you to ask your sister." Wang Teng was speechless. "That stupid lady won't tell me. In that case, I can't tell you either. This is our secret." The two of you actually have a small secret. Lin Chuhan felt as if the entire world had forsaken her. She felt depressed for no reason. Meh. Men are indeed flirtatious and unfaithful. Should I steam, barbecue, or fry him? What's wrong with you? When Wang Teng that she didn't reply for a long time, he couldn't help but send a message. "Go away," she replied with 2 angry words and then ignored him. "Wang Teng, you were the one who looked for me first. Now you're asking me to go away. Am I someone you can call over whenever you want and push away whenever you feel like it?" Women are so fickle-minded. Sure, I'll leave immediately. A shameless message was sent out. The last message was a short one by Lin Chuxia. Brother-in-law, when are you bringing me out to play again?
Wow, this young lady is addicted?
Wang Teng replied, I'm not free. At the Lin family's house, Lin Chuxia got excited when she saw Wang Teng's message. However, after she saw the content, she pouted. Brother-in-law suddenly doesn't like me anymore. Lin Chuxia laid on the table and felt dejected. Oh, right. Did you see the USB that the god of guns gave you? Meow. Wang Teng sent another message. When Lin Chuxia saw the message, she felt excited again.
There's a skill called gun kung fu recorded on the USB. It looks really amazing. As expected, this USB was mass-produced. Was it reliable? Wang Teng sent another message as he pondered about this. Did he add any private things inside? No. How is that possible? Wang Teng was surprised. What else is there supposed to be? Lin Chuxia was stunned too. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng sent an awkward smile emoticon over. Damn it. That fellow treated me differently. Fekum, nothing.
If you're bored, you can practice gun kung fu. I don't know if it's real or fake. All right, I'll give it a try. That's all. I'll get busy with my things. All right. After he replied to all the messages, Wang Teng took a deep breath. He also received another message of a bank transfer into his account, 3 million. There was a short message added at the end. Wang Teng, the volcano salamander has been sold. I have transferred the money to you. Wang Teng understood what happened. During the actual combat assessment, he had killed a volcano salamander, and the 3 martial warriors at the scene helped him sell it. He didn't expect 1-star star beast to fetch him 3 million. The money came too quickly. This didn't include the star core. If not, the price would be higher. Indeed, the money of a martial warrior came really quickly. If he killed more star beasts, he would be able to reach a few hundred million soon. He had a space ring now, so things would be more convenient for him. Chapter 125. Why are you slandering me? Speaking of the USB the god of guns gave him, Wang Teng suddenly remembered the illegible map he drew. Well, he could call it a map for now. Wang Teng suddenly got invigorated. He went online and started searching based on the design of the map. However, half an hour later, he couldn't find a place that corresponded to the map. His efforts were all in vain. Damn it, did I get fooled by him again? Huh. Why did I use the word again? Wang Teng shook his head. Forget it. Why am I arguing with a mental patient? I wonder how much I can earn from this trip to the Xingwu Continent. Wang Teng pondered silently. Because of the explosion by the fire god cannon, his shield was broken, and his battle uniform was ruined. He wouldn't be able to use them again. Those things had cost him a few million. He felt his heart hurting just thinking about it. But reality proved that the shield and the battle uniform were able to protect his life during critical times. Hence, he had to buy them again once they were spoiled. I don't think I have enough money. Let's buy them after the leader sells off the battle spoils. Wang Teng counted what was left of his money. Zhao Gangbao gave him 10 million as compensation, and he earned 3 million from selling the volcano salamander. It seemed like a lot, but Wang Teng wanted to buy something better. Protecting his life was the most important. Then there was the shooting star spiral as well. He must forge it as soon as possible. The shooting star spiral was a unique trump card. His power would be heavily discounted if the weapon that could unleash his potential wasn't present. Wang Teng immediately contacted Master Lu. Are you there? Master Lu, yes, dear. I've already completed examining the blueprint of the shooting star spiral. This sentence was followed by a smiley face that was laughing hysterically. Wang Teng asked, Can you make it? Master Lu, no. Wang Teng felt the veins on his forehead popping out. Why are you laughing when you can't do it? Master Lu, but I showed it to my senior brother. He said that it's a piece of cake for him. This was swallowed by a please praise me emoticon. Wang Teng, can you complete your sentence at once next time? Master Lu? No problem, dear Phi Omega. Wang Teng felt helpless. Wang Teng, how am I supposed to pass the materials to you? Master Lu, the materials are indeed rare. It's better to hand them over personally. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. Were they going to meet face to face? Wang Teng didn't mind. As the official partner of Jixin Martial House, Master Lu was worth trusting. Wang Teng, how should I look for you? Master Lu, there's no need to look for me. Look for my senior brother. He's helping someone forge his weapon in Donghai. I'll send you his address and phone number. You can contact him directly, dear. Wang Teng, all right? The other party sent him a phone number. Wang Teng dialed the number and arranged to meet the person tomorrow afternoon. The following day at 9 a.m., Wang Teng arrived at Jixin Martial House and joined Lin Jian and the rest of his teammates. "He's here." Lin Jian walked over. "We'll go to the third floor. The Star Beast Material Transaction Zone is there." Wang Teng nodded. When the group arrived on the third floor, they walked past the corridor and stopped in front of a door. The transaction room. These were the 3 words written on the door. They entered the room. It was extremely spacious. More than 10 staff were arranging all kinds of Star Beast materials on the empty ground on the right side. They seemed really busy. Directly facing the door was a row of tables. A few people were sitting behind the tables. There were 2 small teams of martial warriors selling their ingredients. They were bargaining with the staff behind the table. "Let's wait for a moment," Lin Jian said. Wang Teng and his teammates nodded. After some time, one of the 2 teams finished their transaction and turned around. They had satisfied expressions on their faces as they prepared to leave. "Huh, Lin Jian, I heard that you were grooming a newbie. Why are you back so early?" The leader of the team was a middle-aged man. He was stunned when he saw Lin Jian. "An accident happened, so we had to return first." Lin Jian replied with a bitter smile. "Why is the newbie disobedient?" The middle-aged man frowned. "I advise you against it, you know. He's the top scholar of the martial arts exam. He's definitely someone hard to deal with. He will be huge trouble for you once you let him into your team." Wang Teng, he got reprimanded for no reason. Wang Teng felt extremely wronged. He looked at the man with hidden bitterness. "How did I provoke you? Why must you slander me? Old Zhao, you are wrong this time. If it wasn't for this newbie, we wouldn't have been able to come back." Lin Jian pulled Wang Teng out to the front and continued. "Look, this is the top scholar of the martial arts exam, a 1-star martial warrior. He's not like the other newbies who only drag people down. He has genuine skill. Of course, the most important thing is, he is really sinister." At first, Wang Teng was happy. Toward the end, though, he was caught off guard by Lin Jian. "Really sinister." "How am I sinister? I'm such a straightforward and down-to-earth person. I work hard, yet you said I'm sinister." "There's no need to speak anymore. Let's sever our relationship. We are not friends from now on." That middle-aged man looked at Wang Teng in surprise. His teammates also sized Wang Teng up curiously. "Is he really as sinister as you said?" "Of course," Lin Jian nodded seriously. The corners of Wang Teng's lips twitched. He was on the verge of blowing his top. "Is this enough? Are you done?" "Good fellow. This is the first time Lin Jian praised someone like this." The middle-aged man raised his thumb. "Coming back, what did you meet? Don't mention it. We met a 4-star Star Beast." The middle-aged man gasped in shock. "You're really unlucky." "I've heard this sentence no less than 5 times after I came back. As a martial warrior, there's no such thing as being unlucky. This is the path we chose," Lin Jian said. "I need to sell my materials. Talk to you again soon." "Looks like your gains are not bad. Let me take a look at them." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "We suffered such a huge loss. How can we not have any gains?" Lin Jian arrived in front of the transaction desk and poured all the materials out. "Wow, this is the horn of a Star Beast. There's a star core, too," the middle-aged man exclaimed. The transaction staff raised his head in astonishment, too. Then he asked, "Are you selling everything?" "That's right. Please count them." The staff nodded and started counting the items. At the same time, he inspected the items and gave them an estimated price tag. The claws are 7 million. The horn is 12 million. The star core is 50 million. The claws of the Gale Wolves will be 6 million in total. The fangs of the Earth Armor Pig will be 1 million, its armor is 2 million, and its star core will be 11 million. "Do you have any objections regarding this price?" asked the staff after giving his estimate. "The price of the single-horn Denglong star core is too low. That's a 3-star beast. It should be at least 70 million. Lin Jian shook his head. 50 million is already very high. I quote you this much because it's a 3-star Star Beast core. If you sell it outside, you might not be able to get this price," the staff replied. "No way. Our team suffered many losses in order to kill this single-horned Denglong." Lin Jian shook his head continuously. "How about this? Since we are all members of Jixin Martial House, I'll give you 60 million, the staff hesitated before answering. "A little higher. This is the highest I can go." Lin Jian exchanged glances with his teammates. They looked as though they were losing 10 billion. He gritted his teeth and nodded. "Sigh, all right. I will take this price. Transaction staff like you are like vampires. 60 million is definitely not your limit. "Brother, if you want to eat meat, you have to leave some soup for us," the staff replied with a forced smile. Lin Zhan snorted. After finishing the transaction, everyone walked out of the room and started splitting the gains.
By right, I should be getting 30%. Liu Yan, Yang Fei, Yan Jinming, and Yan Jinyu will get 15%, while Wang Teng gets 10%. However, Yang Fei got into an accident, so I decided to take only 10% this time. I'll give 15% to Yang Fei and the other 5% to Wang Teng to thank him for saving us, Lin Zhan said. Leader, how can you do that? You can't bear everything yourself, Liu Yan said. That's right. Why don't we reset the distribution ratio entirely?
Yang Fei can take 40%, Wang Teng will get 20%, and we will all take 10%. Yan Jinming said. I don't need so much. Wang Teng felt a little embarrassed to receive such a high share. After all, he had already gotten a space ring from the young man as well as the fire god cannon. Lin Zhan and his teammates didn't covet it and gave it to him directly. Yang Fei can take 50%. I will take 10% just like the rest of you. After all, I've already had many gains. Okay, let's stop arguing. We will follow this percentage. Lin Zhan had the final say. Liu Yan and the other team members didn't have any more to add. Once Wang Teng chose to give his 10% to the injured Yang Fei, their impression of him rose again. They treated him more like their teammate. I went to check yesterday night. There's an auction 3 days later. It will be a grand auction held by one of the top 10 international auction houses, Bang Day. Many important people will be at the auction. In fact, we're lucky this time. Let's auction this starbone. It will definitely fetch a good price. Lin Zhan smiled as he spoke. The Bang Day auction house? And a grand auction at that. It's a rare occasion that might only happen once every few years. Yan Jinming said in astonishment. That's why I said that we're lucky, Lin Zhan replied. There will be many important people. Will we get targeted by someone? Wang Teng frowned and asked. You don't have to worry about that. Identity of the owner of the auction item will be kept a secret. They have never lost their credibility after so many years. If not, they won't be able to become one of the top 10 auction houses, Lin Zhan replied. That's true. Even some bidders who don't want to show their faces can hide their identities too. I've never heard of anyone's identity getting exposed, Liu Yan agreed. Also, the starbone might seem priceless to us, but to these wealthy and important people it is just a small fraction of their wealth, Yan Jinming said. That's right. The world of wealthy people is not something we can imagine, Liu Yan lamented. Wang Teng suddenly felt that he might be a poor lad. What rich second generation? He wouldn't bring this identity out anymore. It was embarrassing. It's decided then. Let's bring the starbone there now and sign the agreement. After that, we will only have to wait for the auction 3 days later, Lin Zhan said. Thus, the team went to the Bang Day auction house. When the auction house manager heard that someone had come with a starbone, he hurriedly went out to welcome them. He brought everyone to a meeting room and poured some tea. He said with a pleasant smile on his face, Everyone, are you planning to sell the starbone? Lin Zhan didn't say anything. He just took out the starbone. Quick, ask old Shu to come. Eyes of the manager lit up. He ordered the staff beside him. After some time, an old man strode into the meeting room. Where is the starbone? Hurry up and let me take a look. Half an hour later, the group walked out in a jovial mood. Their starbone would be the 7th last item to be auctioned. This position was enough to show how much importance the auction house placed on their item. They would definitely get a good price for it. Chapter 126, Smithery. In the afternoon, Wang Teng came to the district where Master Lu's senior brother was living. He looked at the slightly worn-out old street and wondered to himself, do all the masters live in this kind of place? Does this kind of place appear higher in class? Does it make them appear more stylish? Forget it. Let's not care about this. Wang Teng walked into the old street and stopped outside a broken-down shop called Master Lu Branch Store. He was speechless when he saw this name. It was really recognizable. This shop was a little too dilapidated, though. People who didn't know what it was might think that it was opened by a blacksmith from the countryside. Wang Teng shook his head and entered the shop. He scanned his surroundings. Just like its exterior, the shop was simple and crude. There was ironware placed casually all around him, including kitchen knives, butcher knives, spatulas, and many others.
Oh my God! Were there people who wanted to forge these items? Weren't they all mass-produced? Fortunately, he also saw blades and swords. If not, he would have thought that he was in the wrong place. Is anyone here?
Wang Teng didn't see anyone inside, so he shouted towards a door in the shop. Who is it? A voice came from inside. I made an appointment with you yesterday about forging the shooting star spiral, Wang Teng replied. Oh, the shooting star spiral. You can come in. The voice sounded again. Wang Teng entered the door and walked in. After passing through a short corridor, he was greeted with a huge forging room at the back. A man with muscles all over his body was holding a big iron hammer and hammering something in front of the furnace. When he saw this slightly ancient forging scene, Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. The inside of the furnace was entirely red, and heat waves flowed out continuously. Temperature of the room was extremely high because of the furnace. Wang Teng frowned. The ice force flowed through his entire body to alleviate the heat. "Please wait for a moment. I'm almost done." The muscular hunk raised his huge hammer and knocked the sword he was making. Sparks flew everywhere. Sweat drenched his entire body. "All right, you can finish your work first." Wang Teng looked at him with interest. A few seconds later, his gaze suddenly paused. Smithery 5, an attribute bubble dropped from the muscular hunk. "You can drop attributes when you're forging weapons?" Wang Teng was dumbfounded. Then he used his spiritual power to pull the bubble over. A new item appeared in his knowledge column. Smithery, Foundation $5. At the same time, knowledge of smithery appeared in his mind. It was very abstract with no flow to it, but this wasn't a problem. As long as he kept picking up attribute bubbles, his smithery knowledge would increase. It was not harmful to learn some smithery. He might be able to forge his own weapons in the future and wouldn't need to seek help from others. Now, the only problem was, will I become a muscular blacksmith in the future? Just thinking about it made his hair stand on ends. He was unable to accept himself having so many muscles on his body. He hurriedly shook his head to shake the image out of his mind. It was so frightening. If that really happened, he would rather give up. He could just spend money and let other people forge his weapons. It was a little troublesome, but compared to his own image, this was nothing. Smithery 5. Huh? It dropped again? Let's pick it up. Wang Teng saw another attribute bubble drop, so he picked it up without thinking. He could learn smithery first. Whether he used it or not was another thing. At this moment, Wang Teng wasn't impatient anymore. He hoped that he could wait a little longer to see if the muscular hunk would drop more attribute bubbles. The muscular hunk probably had some misunderstanding of the phrase "almost done" after he greeted Wang Teng. He threw him to the back of his mind and started forging his sword seriously. He seemed to have forgotten about Wang Teng's smithery 3, smithery 5. Fortunately, Wang Teng didn't wait in vain. He decided to forgive the blacksmith because of the attribute bubbles. Smithery Foundation 53-100. It was hard to imagine that after a round of waiting he had received 53 points of smithery attributes in total. Now, more and more knowledge of smithery appeared in his mind. He felt a sense of familiarity in his body, as though he had practiced forging, degree of heating, the strength of hammering, and distinguishing metal patterns for more than a year. He suddenly felt that his mind was filled with good stuff. This was amazing. Suddenly, another attribute bubble dropped. This Lu hammering skill 5. It was a hammering skill. However, this hammering skill was different from the mace skill during a battle. This one was used to forge weapons. Oh my God, there was a surprise at the end. This hammering skill was worth picking up. He didn't pick up the mace skills for battle since he didn't like to use battle maces. That was against his image. But this was different. If he really wanted to be a blacksmith in the future, he needed to have this hammering skill. The Lu hammering skill became one of his battle techniques. Lu hammering skill, Foundation 5/10. A light figure started practicing the skill in his mind. Then, like the rivers that flowed back into the sea, it seeped into his body. This is good stuff. Wang Teng's eyes lit up like light bulbs. The Lu hammering skill was actually an Earth rank skill. What a massive gain for him. The price of an Earth rank battle technique was frighteningly high. Also, this wasn't a normal battle technique either. It was a rarely seen smithery technique, so the price would be even higher. Lu, Master Lu, was this a family business and skill? Wang Teng pondered. If he stole the other party's unique skill, would it be a little uncool? If Master Lu knew what kind of shameless person he found, he would probably vomit blood in anger. Sorry to make you wait for so long. A rough voice pulled Wang Teng's attention back. It's all right. It was not very long, Wang Teng smiled and said. Lu Zisheng. The way Wang Teng smiled, for some reason, Lu Zisheng felt that this youngster was a little sinister. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Zisheng Siad. Lu Zisheng Siad? Lu Zisheng? Wang Teng looked at him strangely. This name? Zili? Gensheng 1? Lu Zisheng said helplessly. He had blamed his eccentric master for giving him this name countless times. Why couldn't he think of other names for him? Master Lu, it's my honor to meet you, Wang Teng replied in an enlightened tone. I've seen the blueprint for the shooting star spiral you want to forge. There's no problem. Have you brought the materials? Lu Zisheng asked. Yes, I've brought them. Wang Teng took out the star bone and the dark ice stone. Lu Zisheng's eyes shimmered, looking like a predator that saw his prey. He hurriedly wiped his hands, took the materials, and observed them carefully. These are good materials. Lu Zisheng caressed the star bone and the dark ice stone with his rough and big hands. He closed his eyes as though he was sensing something. In the end, he couldn't help but praise the materials. With these two items, I can create a 6-star shooting star spiral, 6-star. Wang Teng was shocked. He could make a 6-star weapon? The two materials were part of the reason, but Lu Zisheng's forging skills must be extremely powerful too. However, these two materials can only be the main materials. Are you going to prepare your own secondary ingredients, or do you want me to help you purchase them? Lu Zisheng asked. Chapter 127. Let's create a brick. Wang Teng had a sudden thought. He took out all kinds of ores from his space ring and piled them on the ground. Take a look. Do you think you can use any of these? Space ring. Lu Zisheng was shocked. Where did this fellow come from? He actually had a space ring. He pondered over Wang Teng's identity as he lowered his head and identified the ores on the ground. He just glanced at the materials and chose a few that he could use. Then he stopped looking at them. However, when he saw the golden ore, his gaze froze. Dark weight luminary gold. Dark weight luminary gold. Wang Teng was shocked. You recognize this? He didn't expect to meet someone that understood ores at this place. Also, looking at the other party's expression, this dark weight luminary gold seemed to be quite a treasure. Could it be that this was a rare ore? I'm a blacksmith. Recognizing all kinds of ores and metals is a necessary skill, Lu Zisheng said. This is an extraordinary metal. Due to its heaviness, it's an excellent material for strength-based martial warriors. Is it very heavy? I don't think so. I feel that it's all right. Wang Teng picked up the metal block the size of a basketball and weighed it in his hand. He found it effortless. It wasn't heavy at all. Ha! Try merging your force into it, Lu Zisheng said. He seemed to be looking down on a non-professional, Wang Teng. He poured his force into the piece of ore. Suddenly his hand sank. The metal ore almost escaped his grip and landed on the ground. This is really heavy, Wang Teng exclaimed in shock. In theory, the more force you pour in, the heavier it would be. The weight of this ore can increase continuously, Lu Zisheng explained. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Are you selling this dark weight luminary gold? Lu Zisheng suddenly asked. Wang Teng, were people in this industry all like this in the past? Master Lu also asked him whether he was selling his starbone and dark ice stone when he saw the materials. Now, Lu Zisheng said the same thing.
Wang Teng didn't know that to a blacksmith. A good material was hard to come by. The most painful thing was finding good materials and not being able to get them. I'm not selling it. Wang Teng was speechless. Can't you reconsider? Lu Zisheng tried one last time. If I say I'm not selling it, I'm not selling it. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment, and an idea flashed through his mind. Can you forge a weapon using this ore for me?
Lu Zisheng was a little disappointed, but this was within his expectations. No one would be willing to sell such a good thing.
You want to use this to make a weapon? No problem. What weapon do you want to forge? Dark weight luminary gold is best for heavy style weapons like battle axes, battle maces, or flayers. However, the material is a little limited. You need to add other materials. As he was speaking, Wang Teng interrupted him. Help me forge a brick. Brick? Lu Zisheng suspected he might have heard wrong. He glared at Wang Teng with his eyes wide. That's right, a brick. Wang Teng nodded in confirmation. No. Forging it into a brick is a humiliation to the dark weight luminary gold. You're a wastrel. A wastrel! Lu Zisheng was so angry that he started panting. He wasn't willing to do it no matter what. He highly detested Wang Teng's actions of wasting such rare and precious materials. Oh, if you can't do it, I can ask other people to make it for me, Wang Teng said casually. You? Lu Zisheng glared at Wang Teng. Unfortunately, Wang Teng just ignored him. This material is mine. I can decide what I want to do with it. In the end, Lu Zisheng just sighed helplessly and accepted his fate. The material wasn't his, so it was useless for him to say anything. Forget it. Let me do it. Even if you only want to make a brick, I can make its rank higher. If you give it to other people, they will most likely waste this dark weight luminary gold, Lu Zisheng said in a powerless tone. I will have to trouble you then. Wang Teng sniggered. A sly look flashed past his eyes, as expected. Real professionals were all honest and stubborn. They were so easy to fool. What are you thinking? How did you come up with making a brick? Lu Zisheng was still complaining. I feel that a brick is very convenient. It's really easy to use, Wang Teng said. Lu Zisheng? Convenient? He finally knew why this brat gave him a sinister feeling. What normal person would think of forging a brick to use as a weapon? I will take 10 million from you as the forging fee. You can collect your items in 3 days. He didn't want to argue with Wang Teng anymore. He felt his brain hurting even though he only spoke a few sentences. This brat was poisonous. From the bottom of his heart, Wang Teng felt that he was getting disliked. This was a sad and sorrowful event. He paid the money and walked out of Master Lu's branch store. For some reason, he felt a little sad. Everyone seems to have some misunderstanding with me. He could only collect his shooting star spiral and brick in 3 days. The auction was 3 days later, too. Within this time, the only thing Wang Teng could do was wait. The next day, he had nothing to do. He decided to visit the Master Lu branch store again. Lu Zisheng's expression changed slightly when he saw Wang Teng. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to come back 3 days later to collect the items? Oh, I just came to take a look. I can't do that? Asked Wang Teng. You can, but don't talk much and don't interrupt my work. Lu Zisheng looked really uncomfortable. He looked as though he just ate a pile of shit. I won't talk. You can do your things. I'll just stay at the side. Wang Teng felt extremely wronged. Lu Zisheng was too lazy to care about this drama king. He returned to his work. The sound of metal clanging echoed in the room. Surprisingly, it felt a little rhythmic. Smithery, 5. Smithery, 8. Lu hammering skill, 5. Wang Teng happily collected the attribute bubbles at the side. This was the primary purpose of this trip today. He wanted to collect the fur from this muscular lamb. At night, Wang Teng bid farewell to Lu Zisheng and said, Master Lu, I'll visit tomorrow too. You're still coming tomorrow? Lu Zisheng looked at Wang Teng as he left. He looked constipated. The next day, Wang Teng came again. He continued collecting the Lu hammering skill and smithery skill attributes. During the next 2 days, his smithery skill broke through the foundation stage and reached small achievement. Smithery, small achievement 230-500. The progress of his hammering skill wasn't slower either. He reached the small achievement state. Lu hammering skill, small achievement 55-500. With his small achievement smithery skill and Lu hammering skill, Wang Teng was confident to forge a 1-star weapon now. Even if he were to forge a 2-star weapon, he felt that he had a 50 to 60% success rate. The span was extremely wide. 2 days ago, he was an outsider who didn't know anything about smithery. Now, he could already forge a 2-star weapon. If Lu Zisheng knew Wang Teng's progress in these 2 days, he might have had a heart attack. He had practiced smithery for 30 years. From someone who didn't know anything to be able to forge a 2-star weapon, he took 7 years. The hardships he had to endure weren't worth telling other people. What about Wang Teng? He only took 2 goddamn days. There was nothing to compare. Nothing. On the last day, Wang Teng didn't go to the Master Lu branch store in the morning. Instead, he headed towards the Bangdi auction house to participate in the auction. Chapter 128, The Frog in the Well, Bangdi Auction House. As one of the top 10 auction houses globally, its position and scale were beyond all doubt. The auction today was an important and large-scale event. Naturally, many people came. Most of them came from impressive backgrounds. Usually during such large-scale auctions, there would always be unexpected items that were rare and precious. They would cause the noble bidders to go after them like a flock of ducks. Even though some people couldn't afford the items, they would find all means to get an invitation. They were willing to break their heads in order to witness this grand occasion. This was something everyone knew. At the same time, this was what Li Liangda was telling his son, Li Rongcheng. Today, the main purpose is to let you see the world. You will meet many martial warriors later. That little brat from the Wang family might have become the top scholar of the martial arts exam as a martial warrior. But compared to the people at the auction today, he's nothing. He's just a young lad. If he wants to become a real powerful person, he still has a long way to go. No one knows if his path will break someday either. Li Liangda's expression was ruthless. But when he looked at Li Rongcheng, a hint of love appeared in his gaze. Hence, a moment of defeat doesn't mean anything. No one knows whether you or Wang Teng will be more powerful in the future. Take your martial arts exam next year properly. Our Li family will support you with everything. I don't believe that you can't be better than Wang Teng. Dad, I understand. Li Rongcheng nodded like a pecking hen. He clenched his fist tightly, and hope was rekindled in his eyes once again. Wang Teng, just wait. Next year, I will definitely get into a top university. I have the support of the entire Li family. I'll catch up with you soon. At that time, I will make sure you die a terrible death, just as he was imagining how he would enter a top university and throw Wang Teng far behind him after he got stronger. A familiar back view appeared in his vision. The hideous smile on Li Rongcheng's face abruptly froze. "Wang Teng, Dad? It's that little brat?" Li Langda looked in the direction Li Rongcheng was pointing at and squinted. When Wang Teng heard the noise, he turned around. "Li Rongcheng, one can't avoid one's enemy." This thought appeared in both their minds almost simultaneously. Wang Teng didn't care about them, though. He continued walking towards the main entrance. They were holding a grand event today, so security guards were validating the identities of the guests at the entrance. People without invitations weren't allowed to enter. Wang Teng took out his invitation card and walked in first. How did Wang Teng get an invitation card? Did the Wang family get him one? Li Langda frowned and thought to himself silently. "Dad, didn't you say that the invitation is very hard to get? How did he get it?" Li Rongcheng felt uncomfortable when he saw Wang Teng walking in. He turned around and questioned Li Langda. "Why do you make a fuss out of everything? Why are you feeling unhappy just because of an invitation card? Can you have a broader field of vision?" Li Langda scolded him. I know my mistake. It's just that every time I see him, I lose my emotions." Li Rongcheng felt aggrieved. "You need to change yourself. If you continue to remain so narrow-minded, your future might be limited." Li Langda expected better from his son. However, he still explained patiently. "As for the invitation, it's hard to get one, but with the Wang family's ability, they could get their hands on it if they make some effort." Li Langda thought that Wang Teng's invitation came from the Wang family. He never expected Wang Teng to get the invitation himself. He lectured Li Rongcheng for his narrow-mindedness, but he didn't know that his own vision was limited too. While he was laughing at other people for being a frog in the well, he should raise his head and look up at the sky above him. Was it the real sky? Li Langda brought Li Rongcheng into the main building of the Bangde auction house. Both of them were wearing formal clothes. They were in suits and leather shoes, looking like they were here for an official banquet. The auction today will be held in the Sky Auction Hall on the 8th floor. "Let's go there directly." Li Langda looked at the invitation card in his hand and said, The two of them came in front of the lift. The lift door was about to close. "Wait." Li Rongcheng hurriedly ran over and pressed the lift button. He stopped the doors of the lift that was about to close. Li Langda glared at Li Rongcheng with a reproachful gaze. Then he said to the people in the lift, "My son was reckless. I'm really sorry about that." There were around 5 people inside, and they all gave off powerful auras. When they glanced at Li Langda and his son, a hint of contempt flashed past their eyes. Li Langda was a smart person, thus he noticed the people's reactions and felt humiliated in his heart. He even felt hatred, however. He didn't dare to reveal anything. "Misters and Miss, we will wait for the next lift." He smiled awkwardly. After the lift door closed, Li Rongcheng's expression turned ugly. He felt disgraceful as he asked, "Dad, why do we have to lower our voices and status in front of them?" "Idiot, why can't you see who those people are? Look at their attires and temperaments. They are most likely martial warriors. How can you offend those people? Do you feel that our Li family is living too happily?" Li Langda was suddenly a little disappointed by his son. He glanced at him and snorted. Li Rongcheng felt a strong sense of unwillingness seeping out of his heart. Martial warriors again. If he passed the martial arts exam and entered a top university, he would be able to become a martial warrior soon. He wouldn't need to bend down in front of these people and speak humbly to them anymore. It was all because of Wang Teng. He was the one who harmed him. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have failed the martial arts exam. He wouldn't be in this state today either. At this moment, the hatred Li Rongcheng had towards Wang Teng got deeper and stronger. Li Langda seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He said, "I know that you hate Wang Teng and want to take revenge, but you need to become stronger faster." Footsteps were heard behind him. He stopped speaking. "Huh? Mr. Li, you came to participate in this auction too?" A slightly astounded voice was heard. "Mr. Xie?" Li Langda turned his head and found someone familiar. He was slightly shocked too. He smiled and said, "Yes, I brought my son out to let him experience the world." "Mr. Xie, you must have laid your eyes on a certain auction product, so you came to bid for it, right?" Xie-kun felt a vague sense of superiority when he noticed Li Langda flattering him. He laughed and replied, "That's right. I wanted to forge a weapon and saw a suitable item at the auction. Hence, I came to take a look." Xie-kun was delighted. Before he became a martial warrior, he could only look up to and admire these wealthy people. However, ever since he became a martial warrior, those wealthy people didn't dare to offend him anymore. Sometimes, when they needed to ask him for help, they would fawn upon and flatter him in every way they could. They also needed to spend a considerable sum of money if they wanted his help. Mr. Li was an example. In the past, to get rid of some trouble, he promised to give him 10 million and even begged him before he finally agreed to help. You might be wealthy, but you needed to bow down in front of a powerful and capable martial warrior. Of course, if you were really wealthy, you would be able to invite a stronger martial warrior. You wouldn't need to treat low-rank martial warriors like this, but in the end, they still had to rely on martial warriors. Martial warriors were slowly becoming the mainstream in this era. Chapter 129, Shu Hui, the lift came. Li Liangde, Li Rongcheng, and Xie Kun entered it together. Li Rongcheng looked at Li Liangde's attitude towards Xie Kun and felt humiliated and frustrated. At the same time, a strong sense of jealousy arose in him. This was a martial warrior. He must become a martial warrior. Xie Kun noticed the change of expression on his face and smiled unconsciously. In the past, this was how he felt too. "Mr. Li, is this your son?" "Yes, it's my son," Li Liangde replied. Looking at his age, he is probably going to take the university entrance exam soon, right? Did he take it this year, or is he going to participate next year? Does he plan to take the martial arts exam? Xie Kun asked. My son is already an advanced stage martial disciple. He took the martial arts exam this year and had hopes of entering a top university. Unfortunately, he was forced to leave the actual combat assessment because of the despicable act of another student. Now, he can only repeat his year and wait for the exam next year. Li Liangde sighed and replied, "An advanced stage martial disciple. Your son is very talented," Xie Kun praised. Then he frowned and continued, "Which student is so evil to kick your son out of the actual combat assessment? The grudge is formed." "You're right. This is the first time I saw such an evil student." Yet he still managed to become the top scholar of the martial arts exam this year, Li Liangde said with disdain. "The top scholar of the martial arts exam? Is that Wang Teng?" Xie Kun frowned. "How could the top scholar have such a flawed character?" "That's right, it's him. He came to the auction today too. We just met him at the entrance. I know his father, so by right, even if there are some grudges between the younger generations, he should greet me as his Uncle Li since I'm his elder. However, he looked at me with contempt and left without even greeting me." Li Liangde shook his head and looked as though he was disappointed by the character of the younger generations nowadays. I've seen many newbies like him. They feel arrogant just because they become a martial warrior. They have not experienced the cruelty of society, so they don't know how ruthless the martial warrior's circle is. Since he's able to become a martial warrior, he must be talented. However, talent doesn't mean that he will have a successful future. I've seen a genius from the Xingwu Continent in the past. He also became a martial warrior at a young age. What do you think happened to him?" Xie Kun scorned. "What happened?" Li Rongcheng couldn't help but ask. "He died. He got killed by a 2-star martial warrior. That's why ability is the most important thing for a martial warrior. Your talent is only your talent if you're able to change it into your ability." Xie Kun gave his advice as an experienced senior. "Mr. Xie, you're right. Someone like him who doesn't know how to restrain himself will suffer sooner or later. He might not even know who killed him at that time." Li Liangde nodded in agreement. "That's right, he's that kind of person. Once you see him, you'll dislike him too." Li Rongcheng agreed. As the three of them chatted, they arrived at the auction hall on the 8th floor. The Sky Auction Hall was huge and spacious. In the middle, there was a circle of tables and chairs. These were the seats of ordinary bidders, besides the auction stage right at the front. The other sides were filled with VIP rooms. There were 2 levels. Only highly respected figures had the right to use these rooms. Wang Teng was already in the auction hall. He was searching for Lin Zan and his teammates, but they didn't seem to be here yet. He was bored, so he found a seat and sat down. He was enjoying some tea and pastries as he waited for them to come. When this scene landed in the eyes of other people, they found it a little unconventional. The people in the hall were either restraining themselves so that they wouldn't do things that lowered their status or flipping the auction booklet seriously. They didn't see what Wang Teng was doing. There was no one else acting like Wang Teng. "Little Teng Teng!" Suddenly, a familiar but unfamiliar voice rang beside his ear. It gave Wang Teng a huge scare. This address, this voice. If it's that female devil, Shu Hui, why is she here? Wang Teng almost spat out the mouthful of tea he just drank. All kinds of thoughts flashed past his mind in an instant. He turned and saw the figure that was like a nightmare to him. At the same time, there were a few people following her at the side. Wang Teng didn't recognize any of them. "Why are you here?" Wang Teng asked, as though he had seen a ghost. "That's just what I wanted to ask." Xu Hui walked over and glared at him with her hands on her waist. "I asked my younger brother to look for you, but you went hiding somewhere. You didn't even reply to my message. What is it? Have you become arrogant just because you were the top scholar of the martial arts exam?" Wang Teng looked at the beauty in front of him, who was glaring at him with her hands on her waist. A sense of familiarity rose to his heart. The same ponytail, the same slender and tall figure, the same bad temper. However, in this sense of familiarity, there was a slight hint of unfamiliarity too. At this moment, she was wearing a battle uniform with a sword hanging on her waist. She looked handsome and valiant. There was a different aura on her. He had never seen this attire on her before in his past life. "I've been busy recently. In fact, I just came back. Did you send me a message? My phone was off, so I didn't see it." Wang Teng felt his head hurting as he spouted nonsense. "Do you know how you look when you're lying?" Xu Hui scoffed. "I'm a decent person. I never lie," proclaimed Wang Teng. "I only left for a short time, but you've already become so naughty. I'll settle this with you when we return. I'm too lazy to bullshit with you now. Tell me, why did you come here today?" Xu Hui rolled her eyes and asked him again. "I'll leave immediately after the auction ends later. Do you think I will stay here stupidly to wait for you to find me?" Wang Teng thought to himself secretly. "I just came to take a look and broaden my horizons." He found a random excuse. Then he asked, "What about you?" "I also came to take a look with my seniors." Xu Hui finally remembered to introduce the people beside her. "These are my seniors from Jingnan University. You can greet them like how I greet them." "Xu Hui, is this the top scholar of the Donghai martial arts exam that you've been talking about recently?" A pretty lady beside Xu Hui asked. "That's right, senior sister. He's my younger brother's friend and I grew up with him. I got a huge shock when I heard that he actually became the top scholar of the martial arts exam." Xu Hui smiled and replied to the lady. "Childhood friends?" Pan Danwen teased her. Hearing this sentence, the man behind Xu Hui frowned. "He's just a kid. How can he be my childhood friend? He's at most a bootlicker." Xu Hui was too proud to admit it. Wang Teng was speechless. "Fuck, I'm not a kid. Ha. Since you're Xu Hui's friend, you're our friend too." The man behind Xu Hui walked out. He pretended to be magnanimous as he spoke to Wang Teng. "Little brother Wang Teng, there are many important people here today. Why don't you follow us? It will be troublesome if you provoke some respectable figure." Wang Teng didn't know what to say when he heard this. It was all right when Xu Hui called him a kid. After all, they were close to each other. But he didn't know this young man at all, yet he called him a little brother. "When am I your little brother? You are the little brother. Your entire family is little brothers. Where did this person come from?" Chapter 130, Who on Earth Are You? The man in front of him was tall and bulky. He was quite handsome and had a bright smile on his face. But people with a little more life experience would be able to see that the smile was a little fake. The drinker's heart is not in the cup. Before this, these two had no interaction at all. The only link between them was Xu Hui. Wang Teng shook his head speechlessly. This female devil Xu Hui came to find him for trouble the moment she came back. "There's no need for that. I'm waiting for my friends," Wang Teng said. Xie Zhilong frowned secretly. Then he smiled and said, "You can ask your friends to come together? Y'all just graduated from high school, so you have not experienced many things. We have been in the university for a year or two. We have heard and seen more than you. If you follow us, you can gain some experience." He didn't think much. He believed that Wang Teng's friends must be his peers, so they were just senior high graduates. They probably felt that they were exceptional because they had just passed the martial arts exam. Youth knew no fear. As their senior brother, Xie Zhilong felt that he needed to educate them properly from the perspective of an elder. Pan Danwen and Xu Hui's other seniors silently agreed with his words. They had been through this stage before. They knew better than anyone how they felt when they just graduated from high school. Honestly, they were a little proud at that time. They only learned the immensity of the universe after they entered university. Wang Teng was Xu Hui's friend, so they agreed with Xie Zhilong's suggestion. If they could bring him along, they should. This would prevent him from creating trouble. "Little brother Wang Teng, I'm Xu Hui's senior sister, Pan Danwen. You can follow us later. We can take care of each other that way. You don't have to feel shy about it." Pan Danwen was more tactful with her words. Besides, she was as pretty as a flower when she opened her mouth. It felt as though a breeze blew past their faces. Wang Teng said helplessly, "Senior sister Pan, I'm not shy. I'm really waiting for my friends. I can't make decisions for them." Why are you rejecting us? It seems like you look down on us. Forget it.
Let's not ask for a snub.
Xie Zhilong said, as if he was mocking himself. As expected, the other senior brothers and sisters frowned when they heard this. They were unhappy. This Wang Teng was really insensible. Did he think that he could be haughty just because he was the top scholar of the martial arts exam? Wang Teng, are you stupid? We're asking you to follow us for your own good. Why are you so stubborn? Xu Hui was a little angry as she complained. Wang Teng squinted slightly. He ignored Xu Hui and just smiled ambiguously at Xie Zhilong. Xie Zhilong felt chills running down his spine. Somehow, he felt as though he got targeted by a wild beast. Fear crept up his heart. Did he get scared by a high school graduate? He hurriedly shook his head and felt a little angry from embarrassment. Just when he was about to flare up, he heard a voice behind him. Zhilong. Xie Zhilong turned his head and smiled brightly. He called out to the man, "Uncle?" "Ha ha, it's really you." Xie Kun, Li Langda, and Li Rongcheng walked over. When Wang Teng saw Li Langda and Li Rongcheng, his head started hurting. All of them were gathered together again. "Uncle, weren't you in Jiangnan? Why are you here?" Xie Zhilong asked curiously. "I came for the auction." Xie Kun smiled. Then he turned to look at Pan Danwen and the others besides Xie Zhilong. He said, "Are these your classmates?" "Yes, they are all my schoolmates from Jiangnan University. However, this person isn't. He's the top scholar of the Donghai University martial arts exam this year. He looks down on normal students like us." Xie Zhilong introduced Pan Danwen and his friends before looking at Wang Teng mockingly. "Oh, the top scholar of the Donghai martial arts exam." Xie Kun sized up Wang Teng. Then he turned and asked Li Liangda, "Is this the Wang Teng you mentioned?" "It's him." Before Li Liangda could open his mouth, Li Rongcheng had already answered hurriedly. This martial warrior knew his father, so he would definitely stand on their side. Also, Li Rongcheng could tell that there was contempt in his tone when he talked about Wang Teng. He might be able to make Wang Teng suffer a little. Li Rongcheng was delighted to see that. Wang Teng. This Mr. Shi is a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you've become a martial warrior. Compared to Mr. Shi, a 1-star martial warrior is nothing. Don't be proud. Li Rongcheng was like the fox that assumed the majesty of the tiger. 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Pan Danwen and the other students looked at Xie Kun in astonishment. He, my uncle has been a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior for many years. Normal 3-star soldier-level martial warriors can't be compared with him, Xie Zhilong boasted proudly. A 3-star soldier-level martial warrior isn't much. There are many powerful and respectable people in this place. I'm just in the lowest rung. Xie Kun pretended to be humble. However, in his heart he was proud and enjoyed the attention he was getting from everyone. He looked at Wang Teng calmly and asked, "I've heard about your grudge with Li Rongcheng. You used some method to force him to leave the martial arts exam because you wanted to take revenge on him. I wonder if this is true." Pan Danwen and the other students from Jiangnan University looked at Wang Teng in unplanned unison when they heard this. They threw him a look of contempt, owing to what happened just now. Their impression of Wang Teng was already bad. When they heard this inside story, they detested him even more. That's impossible. Wang Teng is not that kind of person, Xu Hui shouted without thinking. Xu Hui, it's impossible to judge a man's heart from his face. How do you know that he's not that kind of person? Xie Zhilong said. Li Rongcheng told you that, right? Wang Teng glanced at everyone. He especially paused when he glanced at Xie Zhilong, Li Liangda, and Li Rongcheng before he said this. He wasn't anxious even when he was misunderstood by other people. It doesn't matter who said it. You can't hide the truth. You are so young but already so evil. If you become a higher-class martial warrior in the future, you will be a huge scum of society. Xie Kun placed his hands behind his back and said, "Who are you? I don't think I know you. Even if I'm evil, what does it have to do with you? Why did you run over and say this nonsense to me? Who gave you the authority to do that?" Wang Teng looked at Xie Kun indifferently. "You?" Xie Kun choked on his words and his face turned green. It might be either anger or frustration. At first he thought that with his ability as a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, Wang Teng wouldn't dare to talk back to him. He would definitely listen to his lecture obediently. Unexpectedly, Wang Teng wasn't scared of offending him. The moment he opened his mouth, he didn't give him any face and humiliated him right in front of everyone. At this moment, he really wanted to slap Wang Teng to death. Unfortunately, this was the venue of a grand auction hosted by the Bangde Auction House. He wouldn't dare to create any trouble. "Wang Teng, do you know that you should respect your elders? My uncle is doing this for your sake, but you just berated him." You don't deserve to be the top scholar of the martial arts exam, Xie Zhilong shouted angrily. Chapter 131. A good person will be safe all his life. Are you questioning the authority of the martial arts exam? Wang Teng found it a little funny. The two people in front of him were indeed from the same family. Their attitude was exactly the same. One of them ran over without any reason and started lecturing him without distinguishing truth and false. Others scolded him and even dared to question the martial arts exam. Was the martial arts exam something a normal university student like him could question carelessly? These two were both proud and obsessed with themselves. So, what if I question it? The top scholar of the university entrance exam should be someone with good character and ability. You? What is your worth? Said Xie Zhilong with disdain. Enough. Xie Zhilong, you're going overboard. Xu Hui couldn't help but stand up and came in front of Wang Teng. She never expected this meeting to end with an argument. Wang Teng was in a tricky position. He might get into big trouble because of this. Me? Overboard? Wang Teng humiliated my uncle just now. Isn't he the one who went too far? Xie Zhilong got even more furious when he saw Xu Hui speaking up for Wang Teng. Zhilong, stop talking. There's nothing to say to an evil person like him. As for your schoolmate, you should stay away from her. Birds of a feather flock together. Si Kun glanced at Xu Hui. He shook his head and then said to Wang Teng, Wang Teng, take care of yourself. I hope that you won't regret your rebuttal after you step out of this door later. Am I right to say that you're threatening my young teammate? At this moment, a fierce voice suddenly came from the crowd. A few figures with powerful auras walked over and stopped beside Wang Teng. Lin Zan smiled and said, You little fellow, you were hiding her and eating food. No wonder we couldn't find you. You were the ones late. I couldn't wait any longer, so I sat down to eat something to pass the time, Wang Teng said with frustration. Si Kun's expression changed when he saw Lin Zan and the others, Tiger Warrior Team. Lin Zan? Si Kun, we're old acquaintances. Come tell me, were you threatening my young teammate here a moment ago? Lin Zhan glared at Xie Kun and sneered. What kind of joke is this? Wang Teng is just a high school graduate. How can he be your team member? Lin Zhan, don't seek trouble out of anything. Do you think I'm scared of you? Replied Xie Kun. He appeared tough on the surface, but in his heart he was scared. You better believe me, the principal of our Jixin Martial House personally placed Wang Teng in our team. Lin Zhan replied. The Jixin Martial House principal did it personally? Xie Kun was flabbergasted. Wang Teng was able to catch the attention of Jixin Martial House's principal. That meant that he wasn't someone he could touch if he wanted to. Xie Kun felt his head spinning. Why did he offend Wang Teng? He was now caught between a rock and a hard place. So what? I just wanted to remind him to be a good person and don't provoke others. If he did, he'd be the one regretting it in the future. Xie Kun remained stubborn. I don't think that's what you said just now. Lin Zhan scoffed. Wang Teng, what happened just now? Why did this old fellow come and offend you? Tell us everything. We will stand up for you. A dangerous glint appeared in Liu Yan's eyes as she patted Wang Teng's shoulder. Wang Teng smiled and explained the happenings to them. After hearing his story, the faces of the members of the Tiger Warrior team turned cold. They looked at Xie Kun indignantly. Old fellow, how dare you reprimand him before understanding the truth? I think that you're going senile because of your age, Lin Zhan said furiously. When Xie Kun heard Wang Teng explaining the situation, he immediately had a bad premonition. He had listened to a one-sided story and believed it. He actually made such a newbie mistake. He glared at Li Liangde and Li Rongcheng. In his heart, he hated these two people. Li Liangde and Li Rongcheng turned pale in fright. If Lin Zhan and his team members hadn't appeared, Wang Teng wouldn't have been able to explain himself. Even if he told the truth, Xie Kun would definitely leave the mistake uncorrected. They could just spend more money to appease Xie Kun after this issue ended. Xie Kun would get the money, and they their revenge. It was a win-win situation. However, no one expected Wang Teng to be a member of the Tiger Warrior team. Looking at Xie Kun's expression, they knew that this team wasn't easy to deal with. The entire situation took a huge turn. They had a taste of their own medicine. Li Liangde felt bitter in his mouth. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have cooperated with his useless son and framed Wang Teng. They didn't know how to end this scene now. Lin Zhan, what happened today is my fault. Xie Kun gritted his teeth and said, Are you planning to end the matter with a single apology? Lin Zhan mocked. What do you want? Xie-kun was filled with frustration. However, he couldn't vent it out. He was in the wrong this time, and he couldn't beat Lin Zhan in a fight. He couldn't afford to offend the Tiger Warrior team either. It wouldn't bring him any advantages. Apologize. Apologize to Wang Teng, Lin Zhan said. You can also compensate for the damage you did to me mentally, Wang Teng interrupted. His teammates' expressions turned strange at once.
Cough? That's right. You need to make some mental damage compensation.
Lin Zhan coughed awkwardly. This is an extortion. Xie-kun glared at them with wide eyes and shouted angrily. You can understand it this way too. Lin Zhan nodded and agreed. Xie-kun's face alternated between green and white. He made one final effort. We're at the Bangdi auction house. If I don't give in to you, what can you do to me? We can't do anything to you now, but it's a different story once we step outside. Lin Zhan was nonchalant. Fine, I give in. These are 30 energy stones. This is my compensation for you. Xie-kun was trembling in anger as he threw a bag of energy stones at Wang Teng. This is too little, only 30. Our 3-star martial warriors also poor, Wang Teng muttered. Too little. You need to give 50 more energy stones. Lin Zhan wanted to say 20 energy stones at first, but when he saw Wang Teng raising 5 fingers secretly, he immediately changed his words. 50? Why don't you go and rob someone? Xie-kun exclaimed in shock. I heard what you said. If we snatch from you later, it might not be 50 stones anymore, Lin Zhan replied. Xie-kun felt the blood rising up his throat. He almost vomited a mouth of blood. He forcefully bore with it and took out another bag. After counting 50 stones with trembling hands, he passed them to Wang Teng. Then he left without any hesitation. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would die from anger. Of course, before he left, he didn't forget to glare at Li Langda and his son. This matter hadn't ended. Mr. Xie is really a good person. Good person, see you. A good person will be safe all his life. Wang Teng waved his hand. Xie-kun staggered and almost fell to the ground. He instantly quickened his pace and squeezed into the crowd. Lin Zhan and his teammates laughed uncontrollably. This brat was really evil. Uncle, wait for me. Xie Jilong didn't have the face to stay any longer. He didn't even dare to look at Wang Teng again. Instead, he chased after his uncle hurriedly. Li Langda and Li Rongcheng also escaped when no one was looking at them. This, Xu Hui, Pan Danwen, and the other students were dumbfounded. The story reversed too quickly. Before they could react, everything had already ended. They never expected Wang Teng's friends to be the team members of a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior elite team. Even Xie-kun didn't dare to offend them and could only run away disheveled. Especially Xu Hui. She felt as though this was the first time she knew Wang Teng. She sized him up repeatedly. Changes were seen through the people around you. Wang Teng's change was too huge. It was already astonishing when he became the top scholar of the martial arts exam as a martial warrior. Now he had already integrated into the martial warriors' circle at such a young age. Even his friends were 3-star soldier-level martial warriors. She then thought of herself. She was a university student who barely managed to become a martial warrior after she entered university. Now she was still waiting for the school's arrangement to head to the Xingwu Continent. On the other hand, Wang Teng had joined a martial warriors team and most likely gone to the Xingwu Continent already. He had experienced life and death struggles. Compared to him, they were the newbies. Pan Danwen and the other students had obviously thought about this too. They recalled what they said a while ago and felt exceptionally ashamed. It was too embarrassing. Chapter 132. Singles, like you. Xu Hui's seniors felt extremely awkward now. However, they couldn't leave directly like Xie Zilong. It would be rude if they did that. Fortunately, they didn't say anything overboard just now. Xie Zilong had already offended Xu Hui, so there was no point for him to stay any longer. Wang Teng, I'm sorry for what happened just now. At this moment, Pan Danwen stood out voluntarily and apologized for what happened a moment ago. There's no need for you to apologize. It has nothing to do with you. Wang Teng waved his hand.
It's almost time. The auction is about to start. We'll go up first. The manager of Bangde arranged a private room for us, Lin Zhan said.
Sure. Wang Teng nodded. He said to Xu Hui, I'll go up with my teammates first. Please carry on. Then he smiled and chatted happily with Lin Zhan and his teammates as he walked up the second floor. Pan Danwen and her schoolmates were shocked. Bangde Auction House actually arranged a private room for Wang Teng and his teammates. Mind you, the auction today was a large-scale and grand one. Only the real influential and powerful figures had the right to stay in a private room. It looked like Xu Hui's friend and his martial warrior friends had something they excelled in. If not, How could they receive such distinguished treatment? Shu Hui bit her lips and looked at Wang Teng's back view. She felt a little depressed for some reason, as if there was an estrangement between them after she came back. Wang Teng was pushing her away secretly. Wang Teng and his teammates arrived at a small private room on the second floor. Yan Jinming leaned over and sniggered. "Little brat, your luck in ladies is not bad. That childhood friend of yours is very pretty." "Ha ha! Wang Teng is so handsome. He must have many beauties around him." Lin Zhan laughed loudly. "Are you all envious? You won't understand it, though. This is a problem for me." Wang Teng said helplessly. "Why are you pretending?" Lin Zhan and Yan Jinming rolled their eyes. Sigh, as expected. Singles like you won't understand. Wang Teng shook his head and sighed. Singles, Yan Jinming and Lin Zhan froze on the spot. Their brittle hearts seemed to have received a huge stimulation. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Lu Yan and Yan Jinyu couldn't control their laughter. They tittered and then burst out laughing. The damage Yan Jinming and Lin Zhan received increased exponentially. "You're so hurtful." They glared at Wang Teng and gritted their teeth. "Little brother Wang Teng, ignore these two single men. Do you mind having a close lady friend like me?" Lu Yan pushed the two people away in disdain and winked seductively at Wang Teng. "Sister, I surrender." Wang Teng pretended to be frightened and raised his hands. This time it was Lu Yan's turn to feel frustrated. She rolled her eyes and said, "Am I so scary? Do you think I'm some dreadful monster? My mom says that beautiful women are all dangerous. I need to stay far away from them." Lu Yan didn't know whether she should laugh or be angry when she heard Wang Teng's seemingly humble words. She complained, glib-tongued. A few minutes later, the voice of the auction's host came from below. "Thanks everyone for coming today. Thank you for your trust towards our Bangday auction house." It was an extremely formal opening. Then the host went right to the main topic and started the auction. "This is the first auction item today. It's a Dan medicine made by Alchemist's son, Three Flames, pattern Dan." The moment the host finished speaking, low murmurs were heard below. Alchemist's son, Three Flames, pattern Dan. Could it be that fifth-rank alchemist? It must be. Which other alchemist with the surname Sun is able to make the Three Flames pattern Dan? Auctioneer smiled slightly when he heard the commotion caused by the first item. He continued speaking. "Everyone guessed right. This Three Flames pattern Dan is indeed made by the fifth-rank alchemist. As for its effects, I'm sure many people know it already, but for the sake of those who don't care much about Dan medicines, let me give a short introduction. This Three Flames pattern Dan is a third-rank Dan medicine. It can help a fire element martial warrior to break through a 3-star or 4-star bottleneck. That means that this Three Flames pattern Dan is highly beneficial to martial warriors who have been stuck at the 3-star soldier level for a long time and can't advance. This Three Flames pattern Dan is the hardest Dan medicine to make among all the third-rank spiritual Dan. Only a fifth-rank alchemist like Alchemist's son has a high probability of success when making it. Also, it's a 3-pattern quality Dan. Its medicinal properties are extremely good. It has been appraised by the highest-ranked professionals in this field, so there's definitely no problem with it. You won't have anything to worry about. In the private room, Lin Zhan's gaze turned envious when he heard the effects of this Three Flames pattern Dan. "Sigh, unfortunately, it's only effective for fire element martial warriors," he said with pity. Lu Yan noticed Wang's puzzled expression, so she explained. "Leader has been stuck at the peak of 3-star soldier level for a long time. If he can use some help from a similar spiritual Dan, he will be able to advance to 4-star soon. Once we have a 4-star martial warrior in our team, we will be able to explore the outermost section of the middle circle of the dark mist forest. Although it's more dangerous, there will be more gains. Our team can only become stronger if we have ample resources." Wang Teng nodded, but he heard Lin Zhan giving a forceful laugh and saying, "It's not that simple. 1-star to 3-star are all primary rank martial warriors. 4-star to 6-star is considered middle rank, while 7-star to 9-star are advanced rank martial warriors. Every rank has its bottleneck. If your talent and luck aren't enough, it will be tough for you to achieve a breakthrough." This was Wang Teng's first time hearing this. He couldn't help but think of his situation. Since he relied on collecting attributes, would he encounter this bottleneck too? "All right, everyone. The starting bid of the Three Flames pattern Dan is 30 million. You can start bidding." The auctioneer's voice echoed in the entire venue through the speakers. After a second of silence, someone shouted a figure, 31 million, 33 million. There were many fire element martial warriors at the scene. Whether they were at the bottleneck or not, as long as they had the money, they participated in the bidding. The minimum markup was $1 million. At the start, everyone was still at the probing stage. Towards the end, the bidding got heated and the price climbed higher and higher. Within a few seconds, it had already reached 58 million. There are many fire element martial warriors here today, Yan Jinming exclaimed in the private room. That might not be true. These people could be buying for others, Lin Zan said. The bidding continued for some time. Finally, the voices grew lesser. Everyone had a price for every item. If this price was exceeded, they would feel that it wasn't worth it anymore. 76 million. 76 million. Are there any more bidders? No one final call? Are there any more bidders? Okay, 76 million. The 3 flames pattern Dan belongs to this gentleman. The auctioneer shouted 3 times at the end, but no one made a bid. Then he knocked his hammer, and the 3 flames pattern Dan landed in the hands of a middle-aged gentleman. It was so easy to make money with spiritual Dan. One small spiritual Dan cost 76 million. Alchemists must all be wealthy people. Wang Teng couldn't help but remember the smithery skill he had picked up from Lu Zisheng. Was he able to pick up alchemy too? And if he could, after his alchemy skill hit a certain level, he would make thousands of spiritual Dan. He wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Next, the second item is, the auction continued. Wang Teng and his teammates didn't participate in the auction. The first item was already sold at 76 million. It was easy to imagine how expensive the items behind were. They had some savings, but this was a grand auction. They would probably reach their limit after bidding for 1 or 2 items. Before they met an item they really liked, they wouldn't act recklessly. Chapter 133. Accident at the auction. The auction carried on enthusiastically, broadening Wang Teng's horizons. He saw all kinds of strange items, and the people below scrambled for them like a flock of ducks. Each bid was higher than the previous one. He finally understood what wealth really meant. As compared to these people, he was just a poor fellow. But until now, none of the people in the private rooms had called a bid. The items at the front didn't seem to garner their attention. Lin Zan and his teammates bid a few times, but the prices shouted by the people after them scared them away. Damn it. All of them were so vicious. If they wanted to get an item, they would need to empty their pockets. Before this, they still thought that they could get 1 or 2 items, but now it seemed that they had overestimated themselves. There are so many rich people in the world, but I'm not one of them. Yan Jinming mocked himself as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Actually, as compared to a normal person, martial warriors like them were already extremely wealthy. However, only they knew that their money came and left twice as fast. They needed to buy weapons, scriptures, battle techniques, and many other things. All of these were really expensive, so the money only passed through their pockets and left immediately thereafter. It's our turn, Lin Zhan suddenly said. As expected, the auctioneer below said, I'm sure that many people will be interested in the next auction item. The seller just came back with it from the Xingwu Continent and managed to catch our grand auction. All right, I shall not tease you anymore. The 7th last auction item, the star bone of the 3-star wind element star beast, single horn Denglong. The moment he finished speaking, a commotion arose below. Star bone? The 7th last item is a star bone. What's more, it's the star bone of the 3-star star beast single horn Denglong. That's definitely a good item. We must get it. Don't even think of fighting with me. The star bone is mine. In an instant, the atmosphere was lit. Even the people in the private rooms were attracted. Some were already preparing to act. Star bones were rare, and they had all kinds of special abilities. If you could add a piece of star bone into your weapon or battle armor while forging it, it would definitely increase the quality by many folds. It would be different from a standard weapon or battle armor too, because it had a special ability to a martial warrior. What was more attractive than this? Let's not waste any time. The starting bid of this star bone is 500 million. Each bid must be no less than 10 million. The bidding starts now. On the high platform, a beauty in a cheongsam carried a tray in her hand. A crystal-clear bone laid on the tray and glimmered with green rays under the lights. The patterns on its surface were enchanting, mesmerizing the people below the stage. Their gazes turned even more intense. 550 million! A shout was heard. The moment the bidding started, the price rose by 50 million. Unfortunately, it was impossible to scare other bidders away with this method. Many people were determined to get this star bone. 560 million? 600 million! Oh my God, these people are crazy. Wang Teng was astounded, however. The crazier they were, the happier Wang Teng and his teammates were. This was all money. It's time for us to hit the jackpot. Lin Zhan clenched his fist and said excitedly, That's right. This star bone can at least go up to 1 billion. That means that each of us here will get 150 million. This is 5 trips in one, Liu Yan said with delight. The bidding war was still ongoing. The price had risen to 950 million, but the excitement of the bidders hadn't subsided at all. 1.2 billion. Suddenly, a calm voice came from a private room on the left side of the second floor. The voice had been processed, so no one knew who it was. The bidding below instantly quietened down. 2 billion. This person added 250 million in one bid. Normally, 1 billion was a segregation point. Many people would beat a retreat here now that the price had risen to 1.2 billion. Most people didn't even bother struggling. They just gave up. Also, everyone present knew that the people in the private rooms weren't people they could offend. If they continued bidding, they might provoke them. Thus, these people weren't willing to do it unless extremely necessary. 1.3 billion? A voice came from another private room. Another 100 million was added to the price. The people below were dead silent. All of them shook their heads and had disappointment on their faces. They could only watch the people in the private rooms fighting now. 1.5 billion, 1.6 billion. There was no exchange of threats, only the battle of price. The higher bidder would get the item. Wang Teng exchanged glances with his teammates. Things were getting a little frightening. It was almost double their estimated selling price. 2 billion. The person in room 8, who was the first to open his mouth and bid, seemed determined to get the star bone. He pushed the price to 2 billion in the end. The other people remained silent. No one opened their mouths again. 2 billion. This star bone belongs to the VIP guest in room 8. The auctioneer knocked his hammer. The final decision was made. Lin Zhan and his teammates let out a long breath. They had witnessed the price rising with their eyes. It was a little too exciting. Damn it, that person just took out 2 billion so easily. His voice didn't even change when he said that. Impressive, Lin Zhan couldn't help but curse. Ha ha, we're rich now, Yan Jinming was delighted. Split the money, Lu Yan's eyes were glistening brightly. She wished that she could take the money immediately and go on a shopping spree. Unexpectedly, Yan Jinyu was the calmest. She smiled happily as she watched everyone's reaction from the side. She said to Liu Yan, Sister Liu Yan, after the money is handed to us, "Let's go shopping. I haven't gone shopping in a long time." "That's right, shopping. Let's buy some clothes and makeup. I want to splurge for once." Liu Yan nodded furiously. Ever since she became a martial warrior, she had been sitting on the gates of hell all the time. She didn't care much about her hobbies in the past anymore. Now that Yan Jinyu mentioned it, along with the stimulation of money, she seemed to have found the feeling of shopping crazily again. Wang Teng smiled gently. His gaze landed on the next item up for auction. The last few items were undoubtedly more precious and rarer than the previous ones. There was full-body battle armor and advanced rank scripture, weapons, and extremely rare medicinal herbs and ores. The people below could only keep quiet and watch. This battle belonged to the people in the private rooms. The gains of all the auction items today were more than 80 billion, especially the last few items. The moment they shouted their bids, it was more than 10 billion. Terrifying. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the last auction item. The auctioneer couldn't control the smile on his face anymore. The auction today was a great success, and the gains had exceeded his expectations. Now it was time to take things up a notch. Auctioneer was confident of this item. The bidders would only get crazier. Everyone, the last item for our auction today. Boom. The moment the auctioneer started speaking, a huge explosion was heard. The hall started shaking violently and broken fragments fell from the ceiling. What is happening? The people below were in a frenzy. The martial warriors quickly stood up and became alert. Wang Teng and his teammates' expressions changed slightly. They exchanged glances with one another and took out their weapons, staring in the direction the explosion came from. Chapter 134, Untitled, Long Live Zhenli. It's the evil warriors from the Zhenli clan. Be careful! A loud shout was heard from outside the building, the voice penetrating Bangdi Auction House's building. This must be the voice of a martial warrior. Activate the rune array. Hurry! Boom! The moment the person said this, a loud explosion followed. The building was collapsing and shaking. Everyone in the auction hall was flabbergasted. It's the evil clansman from Zhenli clan. Hurry, leave the building. The building is about to collapse. The rune array of Bangde Auction House isn't able to withstand the attack. The rune array was created by runes, and it was mainly used for defense. Everyone rushed out of the building. Some martial warrior jumped out of the window, but cries of agony were heard directly after that. Those that hadn't jumped felt their eyebrows trembling. They immediately changed their directions of escape. Some dashed down the building, while others ran up to the roof. Zhenli clan? Wang Teng looked at the people running for their lives and felt a sense of seriousness. At the same time, he was puzzled. Can anyone tell me what on earth is the Zhenli clan? Let's leave quickly. Lin Zhan's expression was stern. There was even hatred on his face as he gritted his teeth and rushed downstairs. We will leave from the side of the building. Lu Yan and the other team members knew how to cooperate with each other after a long period of interaction. They followed Lin Zhan without any hesitation. Wang Teng didn't know what was happening. However, it was an emergency, so he could only follow them without having the time to ask anything. Many people from the private rooms around them had dashed out too. At the moment, they could care less about hiding their identities. Their expressions were cold. They hated these Zhenli clansmen. Boom, ha 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 ha, destroy it. Kill all the stupid civilians that disobey the creed of our Zhenli clan. Crazy peals of laughter were heard all around them amidst the sounds of explosions. How dare you, some powerful people from Bangdi auction house or some of the important figures that participated in the auction acted in anger. This bunch of maniacs. Lin Zhan cursed. He found a window at the corner. There were piles of rubbish below and no one was in the surroundings. Let's go down from here. He took the lead and jumped down. Lu Yan and the other team members also jumped without thinking. As 3-star soldier-level martial warriors, jumping down from the 8th floor was a piece of cake for them. Also, there were areas they could use as leverage in this steel building. When Wang Teng jumped down, he activated his wind force and it formed a whirlpool around him. It slowed down the force of gravity. Wang Teng flew down in a single leap, landing lightly on the ground. The rest of his team members were surprised. They weren't able to jump down so casually. However, this was obviously not the time to think about this. Just as they were preparing to leave, a few people dashed out from the corner and saw them. They shouted immediately, "Someone is trying to escape. Kill them!" While shouting, they had already started running towards Lin Zhan and his team members. Their crazy expressions made them seem a little like mental patients. Everyone looks like we can't end this peacefully. Lin Zhan spoke in a calm tone as he stretched his neck and raised his hand. He took his battle axes from his back and stood in front of Wang Teng and the rest of his teammates. The others took out their weapons too. No one was afraid of a battle. Let's fight then. Lu Yan carried her heavy machine gun on her shoulder and spoke in an indifferent tone. She looked heroic. Wang Teng shook his head. He wondered if his luck was a little too bad, as he always met all sorts of trouble for no reason. He slowly wore his boxing gloves and took out his battle sword. When they saw Lin Zhan and his teammates standing in front of them without any intention of hiding, the people from Zhenli clan immediately gave a sinister look. Stupid people, all of you deserve to die. The person in front held his battle blade and congregated a ray of fiery red glow around it. He raised his blade towards the sky and slashed it at Lin Zhan. Disperse, Lin Zhan shouted. He crossed his battle axes and a golden glow exploded from them. He blocked this fierce blade attack. Clang. Your strength is not bad, but it's not enough. A smile of contempt appeared at the corner of Lin Zhan's mouth. He stomped his feet on the ground and released a bolt of powerful energy. The ground below cracked, and he sprung towards his enemy. The person opposite him got angered by his attitude. Crazy look in his eyes got stronger as he smiled like a maniac and said, "Come and test my power then?" Lu Yan, Yan Jinming, and the rest of the team had already spread out. They were fighting with the other clansmen of the Zhenli clan. Wang Teng, cover me! Lu Yan swept her enemies with a heavy machine gun in her hand. Force was attached to every single alloy bullet as they poured out of the muzzle. The speed was frightening. The bullets seemed to have torn the air before appearing in front of her enemies. The horse-faced young man opposite them had a change of expression. He moved his body and evaded the trajectory of the bullets beforehand. Then he dashed towards Liu Yan. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Liu Yan was a big threat, so he needed to take care of her first, but Wang Teng wouldn't just stand still and not do anything. He shifted his body and blocked the horse-faced young man. Die! Horse-faced young man glared at him with a vicious expression. He slashed the battle sword in his hand at Wang Teng. A blue glimmer flashed across the sword's sharp blade. The other party directly employed his battle technique. The sword flew towards Wang Teng like a huge wave with a terrifying pressure. Wang Teng's expression changed. Force surged out of his body. He didn't have the time or effort to hide his skills anymore. He used his most powerful fire force directly. Fire Kirin's sword skill. Boom. The two forces collided head-on. Wang Teng had just become a 2-star martial warrior, so his fire force was nothing to the person in front of him. He was sent flying by the impact. Star soldier level. Blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. Just one exchange and he was defeated. There was 1 level difference between them, yet it was a one-sided match. You're just a 2-star martial warrior. Who gave you the courage? the horse-faced young man scoffed. Just as he was about to follow up his victory with another attack, the sound of bullets tearing through the air was heard again. Bang, 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 the horse-faced young man could only evade. He gritted his teeth, and his speed increased exponentially as he charged towards Lu Yan. "Your opponent is me!" Wang Teng blocked him again. "You're overestimating yourself. Get out of the way!" Anger flashed on the horse-faced young man's face. He was really infuriated by this two-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Teng stuck to him like a plaster, refusing to let go. He waved his battle sword, and rays of sword light engulfed Wang Teng. This time, Wang Teng didn't receive the attack forcefully. Instead, he activated his footwork and dodged them one by one. How was that possible? The horse-faced young man was dumbfounded. This two-star martial warrior was actually able to evade all his attacks. This little brat must have a certain footwork skill. However, with his ability, he won't be able to continue this for long. He might be able to evade 10 moves, but I don't believe that he can avoid 20 or 30 attacks. The horse-faced young man was ruthless. The speed of his right hand exploded as he waved his battle sword. He slashed and chopped everywhere. His speed was definitely impressive. Wang Teng was a little tired from dealing with the attacks. Actually, just using his basic footwork, he wouldn't be able to dodge the attacks from a 3-star martial warrior. However, he had picked up the steps of Gale in the past. The combination effects of this skill with the wind force were terrific. That was why he was barely able to withstand the attacks of this 3-star martial warrior. Also, he had spiritual power. When he couldn't evade the attack, he would use his spiritual power as a pushing force and help him to dodge the attack. If it was another 2-star martial warrior, he would probably have been killed by now. Even so, he was still in danger. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he shouted, "Sister, if you don't hurry up, you can only wait to collect my corpse." Chapter 135. Good old Wang who couldn't bear to kill a chicken. Lu Yan stared at the horse-faced young man without blinking. She occasionally pulled the trigger, and an alloy bullet with a fiery red tail would shoot out. Unfortunately, Wang Teng was fighting with the other party, so their positions kept changing. It was hard to predict their movements. Wang Teng quickly realized this point. This time, while dodging, he purposely moved away from his opponent. Lu Yan instantly grabbed this opportunity and fired a single shot. Bang! The evil clansman couldn't evade in time. A bloody flower bloomed on his thigh.
Ah!
The martial warrior's body might be strong, but this bullet had heavily injured his thigh. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. "I want you to die." He had gone a little mad. At the brink of death, he pounced towards Wang Teng and attempted to kill this irritating little brat first. "Be careful." Lu Yan's expression changed slightly as she reminded him. Bang, bang, bang. She fired a few shots at the same time to prevent the other party from moving. "Fook, do you think I'm made of mud?" Wang Teng glared at him. He didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and fire force poured out of his body. It formed a sword glow as he slashed it out. No one noticed a hint of sinister black mist merging in this fiery red sword glow. The horse-faced young man's expression was distorted, and he hurriedly raised his sword. The light on the sword glimmered. In his final moments, he released his entire power as a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. No matter what, there was a difference between their strengths. When their swords collided, Wang Teng was forced to take a few steps back again. This time, he was prepared. He used his spiritual power to form a pushing force behind him and cushioned his body. The horse-faced young man wanted to attack again, but his body suddenly froze in midair. His expression changed entirely. "You used poison." The horse-faced young man shouted, and the force around his body started flashing. He wanted to expel the poison, however. The poison seemed to have stuck to his bone. It was hard to disperse it. Instead, it started to corrode his force. The circulation of the force slowed down because of this, and he was unable to move. The poison of the demon lotus poison body was so frightening. Kill! Wang Teng saw this opportunity and immediately charged towards his opponent. The horse-faced young man got frightened. He wanted to retreat, but under the influence of the intense poison, his actions slowed down by half a beat. Slash. The sword directly slashed across his chest and almost chopped him in half. The horse-faced young man opened his eyes wide. It was obvious that he couldn't live anymore. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lu Yan was dumbstruck. She even forgot to pull the trigger. The horse-faced evil clansman, the 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, was killed by Wang Teng. Wasn't he at a disadvantage all this while? Why did he suddenly become so powerful? Was this child pretending to be weak all along? "You're really vicious." Lu Yan came forward and looked at the chest of the horse-faced young man that was cut open. She was slightly shocked. "I don't want to do it either. I, Wang Teng, am a kind-hearted person. Normally, I can't even bear to kill a chicken. Other people even gave me a nickname, Good Old Wang, who couldn't bear to kill a chicken. Wang Teng had an amiable expression as he said sincerely, Can you please believe me? Good old Wang, who couldn't bear to kill a chicken. Lu Yan gave a strange expression. Do you think I'll believe you? Sigh. I want to be kind, but the situation doesn't allow me to. Wang Teng heaved a long sigh. Lu Yan. Why is his face so black? Lu Yan suddenly saw the face of the horse-faced evil clansman. Then she remembered his shout just now and asked in surprise, You know how to use poison? He, I know a thing or two. Wang Teng smiled shyly. You sinister little fellow. Lu Yan had a weird expression on her face. She immediately took 2 steps back, afraid that Wang Teng would suddenly launch an attack on her. Hey, I only used it because I needed to kill my enemy. Why are you giving me that look? Wang Teng asked. I'll go and help our leader. You can rest here for a moment. Lu Yan ran away immediately. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. His gaze landed on the attribute bubbles beside the horse-faced young man. He picked them up. Strength 20, Speed 15, Water Force 12. Intermediate Stage Water Talent 2. Folding Waves Sword Skill 1. Efturi Ek. Looking back at the life-threatening situation just now, everything was worth it. His strength and speed attributes had increased once again. In fact, they had been increasing continuously. Of course, the most important thing was the intermediate stage water talent. With this talent, Wang Teng was finally able to use his water force. Also, his water force jumped by 12 points now. He had 33 points of the water force. His battle ability got stronger again. He even received a dark-level middle-class sword skill, Folding Waves Sword Skill. That was right. The Folding Waves Sword Skill was a dark-level sword skill. Another dark-level sword skill. What a huge gain for Wang Teng. He didn't make any loss this time. The only unfortunate thing was, this fellow didn't drop any water element scriptures. Wang Teng gave a bitter smile. He was a little greedy and unsatisfied. He already had an abundance of gains, but he still wanted another scripture, seriously. He shook his head. His gaze shifted to Lin Zan and his other teammates. They were having a team battle. After the horse-faced evil clansman was killed, the battle power of both parties changed. Lin Zan and others killed the other evil clansman really quickly. During this period, loud explosions kept ringing in the sky. It seemed that some people were having another battle, but Wang Teng and his teammates couldn't see it from their location. Looking at this commotion, Zhenli clan must have activated their 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. We should leave quickly, Lin Zan said with a serious expression. Everyone nodded. They prepared to leave from the small alley at the side. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings. He activated his spiritual power and collected all the attribute bubbles dropped by the dead evil clansmen as well as his teammates when they were fighting Fire Force 15, Earth Force 10, Intermediate Stage Fire Talent 1, Metal Force 12, Wood Force 13, Water Force 8, Strength 40, Speed 32, Enlightenment 10, Intermediate Stage Fire Talent, another Intermediate Stage Talent. Wang Teng was beyond elated. Not only was it an Intermediate Stage Fire Talent, but it was also a Fire Element 1. Mind you, the higher the talent, the stronger and better his control of his force. Now, his fire force had reached 2-star and its size was growing. It was getting increasingly solidified too. If he didn't raise his talent in time, it would be harder to control his force in the future. The rest of the bubbles were forces, speed, and strength. Wang Teng felt that his battle power had increased exponentially all of a sudden. It felt good. The feeling of becoming stronger was too good. Finally, it was his enlightenment. After the evil clansmen were killed, they dropped 10 points of enlightenment attribute. Wang Teng's enlightenment had reached the spiritual realm stage. So normal enlightenment attributes could only increase his spiritual realm by a 10-1 ratio. Points of normal enlightenment meant 1 point of spiritual realm enlightenment. Enlightenment, spiritual realm, 100. Suddenly his mind cleared, and all kinds of knowledge flashed through his mind. He found that he was able to practice the scriptures and battle techniques much faster ever since his enlightenment entered the spiritual realm stage. He didn't even need to rely on his blank attributes. Instead, he was able to increase the proficiency of his battle techniques and scriptures quickly by himself. Wang Teng understood the importance of enlightenment. If he was able to push his enlightenment to an extremely high stage, he might be able to cultivate a battle technique or a scripture until big achievement or even perfected state. That would be heaven-defying. Chapter 136, The Motive of Zhenli Clan. No, an unwilling voice of someone at the brink of death echoed in the sky. Boom. At the same time, a series of explosions were heard abruptly. What happened? Lin Zhan and his team members were preparing to retreat. They looked up at the sky with changed expressions. "Ha ha ha! Die! Everyone dies! Long live Zhenli!" Crazy voices surrounded them. Mr. Wu is dead. Hurry up and leave. Even the 6-star Mr. Wu is dead. We are not their match. Frantic voices sounded after that. A powerful martial warrior is dead. Lin Zhan exchanged glances with his teammates. They finally knew what happened. Let's leave. They immediately started running without any hesitation. However, some people escaped in their direction at this moment. The evil clansmen from Zhenli clan were on these people's tails. The scene was a mess. Damn it! Lin Zhan's expression changed. They had just taken care of a bunch of evil clansmen, and now another bunch came. They were so unlucky. "No, don't kill me!" Cries of despair rang everywhere. The evil fanatics of the Zhenli clan had no compassion at all. It seemed that they had come here today to kill. They raised their blades and chopped the head of a youth who had fallen. It's Xu Hui and her friends. Wang Teng turned around. When he glanced at the people behind them, he found them a little familiar. However, upon seeing Xu Hui, he remembered that these were her senior brothers and sisters. They were in a disheveled state. They didn't have the arrogant expressions like they were the favored child of God anymore. Especially after the senior brother's head got chopped off. The other people turned pale with fright. They shivered uncontrollably, and some even froze on the spot in shock. These students were martial warriors groomed by their universities. How could they be so weak? Fortunately, not everyone was useless. 2 people beside Pang Danwen raised their weapons and started resisting. However, their abilities were lacking, and they didn't have much experience. They were forced to keep retreating by the evil clansmen. Xu Hui just became a martial warrior. She hadn't even learned any battle techniques, so she could only use her basic sword skill to fight with her enemies. She was not their match at all. Die! An evil clansman raised his blade and knocked Xu Hui's battle sword away. The power of his attack didn't subside as he slashed his sword down on her head. This was the first time Xu Hui was facing a life-or-death situation. The sharp blade kept expanding in her pupils, and she completely forgot to dodge. Actually, it was too late to dodge. The fear at the brink of death was too powerful. At this moment, fear, unwillingness, regret, all kinds of emotions pervaded her heart. Am I going to die? I'm still so young. This is so frightening. The feeling of death is terrifying. In an instant, all kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. Go away! Suddenly, a cold shout broke her despairing thoughts. A sword light flashed past right beside her body. It was aimed at the Zhenli clan evil clansman in front of her. That evil clansman's expression changed. He wanted to defend himself, but it was too late. Slash. His head was chopped off in a single attack. His body froze on the spot as his head flew up. Fresh blood spurted out of his neck like a fountain. Then he fell weakly. An eye for an eye. Just now, this evil clansman had chopped off the head of Xu Hui's senior brother. Now he got his head chopped off too. This was how karma worked. Xu Hui looked at the red glimmer flashing past her eyes. Blood splattered on her face, which turned extremely white. She couldn't help but retch. "Why are you stoning? Hurry up and run!" A familiar voice sounded beside her ears. Then she felt someone pulling her body and running forward. "Wang Teng!" Xu Hui was flabbergasted when she saw the figure in front of her. Wang Teng was the person who had saved her just now. This ability, even senior sister Pang Danwen couldn't be compared to him, right? When did Wang Teng become so powerful? Xu Hui was confused, but she knew that this wasn't the time to dwell on wandering thoughts. She hurriedly followed Wang Teng. Evil clansmen attacking Pang Danwen and the other students started charging towards him once they saw Wang Teng kill their comrade. "Fuck!" Wang Teng cursed. He pushed Xu Hui forward. "Leave first." "No way! I can't leave you behind," Xu Hui replied without thinking. "Why do you want to stay back to drag me down?" Wang Teng said without any mercy. Then he ignored her and started fighting with the evil clansmen. Lin Zhan and his team members came to help him when they saw him getting surrounded. "Senior sister, the evil clansmen are attracted by him. Let's leave quickly." The students beside Pang Danwen said hurriedly when the pressure around them vanished. "No, they got surrounded because they are trying to help us. We can't abandon them," Pang Danwen said sternly. "We can't beat these evil clansmen. Wang Teng and his friends are so powerful, we will just drag them down," someone said cowardly. "I don't care. I'm not going. If you want to go, you can. I'll leave first." One of the students left without any hesitation. Pang Danwen and Xu Hui were so angry that they were trembling. They finally saw the true face of their friends. The people who remained hesitated for a moment before joining Pang Danwen in the fight. However, they had obviously underestimated the battle ability of Lin Zhan and his team members. Within a few seconds, these evil clansmen, who were not so powerful, got killed. "Let's go. Let's not waste any more time," Lin Jian said. Wang Teng glanced at Pang Danwen and her friends and nodded. He said, "Let's go." The few of them went off in a hurry. They finally left this messy street. Unfortunately, they met the students who ran away just now. These people looked at them awkwardly before turning around and leaving quickly. Pang Danwen shook her head and sighed. "You should leave. My teammates and I have some things to do, so we won't be accompanying you," Wang Teng said to Xu Hui. "All right, be careful." Xu Hui opened her mouth, but this was all she could say. "Thank you for saving us just now." Pang Danwen thanked Wang Teng and his friends. She was really grateful. After parting with Xu Hui and her friends, Wang Teng and his teammates went to another high-rise building a distance away from Bangde Auction House. They then looked back in that direction from the roof. This time, Bangde Auction House suffered a huge loss. Lin Zan sighed. "Fortunately, our starbone is already sold. To prevent accidents from happening, the auction house will pay and give the item on the spot, so the money is already in our hands. If not, we would have to bear an immense loss too," said Lu Yan. "Who are these people from the Zhenli clan?" Wang Teng asked. "A crazy bunch who claim they have gotten hold of Zhenli, which means the truth. They feel that other people are just stupid and ignorant." Yan Jinming sneered. The people who founded Zhenli clan had evil intentions from the start. They wanted to invade and enslave the Xingwu Continent. They control their clansmen with their creed and brainwash them so that they can order them around. Lu Yan added, "Invade and enslave the Xingwu Continent?" Wang Teng was stunned by the grand motive of these fanatics. "It's unbelievable, right? That's why they are a bunch of maniacs," Lin Zan said with contempt. What on earth are they thinking?" Wang Teng found it hard to understand. "What else?" "They feel that there is an abundance of resources in the Xingwu Continent. They want to use this method to expand their influence to the Xingwu Continent and plunder their resources. However, they should use their brains and think. If it was so simple, why would the countries maintain a peaceful relationship with the Xingwu Continent? After all, these countries are always very aggressive," Lin Zan said. Chapter 137, The Bubbles of a 7-Star Martial Warrior. While speaking, they were observing the situation of Bangde Auction House, too. With the help of Lin Zan and his teammates, Wang Teng finally understood what kind of people the Zhenli clan was made up of. No wonder they were called maniacs based on their actions. Calling them maniacs was too kind. The building they were at had a wide field of vision, so they were able to see far ahead. From here, when Wang Teng gazed in the distance, he was able to see a few black dots occasionally colliding in the sky with his eyesight. Rumbling explosions followed in the air. They were walking in the air. Star soldier level martial warrior. When a martial warrior cultivated until the 5-star soldier level, they were able to congregate their force into a pair of wings behind their backs. It allowed them to fly freely in the air. Star soldier level martial warriors could do this too. As for 7-star martial warriors, they were able to directly walk in the air. They didn't need to rely on their force wings anymore. Those black dots fighting in midair must be 7-star martial warriors. The battle lasted for more than half an hour. The other powerful warriors from Donghai arrived and finally killed the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan. Remaining evil clansmen either got caught or escaped in disorder. No one knew which corner they were hiding in. This bunch of people was like the mice in the trench. When you wanted to find them, they were nowhere to be seen. However, they would always run out and wreak havoc from time to time. It was frustrating. Unfortunately, the attribute bubbles from the 6-star martial warrior had probably disappeared by now. Such a long time had passed. Wang Teng sighed in pity. Then his eyes lit up. The attribute bubbles that the dead Zhenli clansmen dropped must still be there. If he rushed over now, he might be able to pick them up in time. However, Lin Jian and the other team members didn't want to interfere in this matter. The evil clansmen from the Zhenli clan might be hiding among the crowd. If they were seen by them based on these people's crazy logic, the trouble they faced would be a calamity. Don't interfere in this matter. In fact, don't even have any interaction with this kind of evil clan. If not, it will be extremely troublesome, and your families will be affected. They have no bottom line. Lin Zhan reminded them. Don't worry, leader. I won't poke my head in their matter. Wang Teng nodded and said, All right, the show is finished. Let's go back. All of us got hurt during this trip to the Xingwu Continent, and it got worse after the battle just now. Damn it, this stupid bunch of evil clansmen. Go back and rest for some time. I'll inform everyone about the next trip to the Xingwu Continent. Lin Zhan touched his chest in frustration as he cursed uncontrollably. He felt hatred and helplessness towards these evil clansmen. I will transfer the money we earn from the Starbone to your accounts later. Besides healing your injuries, remember to cultivate and become stronger. Don't spend the money on useless things, especially you, Liu Yan and Yan Jinyue.
You can shop, but don't overdo it.
He persuaded the two ladies earnestly. I know. What a naggy man. Lu Yan and Yan Jinyue rolled their eyes and snorted. Yan Jinming laughed loudly. Wang Teng also gave a smile secretly. He didn't expect the rough-looking Lin Zan to have this side to him. Everyone bade farewell to one another and left. Wang Teng thought for a moment and still decided to head to the Bangde auction house. Attribute bubbles of 7-star soldier-level martial warriors were hard to come by. He mustn't miss this chance. However, he bought a hat and a mask on his way there and concealed his face thoroughly before rushing to the auction house at the fastest speed. He didn't get too close. Instead, he maintained the furthest distance he could while still being able to use his spiritual power. He wasn't able to enter the vicinity of the auction house. After such a huge incident, the police, military, and many different factions had sealed off the crime scene. While Wang Teng was sauntering around the area, he met a few suspicious people. "Brother, which branch are you from?" A man who was also wearing a hat and a mask walked over and spoke to him in a low voice. Although Wang Teng was shocked, his mind spun furiously. He immediately glared at the person and said in a cold voice, "Which branch are you from? Do you know the rules?" "How dare you ask this question?" Yes, I was too reckless. I just entered the clan and have yet to learn the rules." The man laughed awkwardly. What kind of luck was this? He really met an evil clansman. "All right, let's just carry on with our own business. Both of us are dressed like this. Don't you think that it's a little too conspicuous?" Wang Teng barked, as expected of a senior clansman. "You are so thoughtful. I'll be leaving first. See you at the abandoned warehouse in the southern suburbs at 8 p.m. The man disappeared without a trace after he finished speaking. Wang Teng, the abandoned warehouse in the southern suburbs, 8 p.m. He seemed to have gotten hold of the evil clansman's gathering location and time accidentally. What should he do? This is very urgent. I need an answer immediately. However, this was obviously not the time to think about this. He already got delayed by that person, so he had no time to waste anymore. He hurriedly looked for his attribute bubbles. Wang Teng circled the surroundings of the auction house and saw a few huge attribute bubbles just as he had expected. It's so huge, it must be the attribute bubbles of a powerful martial warrior. This is amazing. Wang Teng was elated. He immediately used his spiritual power to pull the bubbles over and pick them up. Advanced Stage Sword Skill Talent 1. Advanced Stage Sword Skill Talent. Wang Teng was ecstatic. It was an advanced stage talent. Talent was vital in martial arts cultivation. The higher the talent, the faster the cultivation speed would be. This was common knowledge. With this advanced stage sword skill talent, Wang Teng would be able to grasp all kinds of sword battle techniques faster. Also, with his spiritual realm enlightenment, the effects of his cultivation would be impressive. He would try it out once he got to his house. Sky Cremating Sword Skill 15 and Elite Class Earth Rank Sword Skill. Wang Teng was stunned. It was an Earth Rank sword skill. Was he dreaming? He didn't have the time to think too much, though. A human figure appeared in his mind, and he started practicing the Sky Cremating Sword Skill. There seemed to be a roaring flame spurting into the sky in Wang Teng's mind. One attack of the sword, and it was able to cremate the sky and boil the sea. The power was terrifying. After some time, Wang Teng regained his senses. Oh my God! This Earth-rank elite-class sword skill had 13 stances, and it was only one step away from a Sky-rank battle technique. If he fully grasped the most powerful stance, the effects would be equivalent to a Sky-rank battle technique. Even the first stance was able to unleash the power similar to that of a dark-level, low-class battle technique. This was a huge gain. It was definitely a huge gain. He felt fortunate that he decided to come. If he missed these attribute bubbles, it wouldn't just be losing a few hundred million. He would be losing a few billion. As expected, the attribute bubbles dropped by powerful martial warriors were good stuff. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wang Teng felt lucky. He continued to pick up the remaining attribute bubbles. However, only force, strength, and speed attributes were left. Fire Force 50, Speed 35, Strength 40 as expected of the attribute bubbles of 7-star martial warriors. Even the force they dropped had such a high value. There were 50 points of Fire Force attributes alone, and the strength and speed attributes were decent too. His combat power increased tremendously. Since there were no more attribute bubbles to pick up, Wang Teng turned around and left. Although he only stayed for a while, the people from the City Protection Bureau had already taken notice of him. The people from the City Protection Bureau chased after him. but they lost him in a small alley. One of them found a piece of paper stuck on the wall beside them. Huh? What's written on it? Be careful, the other person reminded him. It's all right. It's just a piece of paper, though. He didn't touch the paper and just leaned close to look at the content. 8 p.m., the abandoned warehouse in the southern suburbs. Evil Klansmen gathering. The people exchanged glances with one another and turned serious. Is it true? Whether it's true or not, let's report it. We can't make a decision on this matter. Chapter 138, 3 years after 3 years. On the way back, Wang Teng was in deep thought. What would the City Protection Bureau do when they received this piece of news? Should he go there to take a look tonight? If the people from the City Protection Bureau went, there would definitely be a battle. At that time, many attribute bubbles would drop. Should he join in the fun? But he seemed to be looking for trouble by running to the gathering of the evil Klansmen. When he reached his rented house in the university town, it was already 11 a.m. Wang Teng casually called for food delivery and ate his lunch. Then he went to Master Lu's branch store. Your shooting star spiral and brick, Lu Zisheng said when he saw Wang Teng. But when he mentioned the brick, he found it a little hard to open his mouth. He felt that it was a disgrace. Wang Teng smiled, refusing to comment. He quietly picked up the attribute bubbles in his surroundings. Smithery, 8. The Lu hammering skill, 6. He felt satisfied. Next, Wang Teng looked at the work desk Lu Zisheng was pointing at and saw 2 items. One of them was the strange-looking shooting star spiral. Other was a golden brick that was giving off gold glimmers. It was extremely eye-catching. The shooting star spiral has reached the requirements of a 6-star high-class weapon. It's better than I imagined, Lu Zisheng said proudly. Wang Teng picked up the shooting star spiral and studied it carefully. He liked it so much that he couldn't bear to put it down. Master Lu, your skills are really exceptional. You're flattering me by calling me Master Lu. Lu Zisheng shook his head and continued. As for this brick, it has reached the requirements of a 5-star low-class weapon. However, I can only compress it and add some runes to it. If you have better materials in the future, you can merge them with this brick and remold it. You can be flexible with this brick. Wang Teng took the gold brick and looked at it closely. He weighed it in his hand and tested its feel. It felt extremely comfortable in his hand, like a part of his body. I'm satisfied with these 2 items. As expected, it was the right decision to look for Master Lu, said Wang Teng. Lu Zisheng was delighted to receive the compliment. At the same time, he felt proud too, he said. Of course, our Master Lu brand is not just for show. Wang Teng paid for his items and left the shop. He wanted to hurry home to test the power of these 2 weapons, the university town. There were many universities in this area, for instance, Donghai Teaching University, Donghai Technology University, and even Donghai University. It was the summer break, so there weren't many students in school. Wang Teng found a small forest in one of the universities. He sneaked inside once he confirmed that there was no one around. This is a good place. Wang Teng passed through the small forest and found a small lake in front of him. There were fake mountain rocks beside the lake. His eyes lit up. He activated his spiritual power, and it surged out of his forehead. The shooting star spiral floated from his palm and turned into a flash of light. It swooshed into the forest as though it was alive and started flying back and forth. Then it dived deep into the lake and split into 9 rays of light. It twirled and danced at high speed in the shadows of the lake as though it was flying in the air without any resistance. This was the spiritual shadow talent of the Starbone. It allowed the weapon to shuttle back and forth in the shadows, a perfect match for spiritual power. It could definitely catch his opponents off guard, under the control of his spiritual power. The shooting star spiral leaped out of the water. At the same time, the 9 rays of light combined into one. Go, Wang Teng whispered. The shooting star spiral pierced right into the fake mountain rock. A hole appeared in the fake mountain rock without a sound. The shooting star spiral shot out from the other side. Wang Teng lifted his hand and the shooting star spiral slowly landed on his palm. He let out a long sigh. He couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. He took out the gold brick and used his spiritual power to control it as he threw it out. When the brick was about to smash into the fake mountain rock, the force on the surface of the gold brick merged into the brick. The runes on the gold brick flashed once, and the weight of the brick increased exponentially. Then, the brick collided with the fake mountain. Boom. The fake mountain shattered into fragments. Wang Teng burst into laughter. He wondered how good it would feel if he used this brick to smash someone also. With the help of his spiritual power, he would be able to accurately hit his opponent. What happened just now? I think I heard an explosion. A voice suddenly came from outside the forest. Let's go and take a look. It might be a student from the martial arts course damaging the school properties again. This bunch of little brats, they are so troublesome. Wang Teng felt a little guilty. He released his force and hurriedly swept the remnants of the fake mountain into the lake. Then he moved his body swiftly and escaped in a flurry. When he reached home, Lin Zan transferred the money to him, billion minus the fees of the Bangde auction house. They had 1.8 billion left. Each of them got 300 million when they spilled it 6 ways. Everyone wanted to give Yang Fei half of the money, just as they had discussed beforehand. Yang Fei didn't accept it. Thus, they had no choice but to give up the idea and split the money evenly in the end. Anyway, even if they distributed it evenly, everyone would still get a sizable sum. With the money in hand, Wang Teng started splurging on the internal website of Jixin Martial House. He bought a battle uniform, a battle shield, and all the items he needed. His orders got delivered the next day. After that, Wang Teng didn't leave his house, starting a cultivation session at home. His enlightenment had reached the spiritual realm, so when he practiced his scriptures, his speed of cultivation and proficiency increased furiously. Then he practiced the sky cremating sword skill. He tested how powerful this advanced stage sword skill talent was. In the courtyard of his rented house, Wang Teng held his battle sword and waved it furiously. Fire force rose from his battle sword and congregated into rays of red sword light. They were scorching and sharp. An hour later, he stopped. Holding his sword, Wang Teng stood still. Sky cremating sword skill, foundation 18 out of Sky cremating sword skill had increased from 15 points to 18 points on his attributes panel. The increase was astonishing. I can save more blank attributes to add to my enlightenment and talent. Wang Teng contemplated for a moment. He had already realized that the blank attributes he had didn't seem to be enough for him to use as the number of his battle techniques and scriptures increased. Hence, he needed to prioritize. It was obvious that enlightenment and talent were the foundation of everything. Once he raised these 2 attributes to an extremely high level, he wouldn't have to worry about the leveling up of his battle techniques and scriptures. The moment he sorted out his thoughts, Wang Teng poured all the blank attributes into his enlightenment. Then he started practicing his battle techniques like a maniac. At night, in an abandoned warehouse in the southern suburbs, a bunch of suspicious-looking people was gathered in this abandoned warehouse. They looked like crazed fanatics, and they were discussing in low voices. There was no light, with the only source of illumination being white candles placed around the warehouse. The candles gave a dim orange glow. The evil Klansmen really have a gathering here. The members of the City Protection Bureau were hiding in a certain corner at another side. They monitored the situation in the abandoned warehouse from afar using their binoculars. Are they all here? Another member of the City Protection Bureau beside him whispered. They arrived a long time ago. They are lying in ambush around the warehouse. That's good, there are so many evil Klansmen. We will catch all of them today. Ha! This will be a huge deed of merit. I wonder who gave us that message. He's such a good person. I heard that it was someone suspicious, dressed like a Klansman. Do you think he's a spy? You know, the 3 years after 3 years, 3 years after 3 years kind? Whoa, is he really a hidden boss? I think he's quite pitiful, but he's really a good person. The good person hiding above the members of the City Protection Bureau felt speechless. A famous quote from a Chinese spy movie. Chapter 139, Crazy About Making Pig Heads. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? For a moment, Wang Teng suspected his own identity. Am I really a fellow evil Klansman or just a spy? He hurriedly shook his head to throw this ridiculous thought out of his mind. To hell with being a spy. I don't want to do it for 3 years and 3 more years. It's very miserable. He stared at the people below him with a dangerous gaze. You are really free. How dare you create rumors about me? Do I need to find some things for them to do? As he thought about this, he used his spiritual power to control a rock. He threw it on the door of the warehouse where the evil Klansmen were all gathered. A huge clang was heard. Who is it? The evil Klansmen in the warehouse were like birds, startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. A few of them rushed out of the warehouse and started looking around. Fuck! Who threw that rock? The members of the City Protection Bureau cursed. They shrunk back to prevent the evil Klansmen from seeing them. Take a look around the warehouse. Let's make sure that nothing happens, one of the evil Klansmen said. More than 10 evil Klansmen dispersed and started searching their surroundings. Damn it, we can't hide anymore. Move. The members of the City Protection Bureau, hiding in the dark, helplessly made a decision. At first, they wanted to wait a little longer, but they didn't have the luxury anymore. They were in the dark while their enemies were standing in the light. Evil Klansmen that came out to check things were taken care of in an instant. Then, the members of the City Protection Bureau lying in ambush started moving. They threw smoke bombs and tear shells into the warehouse together. What is this? Oh my God, we are exposed. Run. Most of the evil Klansmen in the warehouse were martial disciples. They could hold their breaths for a short period or use their force to block the gas. However, since they were caught unawares, many of them still got affected. The members of the City Protection Bureau wore protective masks and charged into the warehouse. Next, gunshots resounded in the silent surroundings. This is an unexpected move. Wang Teng was still hiding in a corner. As he observed the actions of the City Protection Bureau, he felt like watching a police and thief movie. This was an eye-opener. The evil Klansmen wouldn't sit and wait to die. They started resisting. Immediately, explosions, cries of agony, and shouts were heard from the warehouse. Tisk, tisk, it sounds intense. Wang Teng watched the show from outside as he waited to collect attribute bubbles. Boom, the abandoned warehouse was already in poor shape. Now it started crumbling. After all, there were a bunch of martial warriors fighting inside. The destructive power of 3-star and above martial warriors was very impressive. Warehouse couldn't withstand the beating anymore and collapsed. Multiple figures flew out of the warehouse, changing the battle arena to outside. Some evil Klansmen wanted to escape in the mess, but unfortunately there were many members of the City Protection Bureau waiting in ambush outside. Anyone that ran out would be caught, and every single one of them would be sent to jail. Wang Teng's eyes lit up upon noticing the attribute bubbles floating in the ruins of the abandoned warehouse. He activated his spiritual power, Pull. He picked them up. Speed, 8. Strength, 5. Water Force, 2. Earth Force, 3. Metal Force, 1. In an instant, a tremendous amount of strength, speed, and force attributes went into his pocket. These were all commonly seen attributes, though. The force attributes were all from the basic 5 elements, too. No mutated force elements appeared. It looked like there really were few mutated element attributes. Most of the time, a normal martial warrior would have one of the 5 main elements as his force. In the past, he was able to pick up the mutated forces like Wind Force, Ice Force, and Poison Force because he was extremely lucky. I didn't expect there to be so many martial warriors among the evil Klansmen. Wang Teng sighed. His expression was a little stern. He could tell how powerful this evil clan was. Members of this clan were spread all over the nation like locusts. They were everywhere. Catching so many of them this time was helping the country to get rid of evil, too. Huh? Someone actually came right into my territory? Wang Teng looked at the evil Klansman below him. He held the gold brick in his hand. Swoosh! A brick flew out. The evil Klansman rolled his eyes and felt a pain in his head before he knew what happened. He fainted. Enlightenment. 2. Spirit. 2. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was elated. Ha ha ha! It's so smart of me to make this brick. He picked them up. Then he continued to control the brick and hit it again and again on the evil Klansman's head. Spirit 1, Enlightenment 1, Spirit 1. He hit the evil Klansman until no more Enlightenment and Spirit attributes dropped. By then, the evil Klansman had turned into a pig head. After some time, 2 members of the City Protection Bureau passed through this location coincidentally and noticed the unconscious pig-head evil Klansman on the ground. Huh, why is there an evil Klansman lying here? They looked at him carefully and got a huge shock. Oh my God, who's so vicious? He turned this poor bastard into a pig-head. It must be one of our colleagues. Had he been hiding his violent nature? We mustn't offend him. The 2 of them decided that they must keep a low profile in their department in the future. They mustn't provoke some people in case they got beaten into pig heads. The 2 of them wanted to go to the front line to reinforce their colleagues, but first they had to deal with this evil Klansman. Thus they dragged the evil Klansman away. Wang Teng smiled secretly. He realized that the people from the City Protection Bureau had wild imaginations. They liked to think too much and come up with all kinds of strange characters and personalities. Huh, another one. Let me hit him. He noticed another lonely evil Klansman moving in his direction. Wang Teng threw his brick at him without any hesitation. Bang! The evil Klansman fainted. Bang, bang, while no one was looking. Wang Teng smashed his brick on the Klansman's head, giving birth to another pig head. He welcomed another wave of Enlightenment attributes. When the 2 members of the City Protection Bureau finished dealing with the first pig-head evil Klansman and came back, they saw the second pig-head Klansman lying on the ground. They couldn't help but exchange glances with each other. Then they scanned their surroundings in unplanned unison. Sigh, he should have left, right? Shall we drag him back first? The 2 of them dragged the second pig-head evil Klansman out. When they came back, they saw a third pighead evil clansman unconscious on the floor. I think that mister must be hiding nearby. Let's just help him to drag the corpse away. You make sense. The two members from the City Protection Bureau felt cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. They even changed the way they called the person and addressed him as Mr. now. They were afraid that if he heard any words of disrespect from their mouths, he would beat them into pigheads too, in a fit of anger. The fourth clansman, the fifth clansman, the two members of the City Protection Bureau were extremely busy. After they dragged the ninth pighead evil clansman out, they wiped the sweat off their forehead and heaved a long sigh. They were really tired. We are just emotionless corpse-dragging machines. The two of them looked at each other and gave a stiff smile with an unspoken mutual understanding. Wang Teng was having a hard time trying to hold back his laughter. He looked at the two members of the City Protection Bureau. Am I being too harsh on them? As time passed, all the evil clansmen either got killed or got caught. None of them were spared. The two corpse-dragging machines dragged 12 pighead evil clansmen in total. They worked extremely hard. While gazing at the 12 pighead evil clansmen piled in front of them like a small mountain, they felt a huge stimulation. Crazy about making pigheads, the two of them shuddered simultaneously. This was the first thought that appeared in their minds when they changed from corpse-dragging machines back to humans. Chapter 140. It's against the law to tease ladies. The City Protection Bureau had spent much effort and engaged many martial warriors in this operation. The chief of the City Protection Bureau had to deal with immense pressure when he decided to carry out this operation. After all, this piece of news came from a paper with an unknown source. They didn't even know who the informant was. He might be playing with them, or even worse, this might be a trap. They could suffer a huge loss if things went south. All of this was part of their consideration. It wasn't easy to engage all this manpower. If something untoward happened, the chief of the City Protection Bureau would have to bear responsibility. Fortunately, the result was good. The content on the paper wasn't fake. This time, they gained merit. At this moment, Chief Tan of the City Protection Bureau looked at the bunch of evil clansmen in front of him and felt happy. However, he maintained the intimidating aura of a leader and patted his subordinates' shoulders occasionally as an encouragement. When he passed by the pile of 12 pigheads, he was slightly stunned. Little Liu, what is going on? Why did you beat them up so badly? This is a little inhumane. Yes, the evil clansmen are wicked, but we, the City Protection Bureau, have to be humane. We need to deal with them using humane methods. Chief Tan regained his senses and coughed dryly as he said, Humane methods? What do you mean by humane methods? If this person in front of them wasn't their immediate superior. Little Liu and his colleague would have refuted him. When did the City Protection Bureau ever act humanely? However, they didn't have the guts to say this. They still needed their jobs. It was hard to support one's family in this current society. They could never lose their job. Little Liu smiled and said obsequiously, Chief, you're right. However, this is not done by the two of us. We were just in charge of dragging them here.
You didn't do it? Who did it then?
Chief Tan was puzzled. We don't know, however. It should be one of our own, Little Liu replied with a bitter smile. You're not lying to me? Chief Tan still didn't believe them. Chief, we wouldn't dare to lie to you. If you don't believe us, we can swear to heaven. Little Liu lifted his hand and wanted to make a vow. All right, all right. Chief Tan waved his hand. He rubbed his chin as he said, I didn't expect our City Protection Bureau to have such a talent. Little Liu and his colleague, who was the one that said this was an inhumane act a moment ago. Why are you saying that this person is a talent now? Chief, you have double standards. If you continue like this, you'll lose 2 outstanding workers. Cough, the 2 of you are not bad. Work hard, I have high hopes for you. Chief Tan seemed to have realized his error. He quickly salvaged the situation and then walked away calmly with his hands behind his back. Wang Teng returned to his rented house in the university town. He realized that after this trip he was a little hungry. He called for food delivery. He would order some Chinese barbecue and a bottle of Coke. Yes, this is how you should eat at night. What a good life. Fat? What is that? As a martial warrior, I have no fear of getting fat. While waiting for food, Wang Teng pulled out his attributes panel and looked at it. His spirit and enlightenment attributes had increased. Although all he got were normal spirit and enlightenment attributes, they won by numbers. Enlightenment, spiritual realm 1245-100. Spirit, spiritual realm 4.5-100. Then his 5 elements increased individually too. Besides his fire element attribute, the other 4 attributes were close to reaching the 2-star level. Wang Teng didn't waste his time. His enlightenment had increased, so he started practicing his battle technique without further ado. Minutes later, his food arrived. He opened the door and walked out. A food delivery young man was standing at the entrance. "Hello, your food delivery is here?" He sounded extremely polite. Wang Teng nodded and thanked the delivery man. Life was tough. He still needed to send deliveries in the middle of the night after dropping Wang Teng's order. The delivery man went next door. The person who opened the door was a pretty lady. Wang Teng didn't take notice of her, though. He closed the door directly, but he didn't return to his room. He ate his supper in the courtyard. The moment he sat down, there was a knock on the door. Wang Teng frowned. He got up and opened the door. The lady next door was standing outside. She was wearing short pants and a shirt with her hair tied up in a bun. It made her look youthful and witty. She seemed to be around 20 years old, and her beauty was 8 out of 10. "Hello? The delivery man gave me the wrong order just now? I looked at the address, and I think it's yours. Can you see if you got my order?" The beauty was holding the delivery bags in her hand as she spoke in a slightly embarrassed tone. "Oh?" Wang Teng looked at the name and address on the delivery bag. He said in a surprised tone, "It's really mine. Wait for a moment. Let me take a look and see if I took your food." Wang Teng turned and walked back into his courtyard. He looked at the address on the bag. Indeed, it was wrong. He had only glanced at the name of the shop on the receipt just now to confirm that it was right. He didn't look at the address and name. Who would have thought that his neighbor had ordered from the same shop? The delivery man even messed up their order. What a coincidence. Take a look. "Is this yours? I haven't opened it yet." Wang Teng passed the delivery bag to her.
Yes, it's mine. Thank you, little brother.
The lady with the bun smiled like a blooming flower. "You're welcome. You don't really have to thank me, though," Wang Teng said. "All right," the lady with the bun nodded. She seemed to have a good impression of Wang Teng. She stretched out her dainty little hand and smiled. "Let's get to know each other. My name is Yan Xin. I live beside you. Please take care of me in the future." Looking at the lively beauty in front of him, Wang Teng was slightly shocked. He lifted his hand and smiled. "My name is Wang Teng. We're neighbors now. You don't have to be so polite. Did you just move in?" "I don't think I've seen you before," Yan Xin said. "I've rented this place for some time, but I was busy. I couldn't move in immediately." "I have many things to do, so I don't come here often," Wang Teng said. "Wow, you rented such a big house? But you don't come here often." "You must be wealthy," Yan Xin teased him. Wang Teng smiled. He didn't continue the topic, but instead asked, "What about you? Are you a student from a nearby university?" "That's right. I'm a student at Donghai Teaching University. I'll be a Year 3 student after this summer break. I'm normally out doing a part-time job when I go back late at night sometimes. The dormitory auntie doesn't allow me to enter. It's a little inconvenient, so I rented a house outside with a few of my friends," Yan Jin said. "You must be a student of a nearby university, too. Let me guess. You must be a freshman. You came here to experience the university town first, right?" "Yes, I'm indeed a freshman at Donghai Military Academy." Wang Teng nodded. "Wow, Donghai Military Academy." Yan Jin looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. She said, "You must be practicing martial arts, right? Sounds like you're really powerful."
Yes, I do practice martial arts.
Wang Teng nodded. "I admire martial arts students like you so much. Y'all receive good treatment, have high status, and are powerful. After you graduate, you will be the elite of the elites, especially the students from Donghai Military Academy. I've heard that after graduation, you guys have a chance of entering the military directly." Yan Xin sounded more and more envious as she spoke.
It's not so exaggerated. Your university is not bad either.
"It's nice to become a teacher after you graduate. You will get respected," said Wang Teng. "Sigh, let's not talk about that. It's a sad story nowadays. It's not easy to become a teacher of a public school. If you want to teach in a top high school, you need to graduate with a master's degree. If you choose an elementary school or a junior high, the treatment won't be as good as a high school. It's so difficult." Yan Xin sighed again with an agonized expression. In an instant, Wang Teng didn't know how to console her. He just had a hearty talk with a slight acquaintance. After all, they had just met. "Haha, sorry to bother you. I accidentally started complaining to you while chatting." Yan Xin suddenly realized the situation and smiled bitterly. "It's all right. I just don't know how to console you," Wang Teng said. "Haha, this is not good. You must learn how to coax a lady. Oh, I should be going back now. I won't disturb you anymore." "All right. Let's exchange WeChat. If little brother wants to get to know the environment here, I can be your guide." Yan Xin took out her phone and said, "Exchange WeChat? Ladies nowadays really like to exchange WeChat with other people? Seriously? Okay, let's exchange our WeChat. I'm not familiar with the university town anyway. Wang Teng pretended to be serious. Yan Xin added Wang Teng's WeChat and went back to her rented house. The two ladies peeking at the side of the door immediately pretended that they didn't see anything. They gathered around and asked, Xingxin, tell us, what did you do? Why did it take you so long to come back? Let me tell you, our neighbor is a really handsome young boy. Yan Xin was a little excited as she spoke. Really? Really? The two ladies' eyes lit up, their voices joining together in unplanned unison. Just now, Wang Teng was standing inside the door so they couldn't see his face. When they heard their friend's words, they suddenly felt a hint of surprise. After all, he was just living opposite. They were able to enjoy the benefits of a favorable position. If you want to know, you have to clean the clothes for the entire week next week. Yan Xin waved her phone. I've already added his WeChat. How despicable. You actually got his WeChat. Yan Xin, you're a scheming lady, the two ladies shouted. Looks like you don't want to know him. How dare you call me a scheming lady, Yan Xin said. Don't do that. We want to know. Good Xin. We were wrong. We'll do your laundry for 1 week. The two ladies hugged Yan Xin's arms each on one side and shook it continuously as they begged for forgiveness. This feels good, Yan Xin raised her snow-white neck and said with a look of disdain. There's no need to say any more. You must at least wash my clothes for 2 weeks now. If not, nothing is negotiable. 2 weeks, the two ladies cried bitterly. If you hesitate any longer, don't come and beg me the next time you see the real person. At that time, it won't be something that can be solved with 2 weeks of clothes, Yan Xin said. All right, we will wash them for you. It's just 2 weeks, right? The two ladies exchanged glances with each other. They gritted their teeth and agreed to Yan Xin's request. You need to wash them with your hands, especially my undergarments. Yan Xin said, Don't worry, we won't be careless. Hurry up and tell us, said the two ladies. Then it was a round of private ladies' talk. They ate their barbecue and chatted about the young man next door. In their excitement, they would even let out a scream or two. Men were not the only people who talked about pretty ladies. When ladies were free, they would talk about men, too. The next day at 8 a.m., Yan Jin and her two roommates went out together to head to work. When they went past Wang Teng's door, they saw a few delivery men moving some things into his courtyard. Wang Teng stood at the side and was verifying something with one of the delivery men. He's really handsome. Also, he looks like a mature person. Yan Jin's two roommates were good-looking, just like her. When they saw Wang Teng standing in the courtyard, their eyes lit up like light bulbs. They spoke in hushed voices. Xin, let's go over and greet him. One of Yan Xin's roommates, Sun Shuyun, said. That's right. Let's go and greet him. You can introduce us to him, too, the other roommate, Li Qian, urged her. I really have nothing to say about the two of you. Yan Xin felt helpless. She didn't know what to say about her two friends who took love more seriously than friendship. However, she still listened to their request and greeted Wang Teng. Morning? The battle uniform and other items he purchased yesterday had arrived. Wang Teng was signing the invoice when he heard a voice and turned around. He saw three beautiful ladies. One of them was Yan Xin, whom he had chatted with yesterday. Morning? He walked out of the courtyard and smiled as he greeted her. He asked, Are you going out for work? Yes. I was just preparing to head out. What are you doing? Why are there so many cartons? Yan Xin asked curiously. Oh, I'm preparing to go out, so I bought some kits. Wang Teng didn't explain in detail. Yan Xin noticed that he didn't want to talk much, so she stopped probing. At this moment, her roommates were poking her waist with their fingers from the back. Naturally, she knew what her irritating besties wanted to do. She rolled her eyes secretly, but she still introduced them. Oh, right, let me introduce my two roommates to you. This short-haired lady is called Sun Shuyun, and the long-haired one is Li Qian. Wang Teng felt speechless when she listened to Yan Xin's perfunctory introduction. Sun Shuyun and Li Qian were furious. They were going to end all relationships with her. End all relationships. They wouldn't be besties anymore. Hello, I'm Sun Shuyun. Hello, I'm Li Qian. The two of them gave their most beautiful smile as they introduced themselves. Nice to meet you. Wang Teng nodded in response. He smiled and said, You should know my name already. The delivery men all saw Wang Teng chatting happily with three equally beautiful ladies. They were green with envy. So what if you're handsome? So what if you have money? Don't you know that it's against the law to tease ladies? Unfortunately, they only dared to complain in their hearts. They knew that the youth in front of them wasn't just simply rich and handsome. He was a martial warrior. In front of a martial warrior, they should just keep some things in their hearts. They didn't dare to display their emotions openly. "Mr. Wang, your items are all here. We'll make a move now." One of the delivery men walked over and said, "All right, thanks for your help." Wang Teng nodded. "It's our job. It's our job." The delivery men felt overwhelmed by the special favor. "We are leaving for work now. Let's keep in touch." Yan Xin and her friends bid farewell to him.
All right, Wang Teng replied.
The three ladies walked out of the alley. Li Qian suddenly said, "Did you notice the symbol of Jixin Martial House on the clothes of the delivery men and the cartons in the courtyard? Jixin Martial House, one of the top 3 martial arts academies." Yan Xin and Sun Shuyun recalled carefully. That seemed to be the truth. They gave a look of surprise uncontrollably. Even normal people knew Jixin Martial House in this martial arts era, much less university students like them. "This junior brother Wang Teng doesn't seem like a simple person," Li Qian commented. Chapter 141, Die a Worthy Death. After tidying his luggage, Wang Teng stepped on the journey to the Xingwu Continent again. This time he went alone. He came to the military camp where the dimensional rift was. This place was heavily guarded all the time. Not only were there soldiers carrying heavy firearms patrolling the area in shifts, but there were also martial warriors guarding in the shadows. "Please provide your identification and cooperate with our inspection." The guard at the entrance stared at Wang Teng intensely with his sharp gaze. At the same time, he secretly pointed the firearm in his hand at Wang Teng. Wang Teng followed the instructions smoothly. He took out his martial warrior credentials and passed them to the guard. The other party carefully verified his credentials. He also collected Wang Teng's facial features and used them to verify his identity. Simultaneously, another guard took out his scanning device and inspected his entire body as well as his belongings. "Thank you for your cooperation." Once they confirmed that everything was fine, the guard saluted Wang Teng and let him in. Wang Teng nodded. He walked through the door and went all the way in. Now that he was alone, he had more time to observe the surroundings. He noticed that his country placed a significant emphasis on the dimensional rift. There were all kinds of heavy firearms within the vicinity. There were cannons, infantry, armored vehicles, and even tanks and guided missiles on standby all the time. What are they guarding against? The Xingwu Continent, or is it other evil clans? Wang Teng had a more direct perception of the tight security of this forbidden military district compared to the last time he came. Thus, he couldn't help but guess secretly. The dimensional rift was one way. The people on Earth could go there, but the people from Xingwu Continent couldn't come over. In that case, guarding against the Xingwu Continent was secondary to their country. Could it be that they were on the lookout for the evil clans? Or was there some unknown inside story that ordinary people didn't know? Maybe it was so dangerous that they needed to treat it cautiously. Wang Teng shook his head. Before receiving any compelling news, he wouldn't be able to come up with any sort of answer. After some time, Wang Teng reached the plaza where the dimensional rift was located. As usual, there were a huge number of soldiers guarding the entrance. He could see martial warriors walking in and out occasionally. Martial warriors that went in were just like Wang Teng. They looked ready to start. As for those that came out, they looked bedraggled and had blood all over their bodies. They were giving off a cold and vicious aura. This was the implication of killing. Some of these martial warriors had smiles on their faces, while some had sorrowful expressions. Some had a solemn aura around them. They might have just lost their companions. Wang Teng walked into the plaza and looked around. He was slightly stunned. A small troop was gathering at the side of the plaza. There were bloodstains on their bodies. They had probably come back from the Xingwu Continent, but Wang Teng didn't know what they had just experienced. Some of them were heavily injured, and some had bandages around their bodies. Some people got carried out on stretchers, too. However, one thing of note was the heroic aura pervading the air around them. "What's the matter?"
What's the purpose of this troop that just went to the Xingwu Continent? Wang Teng stood at the side and stared at them. He was filled with queries. The last time he went to the Xingwu Continent with the Tiger Warrior team, they didn't see any military traces, whether in the city or the dark mist forest. Where were they stationed? What were they doing? He thought he would be able to get some answers after going to the Xingwu Continent. But now he realized that the Xingwu Continent was still shrouded in a mysterious mist. "Everyone, you died a worthy death. Let's go home," an angry shout came from the front of the troop. "Go home," the entire unit responded furiously too. They turned around abruptly and marched towards the entrance at an orderly pace. Even though they were injured, their backs were ramrod straight. Wang Teng finally saw the soldiers at the front holding a few urns in their hands, and the country flag was decorating the urns. Some people were crying violently, but they remained resolute. Wang Teng was astounded. He stood on the spot and watched them leave with his gaze. He remained silent for a long time.
You died a worthy death, he muttered to himself as he walked towards the dimensional rift. Wang Teng took a step into the dimensional rift. He felt dizzy. He tried his best to open his eyes, but unfortunately all he saw was pitch black. He couldn't see anything at all. After feeling the solid ground underneath his feet, he still couldn't see anything. He opened his eyes, but everything was pitch black. Did I go blind? Wang Teng was shocked, finally regretting his actions. Fortunately, after some time, he slowly regained his vision and managed to see the things in front of him. Little brother, it's better not to open your eyes in the dimensional rift. You will lose your vision otherwise. Another martial warrior who just came out of the dimensional rift smiled and said to him, "Thank you for your reminder." Wang Teng nodded. "Old Chen, let's go," the martial warrior's teammate called out to him. The martial warrior called Old Chen nodded at Wang Teng and followed his teammates. Wang Teng could faintly hear their conversation. "He looks like a newbie." "Old Chen, why do you care about him? You don't know him." "Haha, we've all been through this stage. If we can help, let's just help. Speaking of it, this fellow came to the Xingwu Continent alone. He's quite bold." The voices got fainter as they moved further away. Wang Teng retracted his gaze and picked up the attribute bubbles these people had dropped, space 0.6. He noticed that the space attribute bubbles only existed for a very short time. Also, only people who just came out from the dimensional rift would drop this attribute. There were no space attribute bubbles around him left behind by the martial warriors who came before them. If not, there should be more bubbles. Should I set up camp here? Wang Teng thought to himself. Currently, he didn't have many space attributes. When he went back to Earth to rest, he tested this attribute. This amount of space attribute couldn't do anything at all. It was just for show. The space talent was very important. He needed to collect more of them. Without hesitating any longer, Wang Teng went to the back of the dimensional rift and sat at the corner of the hall. He hid in the dark. Only newbies would observe their surroundings curiously. Experienced martial warriors left the moment they came out, just like the team that came with him. To them, staying here a second longer was a waste of time. Thus, no one would notice him. Wang Teng stayed in the hall for several hours. There weren't many people who came in and out of the dimensional rift. Not everyone would drop space attribute bubbles either. It was all based on luck. Space attribute 3.4. He looked at his attributes panel, space 4.83,000. Wang Teng glanced at the time and knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. If the guards patrolling outside came in to check the area, without a doubt he would be taken away as a suspicious person. It was unrealistic for him to stay here and wait to pick up space attributes. He would be taken as a lunatic even if he wasn't. When will I be able to collect enough space attributes? Wang Teng sighed. He got up helplessly and walked out of the hall. At this moment, a few martial warriors walked out of the dimensional rift. They saw Wang Teng strolling out of the corner of their eyes and got a rude shock. They looked at Wang Teng with a puzzled expression. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Pick them up. Space 1.3. Oh my God, these martial warriors had dropped quite a few space attributes. There were 1.3 points in total. This was the highest number he had seen until now. Space 611,000. Indeed, life is full of small surprises. Wang Teng walked out of the hall in satisfaction. He ignored the people inside who were still in shock. Chapter 142. Don't go out when it's dark. Wang Teng walked out of the Force Tower and strode on the wide streets of Yang City. Ever since getting the space ring, he had started keeping some inconvenient items inside the ring. He only needed to carry his weapon carrier casket. Otherwise, he traveled lightly. He kept thinking of the same question along the way. Why weren't people from the Xingwu Continent able to pass through the dimensional rift? Last time, Wang Teng had asked Lin Zan and his teammates the same question, but they didn't know the answer. Could it be that the Earth's will is resisting the people from the Xingwu Continent? Wang Teng had this thought, but he found it a little funny. Although the presence of martial warriors in this martial arts era didn't make scientific sense, it would be even more absurd if they started talking about the will of the Earth. He shook his head. Not far away from him, the Yang City branch of Jixin Martial House was within his sight. When Wang Teng walked into the building, many people recognized him. Isn't that the newbie from the Tiger Warrior team? Why is he alone? The Tiger Warrior team lost an important member recently. By right, they will need to spend a long time reorganizing themselves before they come to the Xingwu Continent again. Could it be that he's here to explore on his own? The martial warriors in the hall started discussing among themselves. Some looked at Wang Teng in surprise. Wang Teng ignored everyone and walked straight to the counter. He said to the staff, I want to borrow a heavy armor vehicle. The staff looked at Wang Teng's extremely young face and felt a little astounded. Are you sure? He asked. Yes, Wang Teng nodded. Young man, do you know how dangerous it is to explore and hunt alone? Someone couldn't help but remind Wang Teng. Thank you for your concern, however. I've already made my decision, said Wang Teng. All right, I just wanted to remind you, you can make your own decision. We can't control you. The person waved his hand nonchalantly. The staff didn't say anything. He just passed Wang Teng a key. This is the car key. Take the car matching the number on the key. The payment will be based on the amount of time you use it. Also, if the car is spoiled, you will need to make the necessary compensation. What other questions do you have? No questions. Wang Teng nodded and turned around to leave the martial arts building. The people in the hall looked at his back view as he left. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth knows no fear." Wang Teng drove the heavy armor vehicle out of Yong City toward the dark mist forest. The heavy armor vehicle used force as its fuel. There was a vast difference between the Xingwu Continent and Earth. The Xingwu Continent used force as their primary energy source. Besides the force in the air around them, the main source of force came from energy stones. If they wanted to use force, they needed the help of runes. However, if they wanted to extract force from the air, they needed to extract, purify, and coagulate it. There were too many steps, and the efficiency was low. Without the skillfully contrived rune, they wouldn't be able to move machinery at a highly effective rate. Thus, under normal circumstances, these types of machinery relied on the force and energy stones as their fuel. Wang Teng only knew this general knowledge after he started driving his own car. It was already dusk. A huge sun hung low in the west, right above the horizon. The heavy armor vehicle moved forward at high speed, startling the birds in the wild. The transfer station outside the dark mist forest was known as the Dark Mist Town. By the time Wang Teng reached the Dark Mist Town, the sky had turned completely dark. He parked his car to the side. As he didn't plan to stop here, he wanted to enter the Dark Mist Forest while it was still dark. He walked out of the small town and saw many citizens from the Xingwu Continent along the way. Some of them looked at him coldly. They even seemed a little malicious. The Dark Mist Town was a famous location in the Xingwu Continent. All kinds of martial warriors were gathered here, good and bad. From the past until now, the Xingwu Continent remained a place that respected the powerful. They closely abided by the rule of the survival of the fittest. In fact, they didn't even hide their intentions. When the dimensional rifts appeared, they didn't change, following the same rule when they faced the martial warriors from the earth. They maintained peace on the surface, but the actual competition was intense and cruel. To some local tyrants that stayed in the Dark Mist Town all year round, Wang Teng, who came here all alone, was like a huge fat sheep. Wang Teng entered the Dark Mist Forest. Wearing his infrared glasses, he started shuttling back and forth in the forest at high speed steps of gale. Wind force swirled around his feet and formed small whirlpools. It pushed his body up and made him feel incredibly light and agile. This is how it feels like to be the wind. He kept increasing his speed to experience the sensation of merging with the wind. This time, he didn't execute the steps of gale because he wanted to show off. Instead, he was just practicing his battle technique to increase its proficiency. Wang Teng remained alert of his environment and occasionally used his spiritual sight to observe the changes to the force around him. Huh? Suddenly, he noticed something, and his gaze paused for a moment. He moved his body and leaped up a huge tree. He hid among the flourishing tree leaves. The plants on Earth had grown stronger and bigger after the purification of the force, but compared to their counterparts on the Xingwu Continent, they were small. After Wang Teng hid himself, a few black figures came over at a fast speed. What happened? Where did that brat go? Damn it, he's really fast. He disappeared in a blink of an eye. The three suspicious figures were whispering in frustration. Wang Teng hid in the tree. As he listened to their conversation, he scoffed in his heart. Y'all are actually targeting me? Let's split up and search. Once anyone sees him, send the signal, one of the people said. Sure. The remaining two nodded and headed in other directions to search for Wang Teng. They left one person here to explore the vicinity based on the intensity of the force rays around these three. They should be one-star soldier-level martial warriors. I want to see how you're going to rob me. Wang Teng remained indifferent, and an icy glare shot out of his eyes. He had killed many people, so he was gradually getting used to it. He didn't mind having a few more lives on his hands. Where did he go? Why can't we find him? The person below muttered to himself. He searched for a long time, but he couldn't find anyone. Are you looking for me? A voice suddenly came from above him. In the dark, the person's expression changed. Before he could react, though, a cold ray flashed past, and his body turned stiff and motionless. Erg. Erg. His voice was stuck in his throat. His pupils constricted to needles and his gaze was filled with disbelief. The person reflexively clutched his throat to stop the fresh blood from flowing out. He fell down weakly, as his opponent was a martial warrior. Wang Teng waited for some time before calling out to him once he was relaxed. His opponent was stunned. Wang Teng used his spiritual power to fire the shooting star spiral that he brought with him and took away his opponent's life in a split second. One shot, one kill. This method was unexpected. Even martial warriors had a hard time guarding against it. Spirit 2, Enlightenment 3, Earth Force 6. A few attribute bubbles dropped. Wang Teng picked them up and then kept the corpse in his space ring. Next, he chased after the other two who had gone in different directions. Martial warrior I just killed is the most powerful one among them. He should be a 1-star advanced stage martial warrior. The other two people are weaker. Never mind, let's just kill them using this sneaky method. Saves me much trouble. Wang Teng used his steps of Gale and silently closed in on one of the martial warriors. The shooting star spiral was made from the spirit shadow star bone, so it was a potent murdering weapon in the dark. Even 2-star or 3-star martial warriors might get killed by it if they were careless. Very soon, Wang Teng found the other martial warrior. Go! He hid behind a huge tree. Following his thoughts, the shooting star spiral jumped in the air. The martial warrior got killed instantly. He didn't even have time to react. Spirit 1, Water Force 3. He picked them up. It was the last martial warrior's turn. Without any surprises, he died from the shooting star spiral. Wang Teng looked at the shooting star spiral that was giving off a dull glint. He suddenly thought of a sentence. Don't go out when it's dark. The shooting star spiral allowed him to turn into a night murderer. No one was able to live under his hands. Actually, killing 1-star martial warriors was as easy as killing chickens. Many people went through many hardships and challenges to become martial warriors. Yet they got killed so easily. This was the cruelty of the martial warriors world. Wang Teng looked at the bubbles dropped by the last martial warrior, Spirit 1, Fire Force 5. He picked them up. It was a pity that there weren't any scriptures or battle techniques. Wang Teng took out the other 2 corpses and laid them side by side. He then started searching the bodies. In the end, he found 3 small bags of energy stones. There weren't many of them, only around 30 pieces. He also found 3 weapons that were 1-star grade. He would earn some money if he sold them. After finishing everything, Wang Teng burned the 3 corpses into ashes. Getting rid of the corpses and the traces was a necessary step after killing someone. Also, Wang Teng viewed the shooting star spiral as his secret weapon. He didn't want other people to notice any hints of it from the corpses. The fire extinguished quickly. Next, Wang Teng headed towards the depth of the forest at high speed. Although the 3 martial warriors were dead, no one would seek justice for them. Their deaths would only cause some people to laugh at them for failing miserably in an easy task. After some time, no one would even remember their names. After taking care of the trouble, Wang Teng started training and hunting in the dark mist forest alone. The star beasts in the Xingwu Continent were bigger in size than those on Earth. They ran wild in the forest, and the commotion they made was astonishing. It had been 3 days since Wang Teng entered the dark mist forest. At this moment in front of him, 6 flying daggers and his shooting star spiral formed after-images in the air as they cut through it. Their paths crisscrossed and created an airtight death web. It cut away at the group of 1-star star beasts in front of him like a meat grinder. Star Beast was a powerful presence. Even if it was just a 1-star beginner stage star beast, ordinary martial warriors would need some time before they could kill it. Some inexperienced martial warriors might even get killed by the star beast instead. However, now the numerous star beasts in front of Wang Teng couldn't retaliate at all. They were being slaughtered like farm animals. The angry howls of the star beasts were heard continuously. It sounded exceptionally sad and shrill. The ground was quickly soaked with blood. Meat piles landed on the ground, painting a chilling scene. More than 10 1-star beginner stage jackals were killed by Wang Teng. They dropped a whole bunch of attribute bubbles. Blank attribute 2, blank attribute 2, Earth Force 5, blank attribute 3, Earth Force 2. He picked them up. During these 3 days, Wang Teng didn't go too deep into the forest. Instead, he hunted 1-star beginner stage star beasts like the ones in front of him. To other martial warriors, a group of star beasts might be a disaster, but Wang Teng was able to rely on his spiritual power to turn them into his attribute bubbles ATM. Wang Teng's spiritual power was stronger than his force. It was a lethal threat to beginner stage star beasts. He would kill one whenever he saw one. The more there were, the more exhilarating it was to kill them. Accordingly, there were more attribute bubbles too. When he killed star beasts, the attributes that dropped the most were blank attributes and force attributes. Wang Teng would increase his enlightenment whenever he received a blank attribute. His enlightenment had already reached the spiritual realm. When he raised it higher, the effects got better and better. It allowed the practice speed of his battle techniques to become faster and faster. His proficiency increased exponentially. If it continues like this, I will be able to reach the perfected stage for many of my battle techniques in no time. Also, the force attributes have been rising quickly too. They are reaching the level of a 2-star soldier level. Wang Teng was extremely motivated as he watched his stats rising at a visible speed. He took off all the materials on the star beast's bodies and put them in his space ring. Star cores and star bones were rare. He hadn't seen any until now. Let's continue. Wang Teng decided to head deeper into the forest. During these 3 days, he had killed most of the 1-star beginner stage star beasts in this area. Now, all the star beasts were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Once they sensed any movement, they would run away. Rather than wasting time chasing them, Wang Teng decided to hunt for star beasts deeper in the forest. The outer circle of the dark mist forest was the territory of 1-star to 3-star star beasts. Normally, the deeper you went, the higher the level of the star beasts and the more powerful they were. Wang Teng kept pushing on from the outside of the circle to the inside. He started with 1-star beginner stage star beasts, 1-star advanced stage star beasts, and then 1-star peak stage star beasts. After another 5 days, a massive number of 1-star star beasts were killed by Wang Teng. His ability had taken an enormous leap. All his 5-element forces had finally reached the 2-star level. The 5 forces entered the second force nucleus above his tailbone. The 5 elements circled the force nucleus, reinforcing and counteracting one another. It was a mysterious feeling that night. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the crown of a huge tree and felt the changes of the forces in his body. He had a sudden thought, what will happen if I merge the 5-element forces together? Unfortunately, I lack metal and wood talents, so I'm unable to use these 2 forces. If not, I could have given it a try. When he pushed this thought aside, a new thought came to his mind. He frowned and pondered. 3 mutated elements, wind, ice, and poison, are hard to get. I haven't seen any star beast with these 3 attributes. I didn't even see another gale wolf. I think that I can start hunting 2-star star beasts tomorrow. I hope that I can meet some of these star beasts. Once he decided on his plan, Wang Teng closed his eyes to rest. He continued his massacre the next day. I'll try my best to become a 3-star martial warrior before school starts. Wang Teng had this thought in mind, so he got more hardworking at hunting and killing star beasts. Slowly, he started exuding a crazy temperament. In the afternoon, he wandered around the forest and suddenly saw a star beast. His eyes lit up. Shh, look what I found. A gale wolf that got separated from its pack. I can try to kill it. 1 gale wolf can provide me with many wind force attributes. It will also drop a large number of blank attributes. However, gale wolves weren't easy to deal with. He needed to close in on them slowly from the back, carefully without making a sound. All right, I've caught it. Look at how hard it's struggling. I will smash its head into pieces, and then there was no more then after this. Chapter 143, Dark Apparition. The attributes dropped by the 2-star beginner stage Gale Leopard included Wind Force 10, Blank Attribute 12. Wang Teng picked all of them up. Without a doubt. Even if it was just a 2-star beginner stage star beast, the attribute bubbles they dropped were more than a 1-star star beast. Then he took some materials from the leopard's body. Wind was a mutated element. If you compared this star beast with another star beast of the same level, the materials on its body had a higher price than those from a normal element star beast. Its claws, teeth, skin, the last time he came to the Xingwu Continent. Wang Teng had learned some dissection skills from Yang Fei. After a few days of practical experience, he got more and more skilled at it. He was able to dissect a beast quickly without wasting much time. The area inside the space ring was equivalent to a huge truck. It could fit many things. Thus, Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He stuffed all the things he obtained from the star beasts into the ring. This was all money. He must not waste them. Wasting was atrocious. When the space ring was full, he would find a place to hide the lower-priced items so that he could come back and take them another time. Finally, he checked if there was any star core or star bone. Although it was rare for a low-level star beast to have a star bone, Wang Teng didn't overlook any of the beasts he killed. He would only give up after he had completed his inspection. As expected, there was no star bone, but there was a pleasant surprise. The beast had a star core. It was a 2-star wind element star core. What a massive gain. Wang Teng happily kept the star core and left this place. In a certain part of the dark mist forest, Wang Teng met 3 2-star earth armor pigs. There was nothing to say between a human and a pig. They started fighting without a second word. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wang Teng didn't use his shooting star spiral right away. He shot 6 flying daggers out first to hold back 2 of the earth armor pigs. Then he dashed towards the last one. Fire, Kirin's sword skill. The moment he attacked, it was the perfected stage Fire, Kirin sword skill. After these few days of practice, his Fire, Kirin sword skill had reached the perfected stage. Its power was many times stronger than before. There were some differences between force battle techniques and foundation battle techniques. It could mainly be split into the foundation, small achievement, big achievement, perfected, presence, and conscious stage. There was no presence enlightenment stage after the perfected stage. It went right to the understanding of presence and conscious. These last 2 stages consisted of powerful lethal stances derived from the battle techniques. These stances exceeded the realms of battle techniques. For instance, one could derive sword presence and even the sword conscious. When you attacked with your sword, the powerful presence of your sword would bear down on your opponent and the conscious of your attack would cut through the air. The battle technique was heightened to another level. However, if you wanted to understand the presence and conscious of your skill, you needed to have extremely high talent. Among a few hundred martial warriors who practiced sword skills, there might not even be one who could understand the presence of the sword. Conscious was even more challenging to understand than presence. That was truly the exclusive right of real talents. Among a few thousand martial warriors who practiced sword skills, there might only be 1 or 2 that would reach the conscious stage. Wang Teng had an advanced stage sword skill talent as well as a high enlightenment attribute. This was why he was able to upgrade his Fire Kirin sword skill to the perfected stage so quickly. He even felt a faint hint of sword presence. At the moment, he was standing at the threshold of the present stage. His other battle techniques had also reached the perfected stage, but they didn't show any inclination to reach the present stage. Squeal. The earth armor pig grunted. Contrary to its appearance, its fat body was extremely agile. It stomped its hind leg on the ground and jumped to the side, evading Wang Teng's attack. Do you think you can dodge? There were no changes in Wang Teng's expression. He remained calm as he twirled the battle sword in his hand. His actions were smooth and natural like flowing water. He turned the direction of his sword and aimed it at the earth armor pig's body. The sharp sword slit open the earth armor pig's scales immediately. Next, a scorching fire force invaded its body. The earth armor pig let out a roar of agony, then it slammed into the ground. At the same time, Wang Teng controlled his 6 flying daggers and moved them below the 2 earth armor pigs. He pierced their abdomen with the daggers and ground their organs. Weak point. If you wanted to kill star beasts, you needed to find their weak points. This would save you time and energy. Earth Force 6, blank attribute 5. Earth Force 8, blank attribute 4. Wang Teng picked up the bubbles before bending down to take the materials on the earth armor pig's body. Then he left. Boom! A giant python was hanging on a big tree branch that needed 5 adults to hug it together. Its thick and fat tail swooshed towards Wang Teng, a 3-star advanced stage star beast, as he went deeper into the forest. Wang Teng finally met a powerful 3-star star beast. Of course, after killing many 2-star star beasts, he had successfully advanced to 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. If not, he wouldn't dare to tackle this 3-star star beast. Star advanced stage star beasts were the most powerful presence in the outer circle. They usually occupied an entire area and proclaimed themselves the king of their territory. They were extremely strong. Ordinary 3-star martial warriors could be in trouble if they met one of these beasts, however. Wang Teng wasn't afraid. When he saw the giant python slashing its tail at him, he didn't dodge. Earth Force surged out of his body and congregated into a shield in front of him.
Earth element shield.
Bang! The giant tail smashed onto the earth element shield. Wang Teng held his ground and observed the changes in his earth element shield. 1 second, 2 seconds. Crack! Crack! The earth element shield persevered for 5 seconds under the impact of the giant python's tail. In the end, it shattered into pieces and turned into tiny dots of light. Then, it dispersed into the air. By that time, Wang Teng had already shifted his body and appeared in another location. Hiss! Hiss! The giant python slowly wriggled its body on the huge tree. It turned its triangular snake head at Wang Teng and looked at him with a sinister gaze. Have a taste of my most powerful attack? Wang Teng spoke to himself. He held the battle sword in his hand, and the fire force surged out of his body. It congregated on the battle sword. A few seconds later, the fire force had almost turned solid. Flames burnt furiously. Sky cremating sword skill, cremation. The sword slashed through the air. The sword light roared at the giant python like a fire dragon's breath. Hiss! The giant python seemed to have felt a strong sense of danger. It raised its head and hissed towards the sky, letting out a ray of ice blue light from its mouth like a fountain. Boom! The ice blue light merged with the sky full of flames. The giant python was engulfed in the roaring flames. It kept making shrill cries. Its huge body slammed down from the large tree trunk. It frantically rolled on the ground in an attempt to put out the flames, but it wasn't of much help. Boom! The trees around the two were all broken. The place was a huge mess. The giant python's struggles grew weaker and weaker as time passed. Now, it only wanted to run away, leaving a long brunt mark on the ground. It kept moving until it was unable to crawl anymore. It had lost all its vitality. Ice Force 35, blank attribute 30. Beginner stage ice talent 20, 35 points of ice force. My ice force is finally at the 2-star level. Wang Teng was elated when he felt the changes in his body. His 5 normal elements forces had already reached 3-star. It was good that his ice force had reached 2-star. It wasn't lagging too much. There are still 20 points of ice talent. Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel. Beginner stage ice talent, 33 300. It looked like he still had a long way to go before getting to the intermediate stage. On the other hand, he had 20 more blank attributes. All the blank attributes he got from killing the star beasts were used to raise his enlightenment. Recently, he had saved some of his blank attributes, so he had 125 points left. Wang Teng walked over and looked at the burnt corpse of the giant python with pity. The scales of this giant python were destroyed. What a waste. He didn't expect the last stance of the sky cremating sword skill to be so powerful. Even a 3-star advanced stage star beast was unable to resist it. All he could say was terrifying. Wang Teng sensed the corpse and a smile appeared on his face. He retrieved a star core from the body of the giant python, a 3-star star core. It was worth a lot of money. He examined it properly before placing it into the space ring. As for Starbone, there was no point thinking about it. Until now, despite killing a few hundred star beasts, Wang Teng didn't find any Starbone at all. Time passed slowly. It had been a month since Wang Teng came to the dark mist forest. At this moment, the moon hung high in the sky, and it was late at night. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the crown of a huge tree. He was counting his spoils so far. Wang Teng's primary purpose of coming to the dark mist forest this time was to gain experience and improve his combat ability. When he was facing the star beasts, he didn't just kill them to get their attribute bubbles. He was practicing his battle techniques too. Phantom Ice Fist, Moving Mountain Blade skill, Green Gale Claw, Earth Element Shield, Folding Wave Sword skill, Sky Cremating Sword skill, Steps of Gale. He left no one behind. Now all his battle techniques had reached the perfected stage. He also finally understood the sword presence of the Fire Kirin sword skill. However, he hadn't even hit 10%. On the attributes panel, it showed that he was only at 5%. His scriptures were improving tremendously too. 4 skill scriptures only had the foundation: small achievement, big achievement, and perfected stages. His Red Flame scripture, Deep Ice scripture, and Earth Low skill had already reached the perfected stage. His Wind Soul scripture was the only dark level scripture, and he had comprehended it to the big achievement stage. However, he would still need some time before he moved it to the perfected stage. Spiritual realm enlightenment was shocking once he started his cultivation. For martial warriors that didn't have high enlightenment, it was tough for them to reach the big achievement, much less the perfected stage, for their scriptures or battle techniques. Their speed of cultivation would be very slow too. However, for those talents with high enlightenment, practicing scriptures and battle techniques was as easy as eating and drinking. Wang Teng spent 1 month to reach this state. It seemed really fast, but compared to genuine talents, he might still be a little slow. The advantage of raising his scripture to the perfected stage was that his speed of extracting and refining his force had become faster. Talents were able to cultivate really quickly, while normal martial warriors lagged a long way behind. This was the reason. Besides this, Wang Teng spent some spare time practicing his gun kung fu. He purposely looked for those fast and agile star beasts to test his skill. The effects were not bad. He just needed a lot of bullets. Gun fu, small achievement, 25 100. Gun kung fu was hard, so he only reached the small achievement stage. Next, he looked at the changes to his enlightenment and spirit. Enlightenment, spiritual realm, 15 100. Spirit, spiritual realm, 5 100. These 2 attributes were even harder to increase. Fortunately, he had blank attributes, so he could use them. These all increased his combat ability. As for materials, Wang Teng's space ring was almost full. Sigh. Wang Teng couldn't help but sigh. He stretched his back and laid down on the crown of the tree, gazing at the bright and shiny moon in the air. His mood was excellent. He was a 3-star martial warrior now. Even more, he was a 3-star martial warrior who had 5 equally powerful element forces. Even if he met a 4-star martial warrior, Wang Teng would have a chance to fight with them. School is starting soon, I should go back, Wang Teng muttered to himself. Just as he was thinking about this, he sat up abruptly and looked in a certain direction. There's a movement. Wang Teng moved his body and hid behind the leaves. He concealed the aura around his body and remained dormant. He didn't expose himself at all. The sound of footsteps, the rustling of the leaves, the movement from afar was coming closer and closer. Who are they? Why are they in such a hurry? Did they meet a star beast? No. If they really met a star beast, why is there only the sound of human footsteps? Wang Teng frowned. All kinds of thoughts flashed past his mind quickly. "Hurry up and leave!" a shout was suddenly heard. It was filled with panic, the Xingwu Continent language. Wang Teng understood the meaning of the shout. At the same time, he confirmed that these people weren't humans from Earth. Also, it was obvious that they were in trouble. Wang Teng didn't have much compassion towards native Xingwu Continent citizens. Hence, he continued hiding and observed them. A few figures were running frantically in the night. Soon, they came close to Wang Teng. One of the figures was extremely tall and bulky, almost 3 meters in height. However, the other person reached only 1.3 meters. These 2 people were 2 extremes. The other 3 people looked no different from normal humans, giant, dwarf. Information of these 2 races appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Giants and dwarfs were 2 directly opposite races in the Xingwu Continent. The giants were generally at least 2.5 meters in height, and all of them were bulky and muscular. They were natural frontline soldiers. The dwarfs were the exact opposite. They never grew above 1.5 meters in height. They were small and were known for their speed. They were natural assassins. Interesting. This should be a martial warrior team. Wang Teng was just thinking about this when he heard a scream of despair. One of the people from this small team suddenly got dragged into the dark and dense bushes at the side. Everyone only saw a black shadow flashing past. What is that? Wang Teng's expression changed. He immediately became serious. He didn't even see it clearly either. Spiritual sight. Wang Teng immediately activated his spiritual sight and scanned his surroundings. Where did it go? His eyes moved quickly. The first time he didn't see anything. When he observed around him again at a slower speed, he finally noticed something abnormal. A ball of black light was hiding behind the bushes. It almost merged with the dark night sky. If the black area didn't have a faint glow around it, Wang Teng wouldn't have noticed that something was wrong even if he were to look at it a few more times. A black force glow? He was flabbergasted and puzzled. Don't go. Other people were astounded when they saw their companion being dragged into the dark. Someone wanted to help his friend, but he got pulled back. Alert! A lady's voice was heard. The group immediately formed a circle. They had their backs to one another as they kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. All the sounds seemed to have disappeared. Even the chirps of birds and insects couldn't be heard. There was dead silence. It must be a dark apparition. We won't be able to escape. Death is the only route left. We must fight with it. That way we might have a chance to live. Damn it, why is there a dark apparition here? This is a serious matter. One of us must remain alive to deliver this piece of news. The group kept talking while looking for any changes. Dark apparition. Wang Teng was stunned. This was another new term. He had no idea what it was. From their tone, this dark apparition sounded terrifying. Its appearance must be grave since they wanted to deliver the news back. Is that black light the dark apparition? Wang Teng had only looked away for 1 minute. When he turned back to the area again, the black ball of light was gone. He was so shocked that he felt cold sweat on his body. Chapter 144. Ghost Face. Wang Teng had lost sight of the dark apparition. He scanned his surroundings in panic, wanting to find it again. As seconds ticked by, his expression grew uglier and uglier. That damn thing had disappeared. Silence. Dead silence. He could hear the sound of the wind around him. It sounded like someone sobbing at that moment. Rustling sounds suddenly resounded from the dense forest surrounding him. A mist was starting to appear in the dark mist forest again. Damn it. Wang Teng heard the 4-man team below cursing in low voices. In this eerie atmosphere, they fell into extreme uneasiness. We shouldn't wait here without doing anything. We must retreat. No, once we separate, we will be killed one by one. The longer they waited, the more agitated they felt. Some people from the team didn't want to wait for their deaths, but retreating was obviously a bad idea. The dark apparition hiding in the shadows was like an extremely patient hunter. It might be waiting for the four men to separate. They didn't need to stay too far apart. They just needed to stop pasting their backs against each other, and it would have a chance to attack them. Where did it go? Wang Teng was also affected by the eerie atmosphere. He felt tense and nervous as he searched for traces of the dark apparition everywhere. Something just doesn't feel right. In an instant, he was on tenterhooks. He turned his neck slowly. When he reached 45 degrees, he finally saw a face that was inches away from his eyes. A creature that looked like a human was hanging upside down on a branch. It was clutching the tree branch with its limbs tightly as it stared straight at Wang Teng. What face was it? A ghost face. It was an ugly and hideous ghost face. Its eyes were scarlet and muddy. Its face was covered with black stripes, and dark green vessels were popping out all over its forehead. It looked both like a monkey and a human. It was bizarre and horrifying. No wonder he couldn't find it. This fellow had discovered him and even sneaked up on him. Wang Teng's pupils constricted to needles. He cursed and poured out his spiritual power without thinking, forming a pushing force. Boom! The dark apparition pounced on Wang Teng in his face. However, it didn't expect this human to create an invisible pushing force, causing it to fly out. Wang Teng used the pushing force to retreat quickly. He landed on the ground. The four people below were stunned. This scene was too abrupt. They didn't know what had happened. Yet a figure had already flown down from the tree. "Who are you?" one of the people below shouted. This voice belonged to the only lady on the team. She was using the Xingwu Continent's common language. "This is not the time to care about who I am. Let's take care of this damn thing first," Wang Teng also replied in the Xingwu Continent's common language. After he finished speaking, he immediately looked in the direction where the dark apparition flew out from. However, it had disappeared once again from Wang Teng's vision. "Luo Ya, this fellow can't be trusted. He was hiding suspiciously on the tree. We don't know whether he's a friend or foe. If he hadn't been forced out by the dark apparition, he might still be waiting to sneak an attack on us," the other male human in the team said. "We don't have a choice. Let's take care of the dark apparition first," Luo Ya, who was the leader of this team, said firmly. The man stopped talking. He just reminded Luo Ya so that she could be prepared. "Be careful. It's above you," Wang Teng suddenly shouted. He didn't hesitate. Almost immediately, while shouting, he clutched the battle sword in his hand, and a fiery red force exploded out of his body. He slashed his sword in the air above their heads. Screech! A furious howl. Wang Teng saw the dark apparition pushing its palm forward. Then, with a flash of black, it shattered his sword light. The other four people were shocked. However, they were experienced martial warriors, so they quickly launched their attacks. The moment Wang Teng's attack got diffused, 4 different attacks ensued. Slash. Wang Teng saw the black shadow flickering, then it disappeared under the attack of the 4 people. The sound of the wind was strong. He felt a strong wind coming from behind him. Wang Teng didn't turn around, but the strong wind still wasn't able to hurt him at all. Clang. 6 flying daggers shuttled back and forth in the dark. It formed a defense wall behind him that he was able to use to attack his opponent too. The strong gale only managed to strike the flying daggers. When they collided, sparks were formed. Wang Teng turned around and saw the black shadow landing on all 4s on the ground. Its pitch-black claws were razor-sharp, and its speed was incredible. If his flying daggers hadn't blocked the attack just now, that claw would have been able to penetrate his heart and turn it cold. Once the dark apparition noticed that it couldn't kill Wang Teng in a single strike, it fled far away. It used its frightening speed and unpredictable movements in the dark to disappear in the blink of an eye. Wang Teng's expression was ugly. He felt really fortunate. This damn creature was so hard to deal with. He needed to focus his full attention and use everything he had. He was able to see the dark apparition with his spiritual sight, but it traveled at high speed in the dark and kept changing its position. Also, it had a mysterious talent that allowed it to merge into the dark environment. If he didn't pay attention, he would lose track of it. "You can see it," the lady called Luo Ya exclaimed in surprise. 2 times. He reminded them once and evaded the attack of the dark apparition the other time. This was definitely not luck. The man in front of her was able to see the dark apparition. Luo Ya was certain of it. "I'll remind you." Wang Teng didn't say much, but his answer was a confirmation of her guess. Luo Ya nodded. She stopped probing, but a glint of happiness flashed past her eyes. Her teammates appeared delighted too. With someone who was able to see the dark apparition helping them, they might really be able to escape unscathed from this crisis. Luo Ya, suddenly, in this quiet environment, a weak voice was heard among the bushes at the side. "Liao Long!" Luo Ya and her teammates exclaimed in shock. "Save me! Save me!" A black figure crawled out of the bushes. His voice was extremely hoarse and weak. Half of his body was still behind the bushes, and only his upper body could be seen. He stretched his hand towards Luo Ya and her teammates like a person on the brink of death, begging for someone to help him. Mist was everywhere. His face was shrouded in the shadow. They couldn't see it clearly. Liao Long, this is great. You're not dead. One of Luo Ya's teammates wanted to go forward, but the giant pulled him back. Kun Chi, what are you doing? Liao Long is injured. We need to save him. The man who got stopped said frantically. Don't go. Something isn't right. The giant Kun Chi said in a rough voice. Wang Teng was about to remind them. With the help of his spiritual sight, he could see black lights shining around Liao Long. It was the same as the dark apparition. What's going on? Wang Teng turned serious. He couldn't understand the situation. Save me, Liao Long was still pleading for help in a sorrowful voice. His companions couldn't bear to see him like this. While everyone was hesitating, Luo Ya walked towards him. Let me take a look. Luo Ya, don't go. The dwarf wanted to stop her, but he saw her waving her hands secretly behind her back. Chapter 145, Assimilation. Liao Long, are you all right? Luo Ya walked towards Liao Long and asked in concern. Where are you hurt? Do you have healing medicine? You can't move? Don't worry, we will save you and bring you back. We are comrades. She moved closer, step by step. Towards the end, her voice got gentler, as if she was comforting the other person. Save me! Liao Long was still pleading for help, however his voice was getting weaker. He was breathing in more air than he breathed out, as though he would die at any moment. Don't worry, I'll save you immediately. As Luo Ya spoke, they were already less than 5 meters away from each other. The moment she finished speaking, she suddenly shot forward. She rushed in front of the other party in an instant. Wang Teng only saw a sharp sword light flashing in the dark. The speed of her attack was extremely fast. It felt as though the moment she took her sword out of its sheath, she had already stabbed Liao Long, Luo Ya. Her 3 teammates' expressions changed. They didn't expect Luo Ya to attack Liao Long. They had also noticed something amiss, but they didn't want to attack Liao Long. After all, he had been their teammate for many years. Luo Ya's expression didn't change, though. A cold glint flashed past her eyes as she stabbed her long sword viciously into Liao Long's body. She didn't care about their relationship at all. Wang Teng's eyes widened. This lady left a strong impression on him. She was sharp, decisive, and ruthless. Wang Teng was able to notice the difference with the help of his spiritual sight. However, Luo Ya acted solely based on her observation and judgment. It wasn't easy for her to make such a decision. At first, he wanted to remind the other party, but when he noticed that she had another motive, he decided to wait and see. Although the result was unexpected, he wasn't too shocked. In the next instant, Luo Ya's teammates' expressions changed again. They shouted at her. Dodge! Almost at the same time, Luo Ya had already started moving. While the sword light slashed through the air, she tilted her body slightly. She pierced her battle sword behind her closer to her right side. This was what I was waiting for. There was a cold smile at the edge of her lips. She seemed to have been saving her energy for a long time. At this moment, her force exploded, and the sword rays glowed brightly. It slashed towards the dark apparition with a loud sound. Howl! The dark apparition was finally hit. It let out a painful wail as blood spurted out of its chest. It flew backward. Let me kill you when you're injured. Wang Teng moved his body and stabbed the dark apparition with his battle sword. Slash! The sword penetrated the heart of the dark apparition. The 3 members of Luo Ya's team followed closely behind him. The giant martial warrior held his battle mace and slammed it on the dark apparition's head. Splat! It shattered into pieces like a watermelon. Such violence! Wang Teng hurriedly jumped back to evade the red and white matter splattering everywhere. You're a step too late? The giant martial warrior Kun Ki laughed while speaking to his other 2 teammates. Kun Ki, how did you react so quickly today? The dwarf martial warrior was frustrated, but he was curious too. I've been staring at this young man. The moment he moved, I moved too, Kun Ki said smartly. You can do this. The dwarf and the other man exchanged glances with each other. Wang Teng looked at Kun Ki in surprise when he heard this. This big guy wasn't stupid. Boom. Just when everyone thought that the trouble was solved, blood spurted out of Luo Ya's back. Her entire body flew out. Luo Ya? Kun Chi and the other people screamed in shock as their expressions changed. They looked at Liao Long. He was actually standing up in an extremely weird posture. His actions were a little stiff. The top half of his body was slouching, his shoulders were bent, and his joints were cracking loudly. He staggered as he stood up. No one, including Wang Teng, saw how Luo Ya was attacked. Kun Chi and the other 2 people rushed over and stood in front of Luo Ya to protect her. Luo Ya, how are you? Cough. Fortunately, I managed to block some of the damage. I won't die yet. Luo Ya crawled up from the ground with difficulty. Her left arm was injured, most likely fractured. If she didn't manage to defend herself just now, that attack would have cost her her life. Be careful of that thing. He seemed to have been assimilated. Luo Ya's expression was serious. She thought for a moment before she managed to squeeze out this descriptive word. They had heard of the dark apparition before, but this was their first time meeting one. As for Liao Long's current condition, they had never heard nor seen it before. Everyone looked at Liao Long at this moment. They finally saw his face. Liao Long's face was very similar to the dark apparition's face. His eyes were scarlet, and strange black stripes covered his face. The dark green veins were popping out of his forehead, wriggling like snakes. It looked disgusting and terrifying. Liao Long's neck was severely mangled. Half of it was already bitten off. Fresh blood flowed out of his wound and trickled down his chest, thigh, and legs. It dripped onto the ground from his trouser legs. Stabbing his heart is useless. We need to smash his head, Luo Ya reminded everyone. Wang Teng nodded. Luo Ya had already stabbed Liao Long's heart. However, the other party didn't die and even managed to retaliate. What on earth is this? Kun Chi and the other people looked at Liao Long with complicated expressions. They had sorrow on their faces as they gritted their teeth and cursed uncontrollably. Kill it? This thing is no longer your teammate, Wang Teng said. You don't need to tell us. Let our team deal with this. Kun Chi glared at Wang Teng and shouted in anger.
Sure,
Wang Teng said indifferently. Liao Long staggered as he stood on the spot. Suddenly, it pounced forward without any warning. The clumsy movement just now had disappeared completely as it charged at Kun Chi and his teammates at an unprecedented speed. It started running on all fours like the dark apparition. Luo Ya, Kun Chi, and their teammates released their full power. They wanted to send their teammate off personally and not let him remain as a monster. However, the dark apparition was really difficult to deal with. They had already experienced it before. The Liao Long in front of them was assimilating into a dark apparition. As time passed, it became more and more similar to a dark apparition. Darkness was its element. The martial warriors found it hard to tackle it. Wang Teng didn't move. His gaze landed on the dark apparition that was already killed. Dark Force 5 Beginner Stage Dark Talent. 1. Spirit 8. 3 bubbles were floating above the corpse. These 3 bubbles were different from the bubbles in the past. They were giving off a black glow. Killing dark apparitions would drop attribute bubbles too. Dark Force? Dark Talent? Wang Teng was dumbfounded. There were such attributes too. If he picked them up, would he become a dark apparition? Wang Teng had his concerns. He couldn't help but hesitate. The system won't harm me, right? Eventually, he gritted his teeth and picked up the 3 bubbles. As the beginner stage dark talent merged into his body, Wang Teng felt a sense of intimacy with the darkness around him. It was as if he was able to turn invisible when he stood in the dark. No one would be able to find him. Is this the dark talent? There's Dark Force too. Wang Teng felt a weak force in his force nucleus. He could sense that the dark force was different from the 5 elements and the other mutated forces. He couldn't state what exactly it was, but it was a natural difference. The dark force was colder and eerier. The 5 elements forces and mutated forces, even the ice force, had a warm and vibrant feel. Finally, it was the spirit attribute. The dark apparition had dropped 8 points of spirit. It was a surprise for Wang Teng. After all, no martial warriors had dropped this much spirit before. Is there something special about dark apparitions? He thought to himself. Chapter 146, reporting. Just as he was wondering why the dark apparition had dropped so many points of spirit, Wang Teng remembered the insane and emotionless gaze in that pair of scarlet eyes. An idea flashed through his mind. Mental patients dropped spirit attributes. Is there a similarity between dark apparitions and mental patients? Obviously there is. Both their mental states don't seem normal. Wang Teng felt that he had found the key point. He touched his chin and nodded to himself, complimenting himself for his cleverness. Luo Ya and her teammates were having a heated battle behind him. It was getting fiercer and fiercer. Wang Teng had his back towards them. He didn't even want to care about them at all. They told him that they didn't need his help, so they couldn't blame him for not lending them a hand. He continued studying the dark talent and the dark force. This dark force made him very curious. Wang Teng could easily differentiate it from the other forces. He could even generalize the other forces as light forces. Of course, this was Wang Teng's thinking. At that moment, he heard the shrill sound of air breaking behind him. Luo Ya opened her mouth to warn him. However, there seemed to be eyes on Wang Teng's back. He didn't turn around. Instead, his spiritual power gushed out, and the black shadow behind him was thrown out. Careful. Luo Ya finally finished her sentence. She looked at Liao Long, who got thrown off his feet and was slightly stunned. This is a good chance. It was Kun Chi again. The muscular giant was a big, smart guy. He immediately grabbed this opportunity and launched an attack on the dark apparition. Boom. He struck out with his battle mace. Liao Long burst into pieces on the spot. KO. An intense battle ended without any real threat. Wang Teng finally turned around. He saw Luo Ya and her teammates panting heavily in a bedraggled state. They were all injured, and blood covered their bodies. Although their comrade was dead, he had left them a beautiful memory. Wang Teng looked at the attribute bubbles dropped beside Liao Long's body. He picked them up. Dark Force 4, Spirit. 10 points of Spirit attribute. This is even more than the dark apparition from before. Despite being astounded, Wang Teng accepted them with a smile. After all, it was a happy thing for him. He also received another 4 points of Dark Force. The Dark Force in his Force nucleus got a little stronger. Wang Teng smiled at Luo Ya and her teammates as he said, "Tisk, Tisk, why do you all look so disheveled?" Don't talk nonsense." Luo Ya glared at him. Wang Teng teased them, but he noticed that their expressions weren't looking good. Thus he changed the topic and said, "Do you know what this dark apparition was?"
Why should we tell you?"
Luo Ya glared at him from the corner of her eyes. "Fake, if I hadn't helped you just now, you all might have been dead by now," Wang Teng said furiously. "Bullshit. The dark apparition forced you to come down. If not, you won't have acted," the dwarf also replied in anger. "Sai, what do you mean I was resting peacefully on the tree? You were the ones who attracted the dark apparition here. Why are you still complaining?" Wang Teng glared at him. You? You what you?" "All right, since this is a misunderstanding, there's no point in arguing. A dark apparition appeared here. We should hurry up and get rid of its corpse, to prevent changes. Let's leave as quickly as possible," said Luo Ya. Wang Teng and the dwarf stopped talking. He looked at Luo Ya and her teammates as they cut a piece of meat off the body of the dark apparition before burning the corpse. No traces were left. However, when they were burning Liao Long's body, they did so with a heavy heart. "Let's go," Luo Ya said. "Let's leave this place first. I know what you want to ask, but we don't know much either. After we go back to the city and report this matter, you might be able to get some insider information from the military." "The military?" Wang Teng frowned. "Are you referring to Xingwu Continent's military or Earth's military?" While he was speaking, he remained vigilant. Although both parties were on peaceful terms, he didn't know if Luo Ya and her teammates would suddenly change their minds. "We need to inform both parties." Luo Ya gave Wang Teng a meaningful glance. Both, Wang Teng instantly got dumbstruck. By right, Luo Ya and her teammates were citizens of the Xingwu Continent. Naturally, they should inform the Xingwu Continent's military. That's right. More than 20 years ago, the higher authorities gave us an order. Once we discover the presence of dark apparitions, we need to inform both militaries. Wang Teng didn't expect this answer. The military is keeping a close watch on dark apparitions. This was a question, but his tone was certain. Indeed, dark apparitions are extremely dangerous. Also recently, more and more dark apparitions have appeared in the Xingwu Continent. Many martial warriors got killed by them. The events incited fear in the masses, Luo Ya said. "Dark apparitions only appeared in the recent years?" Wang Teng asked. "Not necessary. They just appeared more frequently in recent years, so the military made their presence public. It was said that they did appear in the past, but not many people knew about them," Luo Ya said. "Let's walk and talk. This is an important matter. We need to hurry back as soon as possible." She called everyone to leave as she spoke. While Wang Teng hesitated, she said, "Even if you don't go to the military today, they will look for you. It looks like they take dark apparitions very seriously." Wang Teng didn't doubt Luo Ya's words. He didn't hesitate any more and followed them. A few hours later, the group left the dark mist forest under the night sky. They took their vehicles from the dark mist town and drove back to Yang City. It was worth mentioning that Luo Ya and her team came from Yang City too. Actually, this was because Yang City was the only big city in this area. The other cities were relatively far away. If those people wanted to enter the dark mist forest, they would use other entrances. After returning to Yang City, Wang Teng and Luo Ya's team headed directly to the military district. Of course, they split up. Luo Ya and her team went to look for the Xingwu Continent's military, while Wang Teng headed to the camp of the Earth's military. Before he left, he even inquired about the location of the military camp. He didn't know where they were stationed. South District of Yang City, at a forbidden section of the military camp. The moment Wang Teng reached the entrance, he was stopped. "Stop right there." A cold shot was heard. The next moment, more than 10 muzzles pointed at Wang Teng. Wang Teng immediately raised his hands to show that he was harmless. "Don't shoot, don't shoot. I'm a martial warrior from Xingwu Martial House. I came here because I have something very important to report." A martial warrior from Xingwu Martial House. The guards' expressions softened a little. However, they didn't let down their guards. "Take out your credentials and cooperate with our inspection." Wang Teng took out his martial warrior credential. He was afraid that the guards would accidentally fire and kill him if they saw him hesitate. He wouldn't know what to do if that happened. After a round of strict inspection, they confirmed Wang Teng's identity and shifted the muzzles away. "What do you have to report?" one of the guards asked. "Dark apparition." The guard's expression changed when he heard these two words. He said in a serious tone, "Follow me." Chapter 147, Secret. Wang Teng was brought to a meeting room in the military camp where he was received by another person. A soldier attending to him had informed the higher authorities. He asked Wang Teng to wait in the room. Wang Teng waited for approximately 10 minutes before hearing hurried footsteps outside the door. There seemed to be more than one person. The next instant, the huge door opened. "Did you say that you met a dark apparition in the dark mist forest?" The voice was heard before the person appeared. A refined figure with a powerful aura dressed in a military uniform walked in with large strides. Wang Teng couldn't help but look at him. "This is the top person in charge of our military district, General Shen." The soldier that received Wang Teng introduced the person to him. "General Shen." Wang Teng immediately stood up and greeted him with respect. "Yes, I met a dark apparition with another Xingwu Continent martial warrior team in the dark mist forest." He explained what happened in detail before the other party could ask him. After he finished, Wang Teng took out the piece of meat he cut off from the dark apparition. "I cut this from the dark apparition's body. It's inconvenient to bring the entire corpse back, so we burnt it into ashes. You can inspect this piece. What you did is right. If you don't get rid of the dark apparition's body immediately, it will infect the other living things." General Shen nodded. Then he spoke to a soldier beside him. "Little Li, bring this for examination." The soldier immediately took the piece of meat and left. "Did you say that there was a Xingwu Continent martial warrior team with you?" General Shen asked. "Yes, they were the ones who discovered the dark apparition first and coincidentally led it to my hiding place." "The dark apparition saw me, so I had to act," said Wang Teng. "Have they reported it to the Xingwu Continent's military?" General Shen asked. "Yes, after we entered the city, we parted ways. They went to the Xingwu Continent's military district while I came here." Wang Teng nodded. After some time, the soldier called Little Li came back. He was holding a report in his hand, which he passed to General Shen. "It's indeed a dark apparition." General Shen turned serious. He said to Wang Teng, "Thank you for reporting this. This is very important. You're too polite." Wang Teng felt overwhelmed by his kind attitude. "Relax, I don't eat humans," General Shen smiled. "You're Wang Teng, right? I heard from old Fu that the top scholar of the martial arts exam in Donghai this year is a rare genius. It must be you." "Old Fu?" Wang Teng was confused. "Fu Tiandao, the principal of Donghai's Xingwu Martial House," General Shen explained. "Oh, you know our principal," replied Wang Teng. "We are old friends," General Shen smiled and said. "You're from Donghai too?" Wang Teng asked again. "That's right." The two of them chatted for some time. Wang Teng hesitated before asking, "General Shen, what is this dark apparition? You must have heard about the increase in enrollment for the martial arts exam this year, right?" General Shen didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he looked at Wang Teng meaningfully. Could it be? Wang Teng's expression changed. "That's right. It's exactly what you think. We need to deal with the dark apparitions," General Shen said. "Why? Even if there's a need to deal with the dark apparitions, it's Xingwu Continent's job. Why do we need to waste so much effort? Dark apparitions are so dangerous. Many martial warriors must have died in their hands." Wang Teng couldn't help but reason with him. "We need to enroll more martial disciples because many martial warriors have been sacrificed. As for the reason," General Shen stared at Wang Teng before continuing, "I can only tell you that our Earth isn't safe either. If we don't take the necessary precautions, we will become victims sooner or later. The Earth is not safe." In an instant, Wang Teng's mind cleared up. He understood. He understood everything. Why was the dimensional rift so heavily guarded? Why were there military troops stationed in the Xingwu Continent? Why was there an increased enrollment for the martial arts exam? The many doubts he had were finally answered. If not, why do you think martial warriors enjoy such a high status? More benefits they enjoy, the greater their responsibility, General Shen said. I understand. Wang Teng's mouth was a little dry. He realized that he seemed to have discovered some huge secret. His heart felt really heavy. Don't worry too much. The Earth is safe for now. We have martial warriors at the front line, so the situation is under control. General Shen thought that he was worried about the safety of the Earth, so he consoled Wang Teng. Do students like us have to go to the front line and fight with dark apparitions in the future? Wang Teng asked. Not necessary. Some martial arts students won't choose the actual combat path. They might take office jobs in the future. They don't need to go to the front line, General Shen explained patiently. Wang Teng remained silent for some time. Then he asked, What's the front line like? Once you enter university, you will have a chance to see it. Not all dark apparitions are like the ones you met. That's just the lowest level one. There are higher level dark apparitions too. Those are the real frightening things, General Shen said. Can I ask one last question? Go ahead. Where do dark apparitions come from? Wang Teng asked. This time General Shen hesitated for a few seconds. Finally he said, Never mind, you will know it sooner or later. They come from the abyss. Bivis. Wang Teng couldn't help but repeat. General Shen didn't continue speaking. Wang Teng was sensible and didn't probe further either. He stood up and took his leave. We'll meet again if fate allows it. General Shen stood up. The soldier who received Wang Teng sent him to the gates of the military district. Thank you. You can stop here, Wang Teng said. This is the first time I saw General Shen talking to someone unfamiliar for such a long time. The soldier smiled and said, Should I feel honored? Wang Teng looked deep into the military district. The soldier who received him looked at him ambiguously. He didn't speak anymore, though. He waved at Wang Teng and turned around to walk back to the military camp. Since Wang Teng had returned to Yong City, he decided to go back to Earth. As for the dark apparition, the military would take care of it. He couldn't be of any help anyway. If the sky fell, the tall people would hold on to it. Dimensional rift. Wang Teng stayed outside the dimensional rift for some time and picked up another round of space attributes. Then he left in satisfaction. Space 1.5. He returned to his rented house in the university town. Wang Teng had already taken off his battle uniform. He carried his weapon carrier casket and looked worn and weary. After the series of events, it was already 8 in the morning. The 3 ladies next door were just leaving for work. They coincidentally saw Wang Teng, who was opening his door. Wang Teng! Yan Xin shouted with uncertainty. She hadn't seen Wang Teng in a month. She knocked on his door a few times and wanted to ask him out to play. However, Wang Teng wasn't home. She thought that he was ignoring her and felt dejected for some time. Now that she saw Wang Teng, he seemed to have just come back from a trip. Chapter 148. Sale. Wang Teng had just taken out his keys and was opening the door when he heard someone calling his name. He turned around and looked back. When he saw who it was, he smiled and said, So, it's you guys. Are you leaving for work? Yes. You just came back from a trip? Asked Yan Xin. Wang Teng nodded. Yes, I was out for a month and just returned. No wonder no one answered. We knocked on your door a few times, Sun Xiuyan exclaimed. Junior brother Wang, do you know that our little Xin thought that you were ignoring her when you didn't answer the door? She was so sad. Li Qian didn't forget to tease her roommate. Hey, what are you saying? Yan Xin's face blushed red like a peach. She rushed forward and wanted to cover her bestie's mouth. Ah, murder! Li Qian shouted and moved aside to evade Yan Xin. Don't mind her. She's talking nonsense, Yan Xin said to Wang Teng shyly. It's all right. Then we will be leaving for work, Yan Xin said. All right. Wang Teng watched the 3 ladies as they left. He shook his head and walked into the courtyard, closing the door behind him. He bathed and had a comfortable sleep. When he got up, he felt reinvigorated. The exhaustion on his body was completely gone. In the afternoon, Wang Teng slowly headed to Jixin Martial House. He had killed a huge number of star beasts during his trip to the Xingwu Continent, and his space ring was packed with all kinds of star beast materials. He needed to get rid of them as quickly as possible. However, the space ring was a precious item and came from an unknown source. Thus, he mustn't expose it. Hence, before he left, he took out a portion of the star beast materials and stuffed them into a big bag. Then he brought it to the Jixin Martial House to trade. 2 hours later, he came out of Jixin Martial House with a smile on his face. It looked like his gains were not bad. For the next 2 days, Wang Teng continued taking out a portion of the star beast materials and pretended that he just came back from the Xingwu Continent. He used the same method and brought the materials to Jixin Marshall House to sell. He's here again. How many star beasts did Wang Teng kill? He has so many star beast materials. It has been 3 days. He brought so many ingredients every day. Even if he hides them in the Xingwu Continent, he will need a cave. This is not the most important thing. The main thing is, he has only been to the Xingwu Continent twice and has already killed so many star beasts. Are newbies nowadays all so powerful? Haha, I don't think so. I think only Wang Teng is so powerful. Surprised voices were heard continuously. Many people were flabbergasted when they saw Wang Teng bringing piles and piles of star beast materials to exchange or sell. On the 3rd day, even Lin Zhan and his teammates came because they heard the news. Wang Teng, you went to the Xingwu Continent alone and even killed so many star beasts? Lin Zhan looked at the big pile of star beast materials on the ground in astonishment. Haha, I couldn't control myself, so I went. Wang Teng felt a little awkward. Lin Zhan had reminded him not to go to the Xingwu Continent alone in the past. He promised him on the surface, yet he still went secretly. Forget it. If I knew you were so powerful, I wouldn't have stopped you, Lin Zhan sighed. Good riddance, brother Wang Teng. You must have earned a few $100 million. Li Yan's eyes were glittering. I earned quite a bit. Wang Teng didn't answer directly. Where did you hide these things? How did you manage to collect so many before transporting them back? Yan Jinming asked curiously. Wang Teng's heart stopped beating. He racked his mind before coming up with a reason. I found a secluded cave and set some traps to prevent star beasts from getting in. You're really lucky. Other people have tried this before, but the locations all got taken by star beasts. You need to be careful next time, Yan Jinming replied. It seems like my luck is not bad. Wang Teng nodded as he pondered to himself. While the few of them were chatting, the staff had finished counting the materials. After selling his items in batches over the past few days, Wang Teng finally sold all the materials he collated. The space ring was cleared. He received a total of 580 million. It was unwise to look down on these materials just because they were 1-star star beast materials. If enough of them were gathered, you could earn a lot. Lin Zhan and his teammates pulled Wang Teng out and forced him to treat them when they saw how much he had earned at the high-class restaurant. The few of them gathered around a table. There were all kinds of seafood, star beast meat, and fruits on the table. They heartily ate and enjoyed the extravagant meal. While dining, they talked about Wang Teng's experience during this trip to the Xingwu Continent. Wang Teng told them about the dark apparition. You actually met that thing? Lin Zhan said with a stern expression. Dark apparitions are extremely dangerous. Did you get hurt? Li Yan asked in concern. I'm fine. There was another martial warriors team from the Xingwu Continent at that time. They got hurt, Wang Teng replied. They thought that Wang Teng was able to return to Earth safely because of the martial warrior team's help, so they commented on his luck again. I wonder if you're unlucky or lucky. Other people might not be able to have this experience even if they went to the Xingwu Continent 10 times. But you had it on your first time. Fortunately, you're safe. Lu Yan was speechless. Ha ha, that can't be helped. I can't control it. Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. Did you report it to the military? Asked Lin Zhan. Yes, General Shen from Yang City came to look for me personally. General Shen, Lin Zhan was shocked. He exclaimed, You met him? He's the most powerful person in Yang City's military. It's hard to meet him. Maybe it's because they place high importance on dark apparitions. Wang Teng shook his head. Suddenly he remembered something and asked, Oh, do you know about the frontline battleground? You even know about the frontline battleground? Lin Zhan and his teammates looked at him in astonishment. They only got to know of this insider news after being in the martial warriors world for a few years. Wang Teng just entered the Xingwu Continent twice, but he already knew so many things. They weren't looking down on Wang Teng. It was just that you wouldn't be able to get in touch with some things if you didn't reach a certain status. If your level was too low and you didn't have enough ability, knowing too many things wouldn't be an advantage. You might even lose your life because of it. General Shen told me, Wang Teng said. When he saw his teammates' expressions, he knew that this frontline battleground was not a trivial matter. No wonder. Lin Zhan and his team members were enlightened. At the same time, they felt even more astounded. General Shen told Wang Teng such things. This meant that he had high hopes for Wang Teng. If not, why would someone like him speak to an ordinary martial warrior? Since General Shen had already told him, they had nothing to hide. Lin Zhan contemplated for some time before answering. The frontline battleground is the source of the dark apparitions. The military stopped the invasion of dark apparitions there to prevent them from wreaking havoc. The source abyss. Wang Teng said this word slowly. You know this too? General Shen told you? Lin Zhan asked. Of course. Who else could have told me? I don't have anything for you. This is all we know. What is the abyss? I'm not sure either. Lin Zhan shook his head. Wang Teng asked a few more questions, and Lin Zhan answered them selectively. However, they didn't do much. After finishing their meal, the group walked out of the restaurant and prepared to leave. We will be going to the Xingwu Continent again soon. This time we'll be heading to the Middle Circle. Do you want to go together? Lin Zhan asked before they parted. Middle Circle? Wang Teng repeated. In his heart, he was shocked. He hesitated before saying, I'm starting school soon. I don't know if I will be able to find some time. We have to prepare first. Before leaving, we'll contact you again. You can decide if you want to go then, Lin Zhan said. Wang Teng nodded. He bade farewell to his teammates, but he didn't return to his rented house in the university town. Instead, he went to Fuhua Villa district. He went home. Chapter 149, Flames outside Fuhua Villa district. Wang Teng paid for his taxi and was just about to get down. At this moment, the driver suddenly said, Something seems to have happened in the Fuhua Villa district. There are flames in front. I didn't know that accidents would happen in high-class districts, too. Should I call the police? Forget it. The district's management should have called the police already. There's no one at the gantry, the driver was muttering to himself. Wang Teng only heard his first few sentences, though. After that, his expression changed and he dashed down the car. He looked at the small district. Indeed, he saw a patch of flame rising up into the sky. Instantly, his expression underwent another change. The fire was in the direction of his house. Damn it. Wang Teng stomped his feet on the ground. Crack! Boom! The sound of the air exploding resounded. Wang Teng had already turned into flashes of lingering shadows as he sped to his house. The driver was dumbstruck. He looked at Wang Teng's back view in a daze before exclaiming in astonishment, Oh my God, this fellow is a martial warrior at such a young age. No wonder he can afford to live in a villa. The district was in a mess. It was noon. So many people were still at work. Most of the people at home were housewives and children. This huge fire had definitely attracted the attention of many house owners in this area. After calling the police, they rushed out of their houses and stood on their tiptoes as they looked in the direction of the fire. What happened? How did the fire start? Who knows? I was just preparing to take my afternoon nap when I saw the flames and rushed out. Did you call the management? They must have known about it already. Discussions were heard everywhere. People liked to watch a commotion, especially housewives. They were extremely bored. If they had things to chat about, they didn't know any other way to pass their time. This huge matter was enough for them to discuss for many days. Babe, don't run around. It's very dangerous. No, I want to take a look. What a huge fire. A young mother around 30 years old was pulling her son, who was about 7 years old. This naughty child was like a frisky husky. He wanted to go wherever the commotion was. In the end, he got beaten by his mother and cried. He finally stopped fooling around. Wang Teng ran past this mother and son at high speed. They only saw a flash of lingering shadow and the strong wind blowing past them. What was that just now? It looked like a person. This speed, he's a martial warrior. Mom, what's a martial warrior? Can you eat it? Is it nice? Stupid brat, don't spout nonsense. Martial warriors will run to your window in the middle of the night and eat humans. Are you afraid? Wang Teng, a martial warrior's sense of hearing was exceptional. When Wang Teng heard this sentence, he almost staggered and fell to the ground even though he was in an emergency. Did you know that something happened to Wang Fugui's house?
Ah, Wang Fugui, the nouveau riche dealing in property?
Yes, that's him. I heard that he harmed someone in the past. The person's son became a martial warrior and came to take revenge. A martial warrior taking revenge? This is hard to manage. You're right. The martial warrior has the right to take revenge. That's why you shouldn't earn dishonest money. Wang Teng heard a few women talking when he ran past them. Wang Fugui. He felt slightly more relieved. It looked like his family wasn't in trouble. He knew Wang Fugui. Wang Shengguo had mentioned this person a few times at home. However, unlike the opinions of these few ladies, Wang Shengguo had mixed comments about him. Wang Fugui was born in a village. Everyone knew that a person born with a low status had a harder time if they wanted to be successful. It was more so for someone like him who wasn't educated and didn't have a family supporting him. He had to rely on himself. When he came to Donghai City, he started doing some small business. Gradually, he got to know some people in the underground world. That was when he began building his fortune. He built a name for himself, and ordinary people didn't dare to provoke him. However, after a few years, his reputation got cleared and he changed. He started doing legal businesses and would occasionally attend some charity dinners. He donated vast sums of money each time. Even so, there were many people who looked down on him. They scoffed at his method of doing things. This was how humans were. They were always looking for a sense of superiority in other people. The wealthy looked down on the ordinary people who crawled up from the bottom. They felt that these people were nouveau riche. But if you thought about it carefully, who didn't crawl up from the bottom? Zhu Yuanzhang was a beggar, but he still became an emperor in the end. Heroes could come from anywhere. Unfortunately, people nowadays had long forgotten this saying. Auntie Xiao, did you say that Wang Fugui is in trouble? Wang Teng stopped to confirm. Ayo, it's Little Teng. You're back. The woman called Auntie Xiao looked at Wang Teng and started smiling brightly. This was the top scholar of the martial arts exam, a true blue martial warrior. There was no harm in forging a good relationship with him. She immediately replied, Yes, I went over to take a look secretly. The martial warrior shouted it himself. He asked others not to interfere. Thank you. I thought that something happened to my family. Wang Teng nodded. He finally felt at ease. It isn't your family, however. You better rush home to take a look. Your house is so near, you might get implicated, Auntie Xiao reminded him kindly. You're right. I'll leave first. All right, hurry up and go. Auntie Xiao watched Wang Teng as he ran off. She couldn't help but sigh. She said to the women beside her, In the past, he was a playful, rich second generation who liked to goof around and drink. I didn't expect him to change so much. Look at how polite he was just now.
You're right, Wang Shengguo is a lucky man. His son is so promising. The Wang family doesn't have to worry about their future. A woman beside her agreed. Another woman said in envy, They don't have to worry. They might even be able to progress further. Sigh, look at Wang Teng. The brat at home only knows how to anger me, Auntie Xiao said with exasperation. Let me tell you, you should ask your husband to beat your son properly tonight. He will become obedient.
If one beating isn't enough, do it a few more times. He would definitely turn obedient one day. Auntie Xiao nodded in deep thought. In a certain pub, a young man who was playing a game with some beauties suddenly shivered. What's wrong? Is the aircon too strong? The young man wondered curiously. Young Master Xiao, what's the matter? The beauty beside him asked. Nothing, little beauty. Let's continue playing. I'm coming. Ha ha ha. Young Master Xiao, come and catch me. If you catch me, I will allow you to. Wang Fugui's house was engulfed in flames. The management staff stood around the house with fire extinguishers, but none of them dared to go forward. If the fire burned the surrounding objects, they would immediately put it out to prevent other houses from getting implicated. This was the best result. The martial warrior only wanted to take revenge on Wang Fugui's family. As long as they didn't extinguish the fire in Wang Fugui's house, the martial warrior wouldn't care about them. He had said so personally. However, when they looked at the scene in front of them, many people still found it hard to endure. A young man was holding a spear in his hand as he stood on the grass in front. Flames were circling the tip of the spear. He looked imposing, but at this moment the tip of the spear was pointed at a girl around 4 years old.
Chapter 150. Chopped Off Your Arm. Li Xiaomei stood in the crowd and looked at the crying girl sprawled on the ground. She felt her heart ache. Their family didn't have a deep relationship with Wang Fugui. They were only acquaintances. However, Li Xiaomei had some interactions with Wang Fugui's wife. Normally, they would drink tea and chat together. They would talk about topics only discussed between ladies. She didn't expect that lady to die in this fire.
Li Xiaomei was very familiar with this young girl. In fact, she loved her dearly. This girl had not only lost her parents, but she might be killed too. Dudo Li Xiaomei couldn't bear it and rushed forward. She protected the girl behind her. Looking at the indifferent young man, she plucked up her courage and said, She's just a child. Let her go. Auntie Li, Sub, Dudo is scared. When the girl saw a familiar person, she immediately hugged Li Xiaomei's leg and started crying. Li Xiaomei hugged her with a painful expression on her face. She patted the girl and comforted her. Don't be scared. Auntie Li is here. Move. A hint of struggle appeared in the indifferent young man's eyes. However, it was soon replaced by coldness. No matter how strong your hatred is, you shouldn't attack a child. She's innocent, Li Xiaomei said. My parents were innocent too, but they died under the hands of Wang Fugui. At that time, no one spoke up for them, said the young man. Li Xiaomei didn't know what to say. She just stared at the young man in front of her. She could see the pain hiding behind his cold expression. Therefore, she wasn't able to stand on the moral high ground and reprimand the other party. Let her go. I won't kill you, the cold young man said. Li Xiaomei could feel the girl trembling in her arms. She hugged her tightly and gritted her teeth. She didn't say anything, nor did she move. I will kill you too. The young man released his aura. It bore down on Li Xiaomei's body. I'm terribly sorry for what happened to your parents, but the child is innocent. Li Xiaomei resisted the other party's aura with difficulty. Her face was pale, but composure persevered. There's no point in talking anymore. Since you don't want to move, I'll kill you too. The indifferent young man's face turned cold, and he stabbed his spear out. When Wang Teng came, this was the scene he saw. His pupils constricted into needle points. He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He let out a thunderous roar. "You're looking for death." Wang Teng pulled his battle sword out of the sheath, and sword light flashed through the air. The sword light arrived first, even though he had attacked later. An arm was severed from the body and sent flying into the air. The bystanders were stunned by this gruesome scene. They were at a loss for a second. Then their faces turned pale, and they didn't dare to look anymore. Xingwu pressed the girl's head down. She didn't want her to see this scene. Wang Teng's body moved. He appeared in front of Xingwu. "Son!" Xingwu heaved a sigh of relief in her heart when she saw Wang Teng's back view. "Mom, it's all right. I'm here." Wang Teng turned around and smiled. Then he looked at the young man coldly. "I don't care about your grudges, but since you dared to attack my mother, I took your arm." Although the young man's arm was chopped, he just snorted in pain. When he got down to pick up his severed arm, large beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. However, he gritted his teeth tightly and looked at Wang Teng, unwilling to back down. "Your attack had no killing intent. If not, I would have killed you. Are you unwilling to admit defeat? You are weaker than me now. There's no point in resisting. I will give you a chance and let you go today. When you feel that you can beat me, you can come and take revenge for your severed arm." "My name is Wang Teng," Wang Teng scoffed and said. "Wang Teng," the young man repeated the name in a hoarse voice. He looked at Wang Teng and said, "My name is Yan Qing. I will remember this grudge." After he finished speaking, he picked up his arm and turned to leave. Wang Teng didn't stop him. To him, this young man was just a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. He posed no threat. He was a 3-star martial warrior now. He would only become stronger in the future. Did he think that the young man would catch up with him? Ha! What a joke. As a bug, if he got surpassed by someone, he wouldn't have the face to continue living. Also, his mother shouldn't have interfered with the revenge of a martial warrior. That was the cause of everything. But since his mother decided to do this, he had nothing to say. As her son, he could only accept her actions. After taking a few steps, Yan Qing suddenly turned around and asked, "Is it worth it?" He was asking Xingwu. There was pent-up anger in his gaze that he couldn't get rid of. "There's no such thing as worth it or not. I'm just following my heart." Xingwu's expression softened a little as she said. Yan Qing stood on the spot and pondered for some time. Then he nodded and left while staggering. "Son, what if this person can't untangle the knot in his heart and find you for revenge in the future?" Xingwu asked him worriedly. "Mom, are you asking me to kill him to solve all troubles?" Wang Teng smiled as he asked, "You little brat, I didn't say that." Xingwu rolled her eyes. "Am I that kind of person?" At this moment, the management staff and the neighbors finally regained their composure. Their gazes landed on Wang Teng in unison. There was astonishment, fear, and respect in their eyes. He had chopped the person's arm so decisively without even blinking his eyes. "Are you afraid now?" Normal people like them had never seen this kind of scene before. Martial warriors. This was what a martial warrior was like. The other party came furiously to annihilate Wang Fugui's family. He burned the house and killed the people inside. In the end, Wang Teng chopped his arm and forced him back. The Wang family had given birth to the son of a dragon. Many people exclaimed as they felt envious of Wang Shengguo and his wife. Their ancestors must be elated to have a descendant like him. The police, city protection bureau, and ambulance arrived quickly. The fire at the scene was put out. 2 stretchers with white cloths covering them were transported out of the house and carried into the vehicles. Dudo had experienced so many things. She cried sorrowfully in Xingwu's arms for a long time. Then she fell asleep out of exhaustion. The police and the people from the City Protection Bureau were confirming the situation with the residents at the side. They were recording their statements after they knew what happened. They came to Wang Teng's house. One of the people was the leader of No. 3 small team from the City Protection Bureau, Chai Yu. He was the one investigating the case on Mount Bao'an. At this moment, though, his emotions were entirely different from the last time. He wasn't able to view Wang Teng as an ordinary high school student anymore. Wang Teng was the top scholar in the martial arts exam. He was a martial warrior, meaning influential people knew him. Without a doubt, Chai Yu was almost certain that Wang Teng was the culprit of the Mount Bao'an case. This fellow had disguised himself really well. But this matter could only end without a conclusion. There was no point in provoking a martial warrior with a huge potential for the sake of a few dead people. No matter how powerful the City Protection Bureau was, they wouldn't do such a stupid thing. "Leader, Chai, we meet again." Wang Teng saw Chai Yu coming into his house, so he smiled and stood up. This means that we are fated. Chai Yu smiled. However, he was cursing in his heart. I came over because we had some questions about what happened just now. As Chai Yu got nearer, he released the aura belonging to a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Even if he couldn't do anything to Wang Teng, he could let him suffer a little. Chai Yu thought to himself evilly. Wang Teng smiled. He took a step forward and released his aura of a 3-star martial warrior. There was killing intent in his aura. Leader Chai, please ask away. I'll definitely cooperate with you and tell you everything I know. Chai Yu's expression changed slightly. At the moment, waves of emotions were churning in his heart. How did Wang Teng become so strong? This aura didn't belong to a newbie. Only someone who had been through numerous battles would possess such a powerful and malicious aura. Fighter martial warrior. This was a real fighter martial warrior. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.